Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Europe League. It's week 2, day 3 of the competition. I'm so happy to see you with us today. Of course, everybody's watching from home. I hope you're doing well on this wonderful Monday night. I guess Monday afternoon for those in Europe that are watching. I'm El Stamarik, your host. With me on the analyst desk to kick off our pre-show are Anne and Fresh. Hello. How are you guys doing?
Hello, Milos.
Hello. I'm doing really good. Thank you.
Love the nails.
Yeah, you two have really cool
We're all rocking the nails today.
Well, I already had like natural nail polish on, but I like those too. They're really cool.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. For all those that struggling out there with their own personal image, just do whatever you want. Just have fun. That's all that matters. And we are here to have fun with the big competition that we have for today, because unlike in the past few years, it's a shorter stage, right? So people really need to perform at their best. By people, I mean the teams and our players. Before we talk about that, I just want to say, how was your weekend?
It was good. Yeah, it was really nice.
See the workout?
Yeah. I played some ranked as well. It was fun. Played a little
That's the
Brava.
workout?
We have some more like Brava stuff to talk about in a bit as well, which is really exciting. But yeah, it was good.
I was a tourist this last few days, Milos. I've lived in Paris 18 months. And this last week was the first time, realistically, I've been into central Paris and, you know, done the Arc de Triomphe and the Eiffel Tower and a river cruise and everywhere else in Paris. It's been wonderful.
You like Paris?
I do like Paris. It's grown on me a lot, actually, I will say. It's a nice city.
I did something that you'll probably like. I went to a cat cafe. Really nice. It was very, very cute.
Was it one in the northeast of Paris?
Yeah.
I think I know which one.
Yeah.
At this point, I have scoured the cat cafes of Paris because cats are great. Shout out to Easy, our NA observer, because he also was very helpful in telling us exactly where the good cafes are. We basically split the cat cafes between us in Paris to visit them and know exactly where to go.
I was wondering what was the reference with Easy and Cat. I was like, where is this leading to? But
because
yeah.
he knows them
Okay,
very well.
good.
So there you go. We're all a crew here, global crew. But you talked about Brava, and we'll talk about it in a second. I just want to put it out there for everybody that IQ, or attack operator, is banned in competitive play and will be until further notice. We'll leave it at that. And now we get to talk about Brava, our latest edition, because last week it was incredible. We immediately now get to see operators in play, and our analysts want to talk about it.
Exactly, yeah. We have a few clips that we want to talk about, a few clips that we'll discuss up, specifically from that last game of the second day, Koi versus Wolves. And I think that game went into full overtime, but we probably had like half of those rounds where a Brava was in action, and so many different interactions with Brava as well. We'll start with a clip from round 3, where we saw a really interesting interaction between Brava and Solis. Eventually, we'll see the Solis go into main, hack in that main camera as well, or, well, attempting to, and then you see the cam goes, or the Solis clutch drone goes out of the 10-meter radius, which will cause Leon to then bring it back. But he also hacks the Banshee in the kitchen hallway, and then obviously Solis, she can see attacker gadgets. And as soon as this gadget, this Banshee, is now claimed by the attackers, it will show up on the Solis scanner. Yeah,
there's some crazy little interactions. I think Brava's got an interesting interaction with basically every defender. And even there's a reverse interaction. Obviously, if you Mozzie takes the Bravo drone, you can then have the reverse interactions between defenders and attackers as well. You know, it's one thing, you know, Brava's really good, and she was used a lot on Chalet in terms of taking those default cams that you can see. You'll see it in basically every clip that we roll. She takes or tries to take the default cam of the lobby because it controls so many flanks. So we've got another clip that we can roll, which was from round 5.
Yeah, round 5, indeed. And this is where we can point out how Wolves kind of countered that, because I think Wolves were better at countering the Brava than Koi were themselves. We have indeed a clip of round 5 where, again, Leon comes in with the clutch drone. He tries to get the chem on main, and there are players on the side of Wolves who are trying to stop that with the bulletproof setup that they have. They have a bulletproof on the main stairs, and they have a bulletproof on that mezzanine window. You'll see the first one now trying to get shot out here. Then Leon's going to go in from this window. He'll hack the other bulletproof camera, and obviously Wolves are aware of this, but this is just a game where Koi is trying to get information, trying to get the bulletproofs. There's a round where they even use a bulletproof to stun a default chem, but Wolves are actually countering this pretty well by using those bulletproofs. And also, you know, you see the ping coming out right here with the Azami where they get rid of the bulletproof that was hacked.
It's a very curious interaction of defenders bring information, attackers steal said information, and then defenders then have to deny the information that they brought in their loadout and in their strategy at the start. It's genuinely, there's so many curious interactions with Brava, and teams have to be all over it. You know, we have seen teams, or we will see teams fall to their own Kapkan traps. We will see teams run through their own Aruni gates, throw C4s into their own ADSs. Brava is so versatile. If you're a great drone player, the ceiling of Brava is incredibly high.
Actually, since you're just on it, we just came up with this. Professor.
Yes.
Why then we don't see more Pulse? If it's all about hacking equipment, why do we not see more defense operators that require you to be active as a player to do the work?
I think because generally, obviously, both of the drones can be shot by bullets, right? Brava is either going to be very, very, very successful, but it relies on the defenders not controlling their own information, not being aware that these drones are coming in, and they can just be shot. So they're very easily dealt with in terms of the drones. So I think there isn't such a deterrent to not bring the information or bring the active information on the Pulse. But yeah, it's evolving. We only saw Brava played approximately 10% in the first 2 play days. So we're evolving. Obviously, we're going to monitor how that goes throughout the stage.
But, Anne, do teams actually end up shooting those drones, you think?
I think so,
Do they keep an eye on it?
Yeah, well, there are teams that are watching it a little bit better than other teams are. We saw Wolves, for example, deal with it quite well. Koi had some struggles finding out where the drones were located exactly and shooting them down in the process as well. But yeah, you could hear the drone, you can shoot it down.
Yeah, Jack?
Yeah, I think we'll see Brava, and just to come on to it, I think we've been playing, you know, we mentioned we've both been playing ranked this weekend. We've been playing a lot of ranked this weekend. Let's not be, let's not be above the bush. I spent most of yesterday exclusively just playing Brava, and just testing her out. One thing that I found with her, which was really, really good, is how you can spawn in one location, throw both drones into the opposite end of the map, steal a couple of default cameras, and because with the new overlay on Siege, it doesn't show you just the default cams have been stolen or that they've been, you know, killed. You just don't see them anymore on the defender overlay. So now you can actually control your flank drones via stealing the default cams, and you can get them very easily. You can get them very easily in the start of a round.
There was a round where Wolves did it, for example, as well. They went into the basement, got the basement cam when they were doing a bar take. That's such vital information to have because the main flanks will always be through the basement when it comes down to Chalet. So having that is basically setting up a free flank cam for yourself.
Are there any other situations where stealing a camera would be very helpful, Anne?
Yeah.
You think we can have a visual of
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can have a visual of that.
Go ahead.
I'll move over to the telestrator because we have a round of Wolves where they utilized the Brava very well and got really good information from it. They used it in a very good way. We'll see P4 going in with the clutch drone in main, and he's going to try and get the I'll zoom in on it for you because it's the bulletproof on main stairs. He's going to get that information and that will help them out a little bit. Not only the bulletproof he will get because he also drives up the main stairs and he's going to get that main stairs cam too. Now, this is where Leon struggles a little bit to spot that cam and find out where it exactly is. But with that information that Wolves now have, they're going to make great use of it. What they will do is they'll use the yellow pings, and I'm going to pause it once again here so you can actually see the yellow ping coming out on the Azami that's playing on top mezzanine, and then we will see a player on the outside of the library windows make really good use of those yellow pings. P4 on the cam, constantly pinging out the position of Leon. The yellow pings also being seen by Mowgli with that grenade on the library windows. He's going to make efficient use of it. He's going to use those grenades to get rid of the player on mezzanine. Now with that, they have control of top floor. They have control over the entirety of lobby. They can see if any flank happens through the main stairs, through the blue stairs. They have a player advantage, and that's a very, very good win condition for Wolves.
Thank you very much, Anne. And now, I think it's something a lot of people have been waiting for because I see going around on socials, when's the major, when's the major, where is the major? We know it's in Copenhagen, but where exactly? And we've managed to do it, but we're going to get the head start on socials. Here is more info on our next major. And there it is. Tickets are live in just a bit. We took a head start over socials, so it'll be live within like 10 minutes after you get to see this on the broadcast. And it's happening. We're set on Copenhagen. It's in the center of the city. Blast, this is their home turf. They know Copenhagen. They've done the event for those CS fans out there that know what Blast has done in the past. It's happening again in Copenhagen. So get yourselves ready in May. It's going to be wonderful. Everybody get yourselves set. For those that have never been to a Siege event, I promise you, it's well worth it. And I have people here that can attest to it.
Yeah. I mean, the match of the year. Sorry?
That's us. We can attest to it.
The match of the year was Rogue versus FaZe, right, in Berlin. That was the first international Siege event I attended, and it's just the vibe that you get from the crowd and the atmosphere. It's crazy. I wish I could go back.
That just sent shivers down my spine.
Yeah,
when I said that, I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. We were seated there in the venue just so we could hear everything going on, the interactions with the fans, and how they're all interacting together during it. It's something else. Highly recommend you get it done. And in Blast's home turf in Copenhagen, I think it's the best opportunity for you to experience it. But now, who are the teams that can actually qualify to it from Europe? The best region in the world, as we all know. 3 events in a row. Here's our groups so far after 2 play days. We're going to keep it short on this part here with Heroic at the top, G2, VP, TT9, and BDS in Group A. Remember, the top 3 teams at the end of these first 8 play days are basically the teams that will qualify through into the close qualifiers for Europe, and that's basically said. Only teams from Europe League will make it through there, and only the top 3 in each group. Big surprises for you here, Anne?
Well, yeah, I mean, if we can talk about this group in just a short minute, we'll have Heroic and G2 play against each other today. So a very exciting match between 2 really good performing teams so far. Virtus Pro playing against TT9, and BDS has an off day today to, well, figure out where it went wrong and come back stronger tomorrow.
What about Group B? Here are the top 3 teams that we're looking at. Big surprises as Wild, the newcomers to the league, but in some ways they've been here before, at the top of their group. M&M and Koi just after. Wolves and Team Secret in 4th and 5th, Jack.
Called this the group of opportunity before a single round had been played. It's showing out just that way. Wild have taken that opportunity. 2 wins, 2 3-point wins, 6 points in total. They've got probably a tougher week coming up this week because they play both days. M&M picked up a win. Koi have obviously picked up a win in OT as well. And then Wolves and Secret down at the bottom. They've got to do some recovering otherwise they're going into the open quals.
Yeah, and nobody wants to go against Team Yummy Pizza or whatever we're calling
Pizza
them.
time.
Pizza time, there you go. Pizza time. I wonder if people have already created a Pizza time team. I don't think so. That's sad. Well, open quals. Hopefully they'll get community casted. We're going to leave that bucket of worms for later. But our schedule for today. And you were mentioning one of our games today, Heroic and G2. That is the prime time slot at game number 3. But 4 games, best of 1 series, starts with VP versus TT9. I'm really looking forward to seeing VP again after they took down G2 our last play day. M&M versus Wild, G2 v Heroic. Finally, Wolves versus Team Secret. Highlight games for you?
Well, I mean, we talked about the groups of the games in Group A. If we talk about the games in Group B, M&M, Wild might likely determine the top spot in that team, but also Wolves versus Secret, that's where it's going to really start to matter too, because those 2 are at the bottom of the group, and if they want to have a chance at playing in deciders or not having to play against Pizza Time in the open qualifier playoffs, then they really got to step up today.
So you picked every game, man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean,
you liked M&M Wild, you liked G2 Heroic,
good.
You liked Wolves Secret. I'm going to give some love to VP TT9. Expecting a big reaction out with TT9 today. Honestly, they will just have wrote off that first game. We'll go into it in a little bit. But VP were very impressive beating G2 last week.
This is good. We're happy to see then our teams competing, but you got to be careful. Like we said, it's not a 9 play day affair that we had in last year where it's only 1 super week out of them where you have to play 2 play days in one. This is 2 play days, one after the other every week.
Yeah, and I mean, there are teams that after this play day will only have 1 more matchup to get those points that they so need to put themselves in that upper bracket.
Jack?
It really matters.
It's not going to be long before we're confirming teams into deciders. I know it's crazy. Normally we get into a nice flow and we get that mid-season, like you said, the Super Week, and no, we're just straight into it. Every point matters. It's worth noting, like the Koi Wolves game last week went to overtime. That 1 point could cost somebody a spot, going into deciders and a better chance, obviously, at going to the major.
All right, friends, I think it's time for us to actually kick off our games for today. Thanks so much for watching the pre-show. VP versus TT9 in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to the desk. We just got done with our pre-show and immediately we turned to attention for VP versus TT9. Now, Jack, you wanted to talk about TT9 because some blunders have been committed in our last play day. It was day one.
Yeah.
How are they doing now?
Well, there's some great news for TT9, Milosh, and that's that it simply cannot get any worse than it went last week.
Wow.
And I say that in the nicest respect.
Always a pragmatist.
I say that in the nicest respect. They barely had a single stat that was worth talking about. The whole, they lost 7-0. Nobody went positive. There was Prano who got +1 on the entry. That's about the best that TT9 had last week. Now, what I want every single viewer to do is just disregard everything I've just said, because that's what TT9 will be doing themselves. They will forget about week 1. They're playing essentially a free-game group stage here, and it's a brand new start. They had a day off. They had a chance to think about it, practice for 6 days to make sure today is better.
Yes.
They are obviously a new team, and I think we do have to give them that.
Exactly, and with a new team come these issues with, for example, communication, teamwork. That's why I really saw them struggle in last week. It was a bit of the gun skill front. Well, that copy paste where it says they got to work on the gun skill, they got to work on crossfires and flank wards and everything like that. It kind of is the case like that for TT9. They were a little clutch reliant, in my opinion. They had a lot of their players fall before the actual execute happened. So staying alive and making sure you can actually commit to an execute with your full man roster alive will be very important today.
You can only int so hard, especially as a day one. 7-0, like you said, Jack, as being as realist as possible here. It cannot get any worse.
The thing is we know that Kanto's better than that. We know Prano is better than that. They've got the experience and they've got a good, core of young players with potential as well. So it's just going to be a time process for TT9.
And they probably had the best situation of them all, is playing day one and then taking the week off to work out the issues that they had. We all know that most of our teams have had little to no practice going into this because a lot of these changes were done last minute. So rosters takes a while to organize everything between you. We're yet to see things today, but they're going up against Virtus Pro. And I know there's a lot of VP doubters out there. Joystick, love the man, love the team in general. This is like old school Team Empire. We're back now with a fresh face. I love it. And that was a big surprise. That was a hell of a day one.
Well, yeah, I mean, they took down the reigning world champions.
Like they did before. In the past, they've done it before.
But in a very close game, we'll have to say, though. It was no team winning more than 2 rounds until VP got on their own defensive half. They've only played 1 game so far, which they got 2 points out of. And if there's 2 players that we can really highlight, in my opinion, that has to be Dan. It has to be Always as well. Dan got that massive clutch in overtime. That was really important to pull them towards that victory. It all looked very clean, if you'd ask me. Straight out of a frag movie. Very clean kills. Well, that's what we saw from them last week. Yeah, that was really important for those players to step up.
Yeah, I have a view on TT9 that I feel that they're a little bit behind the meta in the way that they play. They always do things as a team, do the full clears rather than opportunity spot. The Siege at the minute in the meta is about opportunity spotting and creating crossfires, playing teamwork and, finding kills. VP play a kind of old traditional meta. However, the one thing that gives them is consistency. It allows them to punish teams where those teams don't have discipline, don't have that team play. And that's exactly what VP did last week against G2, when G2, and in particular Doki, I've got to say it, was kind of just on his own floating around the map. They punished him and then just played out the numbers advantage, and they're very, very good at that.
And we saw it as well in the upper lineup coming out from G2, for example. They had a Nomad, they had a Jackal, they were worried about Virtus Pro potentially coming out with flanks. Dan with those huge plays where he does some things from underneath to stop a diffuser from happening. So having that and having the opportunity to go for these flanks against a team that maybe isn't as organized, well, hey, TT9 might fit in that same exact part as like a team that isn't as organized just yet.
Yeah, and it's always the question, how well will VP perform once you get into the game? We asked all those questions before we got started with our playday last week because there were so many unknowns. Now some things have been elucidated, but we also give the same level of understanding to teams that we have a lot of questions about on their day one, even though they might win their game, because they're like, well, is this just a fluke? or is there more to it? Yeah, she's over there. We'll get to see her in a second. But this is why we're all here anyways, to see Emmy. But if we talk about the map for this series, we talk about depth of map pool in best of one, it's not really a big deal, even with a 9-map pool. In BO3s, when we were at SI, that was a different question. So let's see which map we had up for this series and who had the pick, the final one, that I believe will be oh so important. TT9 maybe picking Bank last week is not the best of decisions. What do they do here? Well, they are going to take us to Clubhouse. All right, this is workable.
Well, yeah, I mean, TT9 betting out Bank doesn't really come off as a big surprise to me because they lost it last week. Virtus Pro betting the same maps as they did last week does also make a lot of sense. And for us to end up on a map like Clubhouse, I think kind of benefits TT9 in this case as well. It's a simple map, back to the basics. Most teams know how to play on that map. But then again, you're also playing against Virtus Pro on that map. They don't mind this. They didn't bet it themselves last time. So they start on defense as well. That's a little bit of an advantage for them too.
Yeah, I think there's obviously that age-old, saying never take a Russian team to Clubhouse. That's exactly what TT9 are going to do. However, the one thing that I will say is Clubhouse forces you into this process-driven siege. Now, that inherently is going to benefit VP because that's how they play every single map. But TT9, it means there's no opportunity for them to go wandering. It forces them to play as a team, and that's something they was lacking last week. So I think for TT9, with where they're at, it's not a bad pick, but for VP, it's a great pick.
So if we're talking strategies, you talked about Clubhouse being a more simple map. It's played out. We know it in and out. Kanto's had some good success also in the past. Prano, we know his support plays that can be very fitting on here. But how do we feel the evolution of gameplay for TT9 has to be from week 1 to week 2? I mean, you talked about the issues, but if we corner it specifically to Clubhouse, is there anything more we can extrapolate?
Well, I mean, they've already had their bye day, right?
Yes.
So anything that comes out as an issue today, they'll have less time to fix that in comparison to what they had last week. When it comes to executes happening, that's my main concern that I have for them. That's what they need to show up better today. When they have their defenses and VP are setting themselves up for an execute, for a timed attack, there need to be players on the side of TT9 that need to be alive. It can't be only Kenju that's getting exit frags in that round. It can't be only Noah that's holding angles and lines aside. They need to all be there because otherwise you're just lacking gunpower.
They only attacked once last week. Obviously, they were 6-0 down after their defenses, lost 7-0. I think for Clubhouse, and like I say, for TT9, it's probably going to be resisting the edge to try an opportunity spot, I think, because against VP, you know what you're going to get. If they're going to defend the church, it's very likely going to be a title. If they're defending gym, it's likely going to be just a very basic default horizontal extension. The same with CCTV into the garage. So, and Clubhouse, the way Clubhouse plays out is as long as you go through your processes as the attackers, which TT9 are starting on the attack, as long as you get those processes right, even if it takes you time, you will probably win. But it's where you start leaving those little gaps, that's where VP are really good at punishing you. So I'm hoping for TT9's sake, just to put in a clean team play performance is exactly what I'm hoping for them.
Well, we know that positioning for Clubhouse, because it's such a well-known map, I guess the way you read the game, your game sense and your positioning are incredibly important. But how important is information gathering here versus what we saw before with Chalet, for example, in our pre-show, and how can Brava tie into that? Do we see this happening for Clubhouse or not as much?
I mean, we could see it happen. Liam pointed out last week that Chalet is a very good map for Brava. I can see Clubhouse being a good map too if you get control of camps like, for example, Bar, which is a very common flank spot. Having the information on what type of hold Virtus Pro will be doing, as you mentioned, will be really important. Is it a turtle? Is it a roam? Do we have to roam clear? Can we be opportunistic and find a way to site that is maybe a little bit faster than going for a full roam clear? That'll be important today.
Yeah, I think so. And, specifically pertaining to Brava, is there is going to be opportunities because you very much can, as soon as you know, like Anne says, if it's a roam, if it's a turtle, if it's an extension, whatever it is, you will know. You can pick out 5 positions where the defenders are very likely to be. So you can then find the weak points or find the gaps, take those cameras and secure yourself a flank drone, particularly if it's a roam on the basement. Now, I don't expect VP to roam, but if it is a roam on the basement, you can get those drones in, start taking out the Maluti gadgets. That would give you a big opportunity to just hit the basement quickly. So maybe, we'll see.
Attacker repick is going to be extra important in this, so maybe that's an advantage TT9 can use. Timing, setups, and like you both were saying, Clubhouse is a checklist map more than any other at this point. You can call Oregon in the same way, but yeah, that's just something we're going to have to work with in the server. Jack, and thank you very much. Our lobby is ready, so let's get into it. Virtus.pro take on TT9. Can VP keep up the win streak, or will TT9 get their first W, recovering from the issues they had? Very happy to say this again. We're back with Happen. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. And yes, we are back. We are here in the lovely similar studio. Obviously now Blast have themselves here, and I'm Fluke That's App.
Hasn't changed, will not change. We're going to keep it up like that. But yes, I think Milos threw it in well there. Is TT9 going to be able to recover from their 0-7 loss? Jack put it, well, it's not going to get any worse.
It physically cannot get worse.
It could get quicker.
For perspective, obviously, both these teams have played one game so far.
Yes.
Dan, based on the CGG rankings, is the #1 player, which, okay, it's one game. It's not been naturalized stats. 4 of the roster of TT9 are the lowest 4 rated players, according to CGG, coming into this. There's at least 20 players that have only played one game, and they found themselves at the bottom 4 of just that. So it has to get better. There's no way but up.
The thing is, it's not that hard to be amongst the worst rated players if you lose 0-7. Like, the other games have been a lot closer.
I have a lot of sad fun facts. Do you want to know another sad fun fact?
Yes, give me all the sad fun facts. We're here on a Monday evening.
Not including OCE. All of the other leagues up and running, so about 9 leagues of Siege, there's only been one other 7-0.
Oh, who has it been?
It was against Devil Dogs. I believe it was Elevate that pulled it off. That is the only other game of all the leagues, that's including obviously all the new leagues, the MENA League, the OCE, the SCA. Well, not OCE even, because OCE's had a couple of their own. OCE is just...
OCE's on a different level.
OCE is on...
They're built different.
Hey, what do you think about these bans, friend?
I mean, we're seeing more and more Ying bans ever since the 6th Invitational, of course, came around. Was used quite well, and now being removed by Virtus.pro as well. Thatcher and Cade, I mean, okay, if you've been watching competitive Siege, those two are often on the board, or off the board, I have to say. Those two often get banned. Azami kind of goes for the same. It's one of those oppressive, architecture-like operators that can just rebuild the side however you wish. So removing that is going to be making things easier for the attack to move through. The only one that, well, sort of stands out would be the Ying, but even that, I don't think you can say it truly stands out anymore with the amount of bans we've seen during the 6th Invitational. So nothing out of the ordinary, no funky bans, as some would say. Just another day at the clubhouse
Another
office.
day at the clubhouse office, and a Russian team. Now, they sort of highlighted on the desk, and if you are one of our more recent viewers, if you sort of come along here with Blast, or not too much before, the team on the left, they were world beaters. They were almost world champions. They were a heck of a roster that's had slight changes since, the most being unfortunately taking them out of play for a while, but they were synonymous with a few maps, the region was. Clubhouse was one of them. They had a routine, they had a rhythm, and nothing is as rhythmic as Clubhouse itself. As we always quote it, it's a step-for-step map. And they had every single step of this Russian dance put together.
See, when I saw Clubhouse, I was like, oh, that might actually be good for TT9. Oh, wait, they're playing against Virtus.pro. I'm not quite sure how that's going to be playing out in the end there. Because as mentioned as well, it's that step-by-step plan. TT9 will be forced to play as a team here, which is, of course, always going to be a bit more difficult when you are freshly formed, because they didn't have too much practice time going in, because they had a different roster initially announced. Then they changed as players like Kento, for example, popped up available. And as we get going, TT9 definitely doing some of that first initial pressure. The opening gets made onto the balcony. Always coming in below. But the hot drone already aware of the fact, though, there's going to be some players up at the top floor who need to be hunted down. Pasha is the man they are trying to find.
Yeah, first point of contact. He's watching one drone hole, but the drone, it spotted him. They're going to swing behind it, and there's an easy take. Noah gets the opener off. Pasha is gone. They have a watch on the far side as well. Joystick's going to slip away with the support. Dan there. Wow, no support now. Kanto, he gets rid of Dan, who was the tour de force performance in Virtus.pro's win in OT against G2 the previous week. So getting them gone early. TT9, they've come back in with his fresh bit, a new idea, new heads, and a fresh bit of vengeance.
So already looks like it could be the best round that TT9 are going to be putting together. Well, you can actually scratch that. It is currently the best round they've been able to put together. Just taking care of those roamers so quickly on. Now you're only facing 3 players on the actual side. You have control of the cameras, which is going to be making things just a little bit easier for the flank watch later on. And now you have the opportunity to just start opening up vertically. You start using that sledgehammer, you start using those breaching charges, you make sure that VP has as little space as you can potentially give them to play in the site before you start executing, because it limits the angles they can play from and limits the positions they can hide in.
A minute on. They've been able to get the Moto hatch open. Now they're going to sort of try and play the game here. Against this, it'll be a juggle of X-Kairos. They're well aware of the fight, and the sledge is going to make things a little bit more awkward. Shepard with the lineup is ready to loose the C4, but the drop's on Moto. The prox goes off, gives him the idea of Kendru, who's going to go with the width and doubles it down so they can't quite trick the full fight off. That C4 won't quite catch anything, and the pings are coming through. 40 seconds, and the continual ring of the prox gives way to Kendru, who holds on though. The swing isn't one out, they're inside the site, and suddenly it's a flawless opener for TT9.
And that's exactly how they want to start off their second game. After being 0-7, they needed to show that they have what it takes to be here in the Europe League. And they start off with a very strong round here against VP, who, mentioned before, took down the reigning world champions on their first game off the stage. And we also have to mention, Emmy, because the whole system has been reworked. There is no more 9 best-of-1s before you head out to the majors. It is just going to be 4 best-of-1s now, right? Which means that if you lose one, on the board, yes, they are definitely on the board. It's improvement.
It's improvement, yeah.
The mental is skyrocketing now in TT9.
You were saying?
Yes, I was saying is that every game counts even more so now than it did before.
Yeah, it's... For some lines, a little bit crazy that we might already know who's getting confirmed from the end of today, potentially.
Yeah, and potentially knocked out as well.
Potentially knocked out. Like, we're waiting for the confirmation of numbers here. It's that sort of new system. When things are new, when things are shiny, you have to try and work things out. It's the biggest upheaval we've had, obviously, to a system in a very, very long period of time, especially in EU. So, fresh tastes, fresh fire, and this, the first round, TT9, they take it very successfully. Now, Virtus.pro obviously did eventually beat G2, but it didn't start entirely locked sure. They had some struggles with the vertical. They weren't quite able to get themselves in against G2 on the early doors. It might be a similar sort of showdown here, where they start to pick apart ideas, start to learn, find a bit of momentum. But TT9 have started this in the perfect way, a flawless off of the back of, well, a flawless run against them across the whole game. You couldn't have asked for a better introduction.
You kind of hope that VP is that diesel engine, right? It takes a bit to get going, but after that, it's going to be unstoppable. At least if you're watching that flawless round go against them and you're a fan of them. Of course, might just be that TT9 hat-trick goal. Quick replacement there from the castle barricade, just making sure.
If it's broke, fix it.
Yeah, for sure. Just replace it with an additional one.
Grenade isn't quite going to get anybody. Dan had already moved out of the position here. TT9, they are biting at the heels, the positions, the placements that everywhere that Virtus.pro has decided we want to set up here, TT9 is not too far away. Once again, Noah is being hot droned in. The active drone underneath his feet so he can lead himself into engagements and try and keep his head up into the gunfight instead and really get a true taste of the fights here on T1. Obviously, this roster is a bit of a culmination of T1 versus it, and now the second is able to filter its way through. They're going to see if they can try and get rid of that, and Patrick gets the swing, Kendra gets the hop in, Noah gets one more. They can't quite get the lock in, but Noah, he swings the wrong way at first, but almost finds the second fight. It's popped round and Noah gets the lock in. Kendru's dropped, but so has a VP player. Do they know that he's down? Do they know they're coming to find him? Kendru is a living drone. We'll call some of this intel out. Kanto, he's hammering Prano, he's watching. And we are almost on the tippy top of a second flawless round here in a row. Kendru is holding on to his blood as best he can. The grenade hits the corner. TT9 2-0, and only somebody almost dead, but he holds his breath for the round.
Definitely having to give the credit there to Kendru for the initial jump in. Tossed out those Selmas, knew someone was going to go for the push for it, and as soon as they get shot at, he just jumps for it, gets that kill. Noah then digs deep into the site. Oh, and from there on, it's written. They have that side control. As effective, you could say, as that roam clear in the very first. And definitely a completely different TT9 we're seeing here against Virtus.pro compared to the one we've seen against Heroic. I mean, we did say that Clubhouse is that map where you have to play as a team. It is that step-by-step plan that you are just checking off boxes for as the round progresses. And that's, well, not really what they did in that last round, because that was suddenly just a pure bunch of aggression coming through. They saw an opportunity, they took it with, well, all 10 hands.
I mean, the way the team sort of came together, I sort of alluded to it a little bit before the play came into motion there, was it's very much a mixed bag. It is going to an old-fashioned pick and mix Woolworths sweet store, which is a very UK reference from the 2000s. And you just, you know, when you get loads and loads of different sweets and they're all delicious and you just sort of throw them in the same bag, that is how this roster sort of feels at this moment. Because we haven't seen the truest taste. We had half of a game last week from TT9. Now we're getting a little bit more of this game, and it's just those flavors can work. Finding how they work together here, as they've come together in such short notice, is exactly that. Kendrew can make those plays. They have Noah with the drive. Again, hot droned in a certain manner, but it's the Monty getting up right close and personal here on dirt. Noah's just there to make sure they can get the territory and hold on to it. They're going for something very explosive here. They're prepped around the hatch. Shepard's going to give the call and hit some of the impacts here, but look at this. Already with the dirt control, a different map, misses the fight and gets dropped from Kanto. And there it is. The hatch will get popped open. Noah's offering some shoulder support. They're going to hit the pocket EMP. Geesla's getting the rotate round onto the back end. They're forcing Virtus.pro further and further back out the site and further away from where they want to be. Where can they go?
Under impact EMP used there to get rid of the magnet, and indeed, where can they go? At least some good aggression coming through from TT9. Kendrew's just acting as a living piece of... Oh no, that grenade, that bounced back. Didn't kill Kendrew though, as he was able to step away just in time, but it's definitely falling apart slightly now.
Dan finds the first kill for Virtus.pro on round 3. They're looking for the second here. Kendrew, he's under a lot of pressure from the Lesion. He's under even more maybe from his teammate, a flicker of health, and now they've got to rotate off. If they get the call that Kendrew's alone here, it could be a bit of a dangerous swing round via the A-case and the sort of side of the site itself, but they've instead gone for a fully fledged rotate. Looks like they might try and eye up Blue, eye up the push around Pit itself as well. They're going towards the hatch. They want to play it a bit quiet until they can play it loud. With the one player around Adam, that could be the detrimental moment. If he goes unchecked, and it sounds like they've checked him always, he's got the ping on one, he's slipping past the next, but that was very well closed down.
Good team play there by TT9. 3 players just making sure that one player gets removed. Joystick, though, has taken a position inside of Blue, meaning they cannot really go for a drop there without removing him too. So Noah is being dispatched here to try and deal with that issue. A barricade will give away the game. 44 seconds on the clock. It's plenty of time for TT9 to work with here with the advantage they have in hand. The Monty is starting to push through as well to start shepherding these players out of position as Joystick finds a kill before he gets traded out by Noah.
Pasha, he's dancing on the doorway, 30 seconds, and he knows the pressure's coming from Pit behind him as well. The Monty's causing issues, but Kanto's going to stick the kid in the meantime. They've got to try and get a bit of width here. The pings are coming through. They're looking for the player, the drop on the shield and the bait of the play, but he cannot get the connection. Noah gets one more. There's Dan off the board, and TT9. It's a closer fight than the first 2 rounds, but it's the 3rd in a row with their name on.
TT9 really bringing it back and really bouncing back after that initial loss they took, saying that's just a one-off. And now a technical timeout is being called by Virtus.pro. They have seen that things are definitely going the wrong way. They need to get that time now to discuss, because what's going wrong? And if we just momentarily analyze some of these spots, what happened in that first? Good round clear coming through. From there on, it's a 3-on-5 on the site. You just... well, use those numbers to your advantage. The second one, you use utility, and as soon as they are, you know, as VP is trying to deal with that utility, you jump in and take them down. No response they could give there. And what you saw here, the entry kill. Again, someone is coming in to throw an impact grenade out. Monty is seeing this happen. He's like, oh, he has this impact grenade out now. Jumping comes in from Kanto above, shoots him right through the hatch. Entry kill, again, confirmed for TT9. The team play here, the communication is on point, I would dare to say.
I mean, you can't argue. You can't argue with the results. You can't argue with what we're seeing here. The big sort of complaints that were had of this team last week. And okay, we had a different idea of what they did because we only really saw half of their game. We didn't get a proper taste of an attack here from TT9. But there was a coordination problem. There were frequent moments where we found sort of Kendrew alone trying to make plays happen, or the TT9 roster hadn't quite blended together. I go back to my point about how they're sort of thrown into a bag, shaking it up and seeing what the sort of concoction is. This on Club, a familiar sort of territory, even for teams that have come together. And it's always that asterisk is you can have teams perform great on Club and not great on a lot of other maps. The depth of the pool is the important part that anyone who loves map statistics will always quote at you. But this is what you want from TT9. This has been electric, it's been quick, and most importantly, it's been very responsive towards what is up against them.
They're really punishing the mistakes being made or utilizing the opportunities granted to them by Virtus.pro, so you can only commend them for that. And you mentioned it just now about the map pool. I mean, it's going to be even more important now because if you manage to get through these groups, you're starting to play best of 3. So you got to hope it's not only going to be on Club. But it's a good start for TT9, who, again, recently came together, had that 07. They need something for that mentality. Joystick is going to be falling right down into the oil pit right after Noah just went up. Might be receiving a bit of company soon.
Do they know? Well, they're probably going to find out soon. Would have probably heard the pull on the pin there. The grenade is going up underneath the wall itself. The second is held. Joystick, is able to strike. Take care of Noah on the swing round, and the shark swims away deep down to the opposite end. There's big rotate opportunities, and this is the worry now. TT9 has to pay attention towards those back stairs. Oh no, they can't. Kendrew is gone. They've lost the loft, the response attempt with the player. Kendrew wanted to try and strike when it was the sort of 4 versus 4 on the site itself, but with that falling away, suddenly TT9 have 2 bodies and Joystick is comfortably back close to the site.
I'm just wondering if Gisla's clutch drones already have been destroyed, considering there's 0 in pocket and driving around with a normal drone now, so I don't think any useful hacks have come out. And right now they're trying to see if they can actually deal with the bandit warriors that are going to be stopping them from opening up the default breach, often considered step 1. That grenade should have been at least successful, believe it was, as Prano has put down the exothermic. It will blow up as well, and that means the breach has been created. But you're still in a 2-man disadvantage, and the next step is usually to take the garage. How are you going to be succeeding at that? Well, at least take down Shepard for now. That's going to be an injure.
Yeah, the grenade from underneath the roll and the play on the ping, but with 50 seconds, Prano gets the lock off, and they've still got the rest of the site to see if they can try and take hold on. They do not have the control of Rafters. They do not have the control on the opposite side towards Jim as well, and well, how do you force yourself in here? Because either way, you're surrounded. You won't have much territory. You've got to try and win out against Always, but at the same time, look at Pasha, look at Dan. They've got themselves the split angles and the slight breach and the soft wall connecting the 2 sites. They're rotating in. Kanto gets instantly caught out by Pasha, the spray. He's able to find one in the back, but Dan has that cover. Prano's left with no health and a smoke and a smoke and a smoke in front of him. Always might be down, but it just takes a sliver of an impact to stop him. They're still Echo drones. They won the fight out on this player. At this moment in time, it's really just Virtus.pro's to throw away. The Echo makes a statement of saying, I'm still here.
It took way too much effort there to get that 1 kill. Time is going to be running out. It's going to be a guaranteed victory here for Virtus.pro in this round. It's actually going to be Pasha that gets the final kill with the shotgun. And Fresh just tossed his arms up like, what are you doing? Either way, that's going to be 3-1. Right after the tactical timeout, there is going to be a response on the board from Virtus.pro. They're not going to be suffering the same fate TT9 suffered in the last playday. And let's see if they can keep that up now, because they went to CCTV, a site that we often discuss as no longer being very defense-sided. They just managed to win it because they won those 2 individual gunfights in separate parts of the map. Now they're headed back to familiar territory, the gym, which they have lost before. Just looking back at that initial push we saw, it was Kendrew that tossed out the Selmas, jumped in, got the first kill in tandem with Noah just running in to the side, finding 2 and allowing TT9 to start getting that plan down. That's surely not going to happen again. At least you hope it's not going to be happening again, because then
you would hope.
VP is doing something wrong if they aren't able to adapt to the exact same thing that lost them the round previously, because it wasn't strategy, it was opportunistic play from TT9 that worked out in that round.
I mean, you need to win the round after the timeout. You need to.
Yes, you do.
You need to have that under your belt, especially against the team that you're up against. You had to stop TT9 early. And as I said, VP, they were slow to grow in their previous map. Their other map that they've played throughout this split in this league so far. TT9, you know, they came in exceptionally hot. They came in exceptionally fast. 2 flawlesses, you can't really argue with that. And here, now we finally have a round against them. And as you said, it was an opportunity they took. But you have to look at what happened immediately after that opportunity to cover the response. They then got one more kill on the back of it. They stopped the immediate response and push into the site itself, attempted by Kendrew. They were way more prepared for that quick blind play that Kendrew was able to make so successful last time they were on Gym.
No, for sure. Like they were able to instantly push down, like with the double onto the gap they created. But VP now spread out here, has received a bit of pressure. Now already onto the mezzanine of Garage. He's looking to find himself a way in. A drone will be telling him it's clear for now. No one is watching you as he runs through. Kills Joystick with a C4. And together with Shepard, will find 2 in return. So VP still stays in favor.
Yeah, Shepard, I think, got that kill just through construction window itself. They made sure that there wasn't a sudden surrounding. The C4 removing Noah, he got a kill first, fine. But he had 6 before the previous 2 rounds without dying. So being able to shut down an Iana that was really starting to feel themselves, I mean, you couldn't really ask for a better result than that. How do you try and crack across this? You've lost your 2 entries. You've lost your Ashe. You've lost your Iana. You've still got some options. Sure, the sledge gun can still swing if a bit slower. And, you know, we all know a classic Fragmite. But look at what they're up against. There's 2 C4s. You're on a 2nd story site itself. You don't have control underneath. There's caution. They haven't even been able to breach this. The rest of the hold on the 2nd story, and with the hatches open, they can drop and push with the man advantage all they want. Prano, he's trying to eke out the fight, but at this point, they don't have an option other than maybe coming up with a plan B.
Just continuously being watched in there. They don't really have a safe way through. As always, goes for an aggressive push, finds the trade kill. With that, he drops the diffuser, but it's still going to be giving them an extra bit of an opening. Now Cash is going to be free. They can start to push through, as Prano will find 2 on his way in, and now suddenly it's only up to Dan. How have they given this away? He goes for an aggressive fight, brings it back to a 1v1. He's about 75 HP up against Kanto. The man has a hammer under his belt. Now on a new team for this stage. Is he going to be able to find TT9 another round?
I mean, it really went from all to pretty much nothing there. Obviously, Dan being able to get 1 kill out the end of it, didn't even have the first connection on it. It became a little bit more of a firefight than he probably wanted, but 20 seconds now. Dan, the man from the previous round, as I said, he was technically the top rated on the CCG stats at the start of the day from his performance before. There's a pocket full of seconds. The pings on the player. The Valcam with the call and the read does a little bit of damage, enough to pull back. They're going to go for the 2nd plant, maybe the 3rd here, round onto the gym equipment. The hatch is open. There it is. This one, he's got a stick. He doesn't really have any other option. Dan, oh, he just pulls off. He hands the round. I'm not sure what he expected, but Dan expected it better.
Time was going to be running out. Maybe some, lacking information. They really didn't have an idea where Dan exactly went, and potentially didn't have drones inside as well that could have told them that, he's not coming from the bedroom. If he is going to be pushing from anywhere, it is going to be the bathroom hallway. But that's going to be an unfortunate loss for TT9 and Virtus.pro. They will be a bit relieved considering that they had that man advantage. They had Cash still in the lockdown. Then after that, we saw the aggressive play go forward from Always, who then trades with Kendrew. But that provided an opening for Prano to move through and pick up a double kill. Suddenly, it was TT9 in the driver's seat again. So Virtus.pro can be very lucky to have Dan on their side, able to win that 1v2 clutch. Realized he was not being challenged by 2 players at the same time, so decided to take those 2 1v1s. And that's the 2nd round for Virtus.pro. Right after that timeout, 2 in a row now. Is TT9 going to be able to make it 4 as we head back to church, just like they have won twice before? Or is it going to be Virtus.pro making this that even lockout? Something we often see, but mostly on attack, is after you've played 3 rounds on the start and the opening of the game, you might have lost all 3 on the attack, and then suddenly it's like, okay, so that's how they defend. Let's adapt.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the opposite right now on the defense. Now, TT9 going to be looking to go for another top-to-bottom clear, I would assume, as it has been providing them with some success. Indeed, as you see right there, openings already being made, drones in position as well. Just soon after, we will see the entry fraggers roll through.
I mean, they were very, very quick on this. We've sort of highlighted the 2 different approaches, both very, very quick. Joystick is maybe the change here. The Oryx, the chance at the rotation background, caused some trouble. I mean, hey, that's how Virtus.pro's return into this game came round, was causing a bit of trouble and going back against territory they thought was fully theirs. Nobody is better for that job than the man who can jump up floors. Instead, they've all dropped down. They're not going to see if they can try and butt heads. For now, there's always options. There's always motions and movements. It really depends how quick TT9 are going to be encircling Virtus Pro.
Is that surprise factor as well that you have with Oryx, right? Like if they don't know you're on there, or if they just for a second do not watch a hatch you're eyeing up, suddenly you can go for a massive flank, pick up a single, maybe even a double kill, or if we go even crazier, just completely shut down the entire push. So that's the opportunity that VP have in pocket. All they need to do now is figure out what hatch is not going to be watched. And considering they left one soft on the top of blue, it's always a good encounter. Like if that's soft and they haven't opened it, which they do now by the way, it means no one was watching. Now they have to worry about it. Now they have to actually get information. Where are all these 5 players before they can try and go for a jump up like that?
It's the longest we've probably had all of the players still on the board for this. They're eyeing up. More slow and steady traditional take here across the top. They've not been able to find the loose sort of firefight they've had before. They've not been able to get that direct control of dirt as they did before. Here it is just traditional focus towards the kitchen hatch, eyes onto the back of blue. TT9, are they struggling to find a catch, or Virtus Pro just playing themselves a lot trickier this time round into the chance at a quick drop and pressure either way? It has to start rolling through. The first will get caught out there right under the hatch itself. The drone is coming against it. The second hits the ground as well. They've got themselves closest on the main stairs. There's 3 for 3. The drop onto the hatch round on the back of blue itself. Loses out the fight. Dan gets one more on the back and a second for his name. And well, they tried to throw themselves at the problem, but the problem is definitely rearing its head. Dan, a triple. Kendrew left alone. They opened the half with a flawless. Well, they opened it with 2, and unfortunately they end in the opposite end. 3 apiece.
No proper pressure there from TT9 coming down in that final round. And with that, I mean, if you look at the first, they find those 2 roamers up on top. Suddenly you have that man advantage. You can bring the pressure with bodies. The second time they attacked, they had the Monty coming in from the dirt tunnel, was able to basically dislocate some of these players. You had these grenades coming through, you had information. Now they really didn't have anything. They opened up the hatches. Noah just went for a drop through, hope for the best in that regard, but got shut down quickly after, together with some of his teammates. And that basically shut down the entire attack TT9 was going to go for, because they were not going to be able to go for either of those 2 conditions that brought them success in the earlier rounds.
Okay, TT9, let's see what we've learnt. Now we head on to the defense. We get the opposite end. It's 3 apiece. They obviously still have their tag timeout. They have the chance of being able to take that if they wanted to. And you've also got to look at how this game could shape up the main board itself. Obviously, there's still a few games left to play, and this is, for TT9's sake, the first of a run of 3. But if this goes away from them, then you're looking at the 3rd place team suddenly jumping up, and there being 4 points between them and 3rd, whatever else happens. And that's dangerous when you've only really got a couple of games left to try and pull that back.
Again, because what you're just saying right now, for those that are just tuning in or haven't really been paying attention to the new format Blast has created for Siege, there's only 4 best of ones now in the group stages before we head towards the next phase to decide which teams are going to be making it to the major. If you lose 2 or 3 of those best of ones, the chances are you're already out of contention for the major. Like, your stage is done. You can start preparing for the next one in, well, let's say half a year.
Now, obviously, TT9 weren't able to get a single defense against Heroic in the previous game of the 6 they attempted. Can they start off with a bit of a bang as they did before? Joystick, well, he keeps them at bay, but Brano suddenly pops out of nowhere, gives the support and a lifeline to a player, then loses out to Dan. Didn't truly need to swing that, maybe thought it was a bit clearer than it was. Either way, it's sort of a bite back. An important one there, I think, for Virtus Pro.
It definitely is. It's also the solace of the board, one of the newest operators we have in our lineup. And, you know, it is also very great at finding drones. That's the main goal of Solace. But it also allows you to, well, find out where some of the utility is placed. Talk about X-Scars when they're being placed. Talk about Claymores if they're on the board, or Exothermics being ready. Just gives you that extra bit of information about where these players might be located at. That's all off the board now. Still gonna have to rely on these Valkyrie cameras though if they want to do that off-site. Otherwise the mirror window's coming into play. Noah on a bit of a roam. He's finding himself all the way up at the top floor, roaming around the construction. and has free game. No one there, nothing there to stop him. No flank watch utility. Could be on for a massive round here.
That's it. With the Jackal gone, usually when a Jackal's in a lineup, it's sort of a full faith routine. They might have heard that drop. They didn't. They cannot win it. Noah is able to get the second served up on the bar, and Virtus Pro, a big error. They find him on the tail end in the bathroom, but the damage, I think, has been done from the flank. The double kill absolutely took the wind out of their sails now. They're trying to rotate, maybe see if they can get a catch on the opposite end. If there's a single loose player, they know that somebody's behind the bar, or the box even. There's the mirror window that's keeping a watch. They're going to try and pinch the player, force the motion. There it is, a great take. Always is in. He looks for the next fight, but 20 seconds. They got to see if they can try and isolate either of the sides. The mirror window gives the C4 the perfect route, and Shepard, he's tucked. They've retaken the back end. They've got the watch right on the default plant spot. The spray goes a little bit too high. He's going to hold. No, he's going to pop back up. Cannot get the full connection. Nobody can. He's on a pistol. And TT9 just eke out the round.
The flank from Noah being absolutely crucial there. You mentioned it. The Jackal's gone. Nothing there to stop them anymore. All they could have had was a flank drone upstairs to try and realize where Noah was coming from. There was nothing else to protect him. No claymores, no air jabs. There was no gridlock track stingers on the board. Nothing like that. So Noah drops down. He gets that first. That was huge. He shouldn't have gone the second, though.
No,
that should have been a punish right away.
I mean, it's just that sort of connection. It's something that they lacked last time round. As we said, the biggest highlight was the synergy was missing from some of TT9's play. There it was, obviously, that little bit of a moment. As you said, the first, I mean, you don't hear the drop. There's stuff going on. That really should have been a lockout and a lockdown there. And I mean, it'll be a kill that might bite them depending on the result of the game itself. It definitely bit them on the round itself. It's a frustrating way to go. But TT9, they've pulled themselves ahead once again. Remember, at one point this game was 3-0.
Yes.
It's something that they'll remember and VP will remember as well.
Still, it's a massive improvement so far from TT9 compared to what we've seen last week. So.
I mean, they got one defense. They've already improved.
They got one defense. They got a couple of attacks. So, you know,
technically, they're
statistically massively improved. From what we're seeing,
if you were to look at it
so improved
on a line graph,
it's off the charts.
It's up there. Exponential growth.
I don't even know. Like
some Des business words.
It's infinite growth.
Why he sits on this side, doesn't he? It's a bit sticky here.
Yeah, I saw it as well. I don't know what he did there.
Oh,
that's an entry.
Yep, there goes Noah. No way you're going to be able to pull off the same tricks this round. Ha ha ha, always.
So smooth.
He was a little bit quieter compared to this game, but he's always been Mr. Consistent. That's the sort of role that he's filled on this roster. He's made sure that he kind of consistently gets that 1-point RKD. He keeps himself fighting. He's on the sledge roll. He's getting the lead in there, and I mean, taking care of business. That's sort of the always way.
Next up, breach will be made. This one is coming to the CCTV side. This is just to provide some depth to VP. Now they have the opportunity to attack Jacuzzi, but also to attack from CCTV. That way you might be able to go for a bit of a pinch attack onto the actual site later on. At least you're going to stop them preventing or stop them from running all the way through. With these long angles being created now as well for Cash, Joystick is going to be able to stop any rotation back from the actual constriction at the same time. So what you do right now is you start isolating the players on the actual site. I think Gisela is going to be the first one to find himself in at least a bit of a battle. He's looking to go out aggressively. Now, has been spotted by the drone, I'm almost pretty sure. That means a grenade might be following up to him soon. Does he have an ADS ready for himself?
I mean, that's the worry, that's the pressure. Look at this, Virtus Pro, they're just surrounding it. Two players are trying to fight their way back up the main stairs. The Solace is playing underneath as well. They're sort of able to get one across, but not for very long. There's only a single player inside the site. They're trusting the Solace and a lot of the softs and maybe the rotation of the drones. They get it down on one. They don't get the pick up on the back. Kendrew, he's gone onto the back end. They're trying to find the player, but, well, if there's a Solace underneath, all you got to do is get yourself hopped up onto the bed. And they cannot quite get you. It's a very steadily made one, and there it is. It doesn't matter what he does from that angle. He's not going to stop the plant. He's got to fight his way up. Another flawless here. That is our 5th of the game. 2 have gone Virtus Pro's way, and the 4 of this game, I can count,
Yeah, I was like...
The two of TT9 have been a long, long way.
I was like, looking, it's like, where's the
Listen,
two?
it's been a long time since I've had to do any math. Maths.
Tactical timeout. You gotta clarify.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of makes sense there. You cannot argue with how that was played. Virtus Pro read that, well, there's not really much on site. They obviously got the very early take. And then they went, well, let's take site. They watched the rotate. That's the most important part. Before they went for the execute onto the player, they had themselves watching the top of main stairs, and there was hot pings on the players that tried to come up, sort of making the statement, if you come up here, you will die.
Yeah.
And then one of them went, I'm going to try it, and died. And the other one went, I'm going to rotate around to the other side, and died. It was so well watched there from Virtus Pro. Every side, every angle, every facet.
So
before they made the statement of, here's the diffuser.
What it felt like to me is that maybe TT9 was looking to bank too much onto the Echo and to the Solace, right? Because they had both of them downstairs.
Yep.
Looking to see if they could catch the planter off guard or someone else. They have impacts, they have yokai drones. What happens is you also rely on your teammates to stay alive in the side a little bit longer so you can waste as much time so those yokai drones could come into play.
Well, that's entirely it.
And that didn't work.
You gambit behind a play like that. It can be done. We've seen it be done. But the biggest thing about a play like that working is time.
Yes.
Time has to be sub like 30 seconds for people to even be close to being panicked of like, they're underneath me, like, you have to have an idea there. Sure, once upon a time, Echo was invisible and could really divide around. Sure, there are a lot of places where it's tricky to get a diffuser down, but anyone worth their salt with that kid in their pocket, which we know Shepard is, will just go onto bed.
I don't even think
up onto this.
At 10 seconds, VP will start stressing. Have you ever seen their faces when they're playing?
That's
it. There's no emotion there.
It really comes into that idea of experience. Is a Solus peppering up against Shepard, all he's going to do is go,
Bed.
I've got to go somewhere safe.
In Russian.
He has knowledge of wherever that is.
Yeah. And every side has that safe spot, and every team will be fully aware of it. And if you know it's a 5v1, last one is a Solace, you're not going to risk it, planting a default spot. You're just going to go to whatever is the safest at that point. Kendra's going to attempt to run out with a P90. He's going to go for some quick swings, doesn't see anything, also doesn't want to get spotted. He's just going to be waiting. He's going to be using the SMG-11 for that. It's going to be
I mean,
very long shot to hit.
Yeah,
P90 is a bit of less recoil.
It's not going to be easy.
It's definitely not easy, no.
But is doing anything in life ever easy? Noah, he's under a bit of pressure. Nobody is going a bit higher. They've sort of got the angle here, and well, Pasha's drifting himself wider and wider. Kendrew pulls himself back round. He's not really getting a single bite here.
It's going to have to go back towards the side because VP's eyeing up on taking that garage under control. And this is going to be a way more useful spot, but only doing that punch is going to be distracting the players out there on the garage side of things. It's like, oh, we might be watched now. We have to be careful to not overstay our welcome. Noah up top of those mezzanines, he's the key to this round. If he dies, VP can take that garage under control pretty freely and then start hammering down onto the side.
Oh, Kanzo, you could sort of see the repel happening. He had some eyes. Joystick swings in. Noah took the dive to try and get out of there. And, well, two fights have happened simultaneously. One of them, there was a lot less awareness, I think, and it suddenly allowed this a quick drive up the stair set itself, past the ADS, past any control that they had here over the top. Giesler's going to hold on to the best of his ability. Kendrew's got himself there, propped onto construction window, making things a bit awkward. Always is watching the rotate underneath with the sort of pressure points and the hits. They sort of have this backline and, well, it's theirs. They might try and beeline themselves to a plant behind the CCTV cabinet in the middle of the room. There's this C4 that can try and stop it a bit. Now there isn't always. He gets one. Kendrew gets himself tucked underneath. That's Pirano holding onto the back end. Kendrew needs to swing at the right time. There's nobody watching him to try and pull off that play. Hey, remember when I said the power of this in the 30-second game? Well, they've got the reveal on one. Cannot win it out, and there it is. Hey, that's the fifth floor.
Good round coming down from Virtus Pro there. It's all we have to say. They managed to get those two very early entries. They got Garage, and we mentioned on how much Clubhouse is that step-by-step plan. And I'm just going to be recapping that round. They open up the balcony. They get that kill onto Adam, which wasn't really part of the plan, but it's nice if you get that.
It was just siege timing.
Afterwards, Noah jumps down because he feels like he's under pressure, because he was going to be like approached from the steps, he was going to be approached from the door and from the breach below. He needed to make something happen, but by doing so he gave away the garage. And it was still 1:10 left on the clock. So what does Virtus.pro do? Get themselves in position, figure out where is these last three players. Find one, go for the execute. Nothing will stop them.
I mean, it's the sort of fantastic thing there about what Virtus.pro did, was they had an opportunity. You could see that they were fishing for one. They spent the whole time weighing up options. They were preparing a pretty standard approach there on towards the top of the rafters. But they got that one kill, they snapped into action onto the second, and then they didn't stop snapping until they were right up against the line of the site. They had themselves a windfall, and they sailed the breeze all the way in to the top. We have now lost the Solace. They've swapped off, obviously. Different site, different place. Church, the one that was won before here by TT9. They might be able to pull themselves level from the back foot. The first time they've been on the back foot throughout the whole game.
TT9 has been doing really well till this point, because now you're starting to see the cracks appearing in the actual roster there, because I think they've actually tried to rely too much on the Solace right there, because every single time they drop down, it's like, well, we can stop the plan that way, whilst maybe a gun on the side would have been the actual option they should have stuck with, as it could have been the differentiating factor. Right away, they swapped off it. Things have changed. We are back in Church and Arsenal, so back into the basement floor. As an opening has been made, the drone comes out from Joystick. Dan, he's just going to hold tight for now, because we have seen players from TT9 and VP alike try and play inside there, but as some Scorpion shots get sent over, Dan realizes he is going to be pressured and doesn't want to stick around.
In the meantime, Pasha taking a very long firefight there from the AC units, and well, Dan's going to try and close down from the back end. There's a bit of a scrape over the top of Noah. He's being droned out. You can see Virtus.pro once again. They're circling. They're trying to bait and waste the time here. Remember what cost them last time. It was a Noah rotate from a sort of open hatch. And Prano with a kill with a Razor Bloom. Okay, that's a sort of pocket statistic. Dan does find a bit of revenge, but you do wonder where that popped off.
Not quite sure. It might have been in combination with a goo mine, because you are slow. It's going to be more difficult to actually walk outside of the range of the Thorn. Noah, though, is being spotted out. It's only a matter of time before he dies. Just the wall bang should be enough. There you have it. Pasha finds him. Noah didn't feel safe enough to walk out. Think he could have made a stand from the bathroom, but instead loses his life. And that's the roamers taken care of. At least, so they think. Because Chisla is still out there. He's still holding onto the hatch with that mirror. He could either drop, or he could go aggressive horizontally and stop them from playing these hatches.
Well, that's it. We talk about a loose thread player being the problem last time. It was an even hand that suddenly was tipped entirely against them here. And Gisela wants to be in that position to strike. Always, he'll get hit by a goo mine. There's a little bit of a deep dive rotation there. He's suddenly on the other side of a very thin wall, and if he goes unchecked, this could be devastating. The slow rotate, they've moved themselves off. They're back above the hatch he was on once upon a time. He's looking for the strike, but he cannot win it out. Shepard gets a huge kill. Remember, he's been in this power position. We talk about the calm. Pasha on the back end of Blue is able to find one out. Kendrew does get the drop on the hatch, but Pasha has one more there, and suddenly we find ourselves here sitting on map point. TT9 are 2 adrift, but they might find themselves 4 adrift of 3rd place if this continues.
Yeah, it wouldn't quite be a knockout yet, but it's definitely getting close to a knockout blow that they might be handed by VP in that matter. 6-4 match point. And what happened there, like, I mean, Noah tried to take a stand, didn't quite succeed. After that, it just all started to connect. It's that one flank that got shut down because there was someone watching it. Noah already struck once, so we're like, that's not going to happen again. We're just going to be making sure that this hatch stays under our control until we actually go for the execute. That's when we start focusing on the actual objective. Now, do or die for TT9. You have led by 3 rounds in this game, ever since you've only been able to pick up a single more. You need to find these defenses. You need to find them quickly. We talked about how they already improved compared to the defenses here today as we look back onto their 0-7 game on Heroic. And definitely they have made big strides throughout those 2 games already. It's literally night and day that we've seen so far, but it's starting to slip a little bit back towards these habits that we saw against Heroic. And that is a scary prospect.
I mean, it's obviously the tougher half of their game. The majority of it was at the very start of this showdown, and, well, maybe one of my theories is proven correct. The Virtus Pro are a little bit more of a late-game team. They really warm up into these engagements in the single-day best-of-1. I mean, you sort of don't really have that true test. Dan almost suffered.
His drone took the bullets for him.
His drone. Valiantly driven into the way, because I guess it didn't really have autonomy. It was driven.
Yeah, it was driven by Dad.
But he saved
his... my legs.
We'll say it was the play of the century. Saved his own life.
Well, that's you got to take credit for that one at that moment in time. Where Kenta looking to lean in a little bit. They know they're in the garage right here. Is he going to be able to find success? Because definitely a bit of pressure coming through. Hasn't found a single connection with any of those FBX bullets until just now. Takes down Pasha, player outside as well. He's going to go for a second. Not quite yet, always, just barely lives.
I mean, Kento, he's doing a lot of damage there underneath. He's got himself tucked just on the side of the half wall, the hop, and as the attention's paid towards the top floor, well, it's not even the site itself. You've always got to remember this. The game that's being pushed and pressured here isn't one towards Jim. Instead, they're having all of their focus driven and wasted here onto the other side. Joystick has gone for a big rotate. He's found himself in a new position. They're going to see if they can try and drive a grenade from underneath up towards the soft floor beneath Giza, but oh well, always just wins the fight out there, takes the drop, and they wanted to get themselves to rotate. This grenade won't get the catch there, a little bit too short. The second, well, they've already left.
Kenta wanted to go for the fight there, got punished, but at least that made sure always wasn't able to get that grenade kill he was looking for. Joystick, though, he's finding himself on the main stairs. He's slowly creeping up. No one has an idea about him being there. Dan's going to go in, finds Brano. Brings to a 4-on-3 suddenly. VP again in favor with just that single round between them and winning this with a 3-pointer.
I mean, it was a gamble position there, Prano. He got himself quite aggressive, tucked up round on the window. Wanted to see if he could win the reaction fight. It was taken out. Do they know about Joystick? Is going to be the fun game that we find ourselves playing in about 10 seconds as he goes for the slow creep up. The camera will get the reveal, the drop around, the rotate onto the back, and Gisela wins an important firefight from Logistics Door, suffers the scrape, but then catches the rotate through. Dan goes down. They have almost the third under their belt. They're putting pressure onto the opposite side of the mirror window. There's Shepard with the drive-through of the kit. He wants to try and win the swing engagement. It's not being offered to him. Noah has the split side as well. He's going to rotate his way back into the site, and there is a TT9 round. The first in a while, but only one separates them from getting to OT.
Well held on there by TT9 because Joystick, he was lingering around those main staircases for so long. If there was only like a little bit of earlier support or a bit of pressure coming down from the logistics office, could have been some success there either way. VP, 6-5, still match point. TT9, they need a single one more to find themselves with points on the board. And even if they still lose it in that matter, right? Even if they lose it in OT, they have that point on the board. Suddenly, the gap isn't as big to bridge anymore. They prefer to win. Don't get me wrong, everybody does. They're here to win, not to get points. But they also need to look at the 0-7 there, and if they manage to find points here today against Virtus Pro, that is a massive win already, and it keeps them in the fight.
I mean, there's always sort of... It's the strange statement that you make in a league where you go, they need these points. Okay, yeah. Obviously.
Yes, of course.
You always need points.
Why else would you be playing in a competitive league?
There's no better response towards the team that's sort of taken the reigning world champions.
Yes.
As to then take them bouncing back from an 0-7. And sure, there's so much coulda, woulda in that. There's so much, well, he beat me and I beat him and whatever. But at the same time, it's still a confidence booster. It's still... We've not been a roster for the longest amount of time. We've done this against these historic players. Where is our limit? The limit currently is potentially one more round, or it might be a little bit more of a drive.
I like these Capcan traps, by the way. On the side, they are, you know, probably going to be triggered late. because normally that is not the first entry point you go for. And what I expect is one of the VP players will be going there later on to put some pressure down. Den walks in as the execute happens to take a swing to the right, gets instantly blown up by the entry denial devices, and that will be a free kill if they don't drone it out first, which is usually what happens here. Noah with a very dangerous rotate back out from the jacuzzi wall, probably hurt the rappel and knew he wasn't under an immediate threat, but still a dangerous one to take as Prano almost loses his life out there.
Yeah, Prano's off on the width, and I was going to raise a little bit of a question. Now I'm going to highlight that, is what is Joystick achieving with the Jackal? I don't think we've really seen too many players get caught out. They've had a confidence to move around the map, and Joystick suffered multiple times whilst being in the role on that side of an entry. And, you know, Jackal's not the most common pick. Buck is, but Giesler's able to find Dan, remove him from the board, and suddenly TT9 have a two-body advantage. They have full control of the map still as well. Looks like we're heading to an OT, Hap.
Looks like we are going for overtime because still players around on the top floor didn't get droned out. So as soon as they start knocking onto the side on the side of VP, those two players are going to be coming back. They're going to be striking them right in their backs. And as always, we'll find Noah first. Is he going to go for the swing? No, he's not. He's just going to run down the staircase, steps into another goo mine, and that's going to be the cue potentially for Noah to start moving up. At least Kanto will. And those two players, those can really deny VP their full point victory here. As they start opening up on the kitchen, just making sure all that verticality is taken care of. Stop them from using these spots. But surely something should start to ring right now. Where are these players?
Oh, Pasha desperately wanted that kill. Kendrew got so close to being dropped. You're looking at some damage done to Prano and Kanto and Noah as well. It won't take much to push them over the brink, but the important part is the drive itself here. The pressure onto pipes. Prano's got himself tucked quite aggressively there, hoping somebody goes for the default plant. Instead, they've dropped for the opposite end, and suddenly they all move round. Pasha cannot win out the fight. It's all across the board there, but the kit removed is the main important part. Always on the back end of the A case, they pretty much know where he is. They're not giving him anything for this, and a 3 versus 1. The width finds the first. The second gets him back, though. TT9 pull themselves over the line. We're going to OT.
And with that, we've seen these 12 rounds. Points are on the board for TT9, also for Virtus Pro, but they are looking for that victory as they want to go for that top 3. Currently, they're inside. But, you know, will they be at the end of the day? That's always that big question. And actually, I was just thinking about this. I mean, you know how in some sports they have that, like, tournament championship belts that, you know, you carry along if you get the champion? And
you mean in wrestling?
Yes, that was it. Sorry.
I don't know of any other sport that has a belt.
Either way, the wrestling championship
I would
belts.
love the Champions League to have belts.
Either way, if we use that system, VP is the current world champion. Right? Because they beat G2. They have.
Okay, you're talking about we beat the world champion belt, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
If TT9 win this, the team that was formed like 5 days before the start of the season, they'll be the current reigning champions according to that system.
That's true.
It's fun to keep track of.
A system of stage. Winners devised and decreed by who has a belt is, I mean, it works for wrestling. Why can't it work for Siege?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
There was I want more Siege wrestling callouts. Was it Jinxie did one for Bolo in a 1 versus 1? That's the content this world needs.
We need to start working on that. So
you need.
We should start doing
pro players.
Intros.
Please call. Yeah. Oh my God. Anyway, 6 apiece. Virtus Pro. They lead in with their defense. It's been an even-handed game, but if you look at just their half, their last 3 defenses were all successful. They had a good drive. They had a good sort of end to it, and that's that sort of thing that might worry TT9 at this point. Sure, they've just clawed 2 rounds in a row. It's been a bit of a back and forth of we take 3, you take 3. There's only been a singular break in that 3 apiece meta. Now they are lined up to get their 3rd here. They're trying to find an in. They're trying to find this on the slower and steadier approach. The one difference is Giesler on the nook, but nobody is offering themselves to them.
It's a very heavy turtle right here from Virtus Pro, right? They're not giving any of these roamers. This was the successful round they had in round 6 back when they were on the defense. Not give them any roamers. Make sure there was no multi to take control of the dirt tunnel as well. And you're just not always playing out there. He's contesting it. He's making sure they don't really gain any ground there, even though I believe they're looking to take it as we speak. Cameras are being watched. He's about to be moving through, of course, the Nook, and there's going to be C4 to pop off onto Kento. It's going to be the sledge removed. That's some big utility gone. Grenades and the ability to open up vertically. It's definitely something VP will be happy with.
Now, what are you going to do? We've talked about the importance of time. We've said, hey, it's something you got to keep an eye on. It's something they could have wasted before. And, well, they're playing what can be a bit of a strict direct. You're looking at Prano, you're looking at that Ossa, you're looking at maybe an opportunity to tuck yourself onto a side. It's not quick to deploy that Talon shield, but once it's down without these impacts that are being utilized primarily to try and stop the break, there's the Nook, and they are knocked out. The trade is an important one with Dan being the successor. Prano with the pressure onto Moto on the far end. They're trying to route their way around. There's a potential chance onto Blue itself. Where are they going to go? Prano pulls himself away from Moto, heads over towards Kitchen and tries to double up here with Kendrew. They want to find a single strike. Well, they will at least want to make sure there's a single bit of support there. The camera is still in place on the opposite end. Prano's trying to force some growth. Always stacked himself back up. Dirt is secure for the rest of this round. 30 seconds, and look at Pasha getting himself tucked round. They're making sure now that, sure, it's a turtle, but it is a very big boy.
Very big turtle as Pasha just dancing around with Noah here. Neither can spot the other as he goes outside. Kendra finds him from the main stairs. Prano takes a lot of damage. Kendra needs to go aggressive now. Are they going to go and try and attempt to plant? Yes, they want to, but a diffuser gets dropped cold. 7 seconds and only Kendra left for TT9. He finds one, but there's not enough time to find the last two, and that means Virtus.pro again will find themselves on match point.
Second round to come down to time. This one had a lot more players left standing by the end of it, and a bit of a mad dash towards the fight itself. TT9, they are once again staring down the wrong end of a match point, this time with the devastating overtime before it. But, you know, it's been sort of back and forth. It's been all to play for. They won their first and their most recent defenses. They have themselves a good bit to try and drive themselves to the 7-7 here. Can they just go that little bit extra distance? The Doc in the role of Noah. They've pulled off the Legion, pulled off their play around the top 2 floors, you assume, but hey, a Doc roam on club, it's not the most.
I mean, it might be just to
it's
get
not
himself back
the
up.
rarest thing, exactly.
The 2 times I had success in Church, relying on that roam. The first one was the Noah double kill coming down as he dropped the hatch.
'Twas.
The second one was actually round 12, where we had 2 players left up top. Kenta was one of them. They managed to strike back and made sure that they really didn't have a way to get back in, and basically forced VP to fight in a sandwich, which didn't work out for them. So, that round was successful. Are you then going to be doubling down on it? Noah had been spotted, but he's taken down the drone he was spotted from. And that's going to be a punch hole, but no one seems to be coming from that direction yet.
You can say a lot of things about Virtus.pro, and to be honest, one of the things I would say is cautious. They're less likely to go against one of those sort of plays, but as the lockdown comes on Jacuzzi Wall, it's Pasha that finds Prano as the lead-in. I'm not sure if he was going for a peek. Yep, there he was. Right onto the window. Either way, he's caught and locked out. And, well, that's the worry about your sort of stretch holes on this site, is if the middle floor falls, there's not many places you can escape to.
Now, this is just one of the 2 roamers they have about. Actually, 3 roamers, because Kanto and Noah are still about. They're still fighting, and I believe there's someone out in the stock room as well. So, very aggressive here. I think you'll see if there's anybody there. Now, that's not going to be the case. And thus the rotate comes down. Noah, Kenta both going down. Back towards the side, I would assume. Maybe Noah will stick around on that middle floor just to see if he can make life difficult for VP, because they've already lost the entry. They do not want to be giving away more, but they also don't want to give him space, because 1 minute 40 for VP to start opening up these hatches and eye up a plant, well, that's more than enough for them to make that work.
That's it. They have a lot of time, a lot of favor, and oh, they might have a bit of trouble coming through. Kanto is watching for the rotate. The Bucks trying to catch them on the back end, but they're not fully feeding themselves in. Noah is sort of drawing all the attention, tries to stick the firefight itself, slips out and will get himself juiced back up. Kanto, they were surrounding him, and then they all pulled away. There's one close to the door. Gisla's not that far away as well. They've sort of held on and against the tide survived. And that minute, that motion, that dedication towards this fight by Noah and by Kanto might pay off dividends.
And Kenta and Gisla have fallen back, but Noah's still out there on Adam. It's going to be a blow-up from a C4, and Noah gets shut down. 4v3 still in favor of VP. The mirror window should be taken care of by the Excaris, unless they have something to do with it, as Kendra finds always on his way back towards the site. A fair on 3v3 with 40 seconds left on the clock. TT9, can you hold on? Can you bring this all the way to 15? Or is Joystick, Pasha, or Shepard going to be stopping you from doing so?
They've got themselves with the kitchen hatch open. There's a bit of the reveal of the single player on the back end at least. They're going to see if they can try and get themselves down to the default kitchen plant, but they're a bit concerned about the attention being paid to it. The close tuck player to the left-hand side, they're right underneath the hatch drop. Kendrew, he's in a position where he hopes he doesn't get checked, but can define the round if it comes to it. It's about to come to it. He looks his way around. He's able to get the first. He looks for the second. They're still above. They're swinging themselves down onto blue. Kanto gets the lock. Shepard on the back end. We are going to all the rounds.
Headed to 50.
Dez. Imagine if he started changing things up. We're going to all the rounds.
Is that going to be the call?
We've gone to some of the rounds, Dez.
Last week it was all 7 they played.
They've
at least doubled that this week.
Give me an A. Give me an L. Give me all the rounds, Des. Tim, if you're listening, you can use any of these.
We're just, brainstorming. We're Emmy's brainstorming for new ideas for you there.
7 apiece. TT9, they have clawed themselves back in. It was always possible. It was always likely. I mean, here we are at the end of a game that, let's be honest, a lot of people expected it to be a much quicker affair for Virtus Pro here. They have been sort of blindsided by, yes, a much improved performance here at TT9, but there's also been a couple of ball drop moments, I think, from Virtus Pro.
For sure, they've definitely dropped some opportunities there, and I think, you mentioned it before, like, how much did the Jackal really help them? Which they've brought for so many rounds. Would a Dokkaebi have been a better choice? Would a Nomad have been a better choice? A Zero maybe to get some extra cameras
there was a lot that was just sort of missing, I think, from that side, and working out the position of where to put him. Obviously the kit, when it is in the pockets of Kendrick and they're deciding to play an operator that has a habit of zipping themselves towards a plant, there's a couple of hatches that you can get yourself up right under. Oh, that's where he's heading.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah, he is going for an attentive drive here. He's hoping the call will come out from Kanto at the same second. They can sort of keep them very occupied with the attention. They're still going to do the work. It's a big map. You don't want to throw away the chances here of the win early on, but expect Kendrew to break his way up through that hatch.
You could technically have a couple people on the balcony watching through those windows, making some noise. At the same time, of course, the phone call goes off, and Kendra should have a somewhat safe way to go through. But you mentioned it, you don't just want to risk it on just that play. You need to have that security.
They're hunting this drone.
They are very, very determined.
But Shepard needs to pay a bit of attention because this wall gets pop open. And as I said, there might be a Maestro bubble in the room. Who stops you being able to use that? Oh, a Dokkaebi call that will come out and lock them out of any of their cams or their gadgetry. They've had to rotate themselves back round. They're prepped up. Joystick's on the side of the bed. He's going to be the big problem. Any player in that position should be able to strike down anyone that comes up through the hatch. But Kendro, he's getting himself in closer position here. They've got the drone out underneath, just getting the clarification. Yep, you can move in. You're free. The site there is free itself. There it is. Rolls its way up. Kendrew's going to shoulder shimmy and shake towards the hatch. Are you ready for this, Hap?
The shield on the bed is going to be a determining factor right here because Joystick can just see him go in and take him down as he does. Or if he falls, it's going to be the crucial deciding factor here. They're ready for it. Joystick watching for the window dropping, but that's not where it's going to be coming from. The jumping is there.
Oh, he's up. He's behind the wall, and he's holding on. They're spraying over the top. They've got to win the kill. Joystick gets it. Kendrew has to pull up, but he gets dropped down. The back end, Dan and Giesler find one apiece. TT9 still have the body advantage, but Dan puts a very quick stop to that. They rotate their way back round. They're seeing if they can keep a hold onto the site itself. Misses out. The worst point to look away, and Prano, he is all that's left. 40 seconds, he wasn't in a position to stop that rotate that came all the way around the back end. The cover onto the stairs itself. They're not going to take the bite. They know he's got to try and get the plant down, and there's still problems inside. Look at that bubble he's just drawn eyes to that stares with its big cycloptic eye right into the back end. The Valcam is the final, and Virtus Pro push themselves over towards the end and take the win.
They definitely went for a attempt right there in the end with the Amaru, hoping to go for a bit of that shakeup, but because of that one player on the bed, I mentioned it before, that was going to be the crucial factor. Wasn't be able to be picked up. They have to get off the diffuser at that point because the cover just isn't there simply to get that plant down. But TT9, they fought with everything they had, really tried their best to pick up full points here today. Unfortunately, we're not blessed with that, but still a point on the board might be the difference maker at the end of their stage, because there's still a couple of games to go for them.
It's a win, but I still think there's questions about both rosters, obviously. I think there's questions about Virtus Pro there. Dan himself, though, I think he's still steaming himself at the top of the rankings of everybody in the league as of this moment in time. So there's definitely moments where you can still look at this Virtus Pro roster and be like, okay, there's some fire here. We're going to take a quick break before we're back with the desk to break it down.
Welcome back, friends. A long and grueling victory has been claimed. Let's get to talk to our victors at VP. Hello, hello. Dan the Man joins us on the interview. Congratulations, Dan. First of all, how are you?
I'm great. A little bit disappointed that we didn't take 3 points again, but still happy that we got the win.
So, I mean, look, you are the clutch master at this point. Between last week in your game versus G2 and today versus TT9, how are you gathering that much information, especially on the Valkyrie, to survive so long into the round where you save the day for VP?
It's just not only me, it's all teammates that give information, so I can imagine in my head like where are all the enemies and try to think like how I can counter them, how I can win the round. Like, for example, when I got the clutch today, when I just was running away and baiting him that I'm coming close, so he canceled the plant, it was all on the information from my teammates.
Did you have like any camera or something that you were working off of, or how were you getting that info?
Yeah, I had the cam somewhere. I don't know, it was Valkyrie or Maestro or something, but there was info for me.
Good, because your timing was perfect every time, going for the bait and then pushing back, not getting over aggressive. Those are things that are really, we could tell. But is this why then you're running Maestro Valkyrie in the game, to give you that late round information?
I think Pasha took, he was playing castle first at the bedroom defense. And then he just said, can I play something else? I don't want to play castle. And they just said, take Valkyrie, you will be good on Valkyrie. And he took Valkyrie, and we had a lot of info. And also, during the gunfight, he was feeling more comfortable.
Then why were things so complicated in the start of this map for you?
We just maybe didn't know exactly how we should play. Like we didn't know how to counter their playstyle because we didn't have much information about how they're playing because they're a new team. And after 3 rounds, we were thinking about how we can, like, what we need to do to counter them. And we've found some solutions, the way we should play, like the pace of the rounds, and we got the comeback.
Okay, fair enough. And, you know, once you got to the second half, things also got pretty tight. You know, you're going to overtime, you go into max OT on top of it. So at what point do you think was the whole team turning to one another saying, okay, this is getting way too close, we need to close this properly?
We just you're struggling on their basement defense because usually people like when you take first floor, they were going away from the third floor, and TT9 just we were standing, and we, like, for example, somebody was thinking that we should kill them above, and somebody were thinking that we just leave them there and control. And we were like miscommunicating and doing some bad moves and giving the refrags to the enemy team.
That's how we ended up in so many of those situations where you're a man down or barely equal in numbers. But in the end, you're able to push it through. Like you said, a bit disappointing you're not getting all of the points, but it's pretty good considering the fact that the group is, you know, pretty tight with your opponents that you have in there, beating out G2, getting the points on TT9. It's a good time, I guess, to be VP. And I just want to ask, like, how do you feel the team has been shaping up together? Because you played with these boys for ages.
We are just like starting to feel confidence again because Joystick and Shepard were not playing for like 1 year or something, and they feel nervous because they like forgot that like how it feels to play the official game. Of course, it doesn't even compare to the scrims. So we just need some time to be back on our best shape, and we will be better.
Fair enough. And next play day, which is tomorrow in your case, and just 25 hours from now, will be your game against Heroic. What do you think we can expect in that match?
As I saw in previous games, Heroic look very strong right now, and I expect a really good game again. Like we already had 2 good games, I think it will be the first one, the good one.
And they go up against G2 later on today, so I'm sure you'll be watching that game with clear intent to see how that goes. But Dan, again, congratulations on your wins. Nice seeing you. Anything you'd like to say to the fans out there?
Of course, thanks to all of our fans for the support. We appreciate it. We love you. And buy the VP skin and keep supporting us.
There you go. Thank you very much, Dan. Congratulations again for all the VP fans out there and the Dan fans especially. They'll be playing against Heroic tomorrow in 25 hours. So make sure you have your schedule ready for Playday 2 of the week. Dan, till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
There we go. Great to see him. And guess who is the MVP of our matchup? I actually forgot about it to bring it up during the interview. Yes, Jack, I see you lost in thought.
Was it Dan?
It's Dan. Oh,
there we go.
There you go. I mean, the man is just incredible. Clutch master. He's been doing great. We saw him last week. We saw him today. He's a reliable workhorse.
I will reiterate this, is that Danny's probably the player on VP that's trying to look towards, I would say, the current meta, trying to spot opportunity, trying to make those plays with his teammates. And I really like the fact that he's been able to retain that role, obviously, with the changes that happened. He's a quality player, you know, we've seen it all the way since, you know, Milan, what was it, 2019?
2019,
there we go.
The MVP of the entire tournament was Dan, and that for me was the moment where the line solidified from the Gorilla song. There, the people that know it, it's Dan.
Yeah.
And then somebody kicked off with the music, and then it just goes hard. So
there he goes.
I mean, not really going up in the entries, but more so being important in those late rounds when it comes to when he mentioned, oh, we have the information on the player playing just passive, just aggressive enough to make sure the player on the side of TT9 can't plant, and he wins out the round on time.
This game really was a game of 5 quarters, is how I'm going to describe it. Obviously, you have the half where, you know, TT9, they came on the blocks, they looked great, and we thought, oh, were we wrong about TT9? And then, like Dan said, is obviously they got the timeout, came in, they really managed to recover it, play a bit more compact, and get the half at 3-3. That was absolutely vital, because genuinely TT9 were in full control. And then, once VP got onto the attack, it kind of flip-flopped. I think TT9 made a couple of hero plays that they got away with. Dan was talking about the difficulty of attacking that church, you know, bomb site in the end. We saw that in overtime where both teams struggled to attack it, and it came down to that one very final play where I think TT9 were way too slow on that. You know, it was an elaborate play, it was a nice attempt and a nice idea, but they were way too slow because VP were just able to get everybody back to site for it.
And I mean, specifically about that last round as well, they had a few good things set up for themselves for TT9. They had information, but they didn't keep in factor, for example, joystick on the bed, and then pushing up from later from behind. The beginning for me looked really good from TT9. The first 2 rounds actually were flawless for them. I was like, wow, they really recovered from last week. They're working together, they're holding crossfires. This is actually looking like a good team. And then when they got on their own defense, I think you mentioned the hero players, but sometimes they also worked against them, kind of, where TT9 players were picking gunfights that were so unnecessary. You don't have to peek, for example, a sledge in lounge when you still have a C4 in your pocket and you have like a man advantage. You don't need to peek that player then, and that can really work against you if you pick those aggressive gunfights.
I saw Noah spawn peek as well, which, you know, the problem is when you're doing it against VP, it's as soon as you let them set up, they are going to punish you all day long. And, you know, for a few rounds on the defense for TT9 there was a couple of times where they've tried to play a little bit split, 2 or 3 off site, roam, get aggressive, 2 or 3 on site, just kind of turtling. It doesn't work pretty much specifically against VP. Works against a lot of EU meta these days, but just not against the way VP play.
I mean, if anything, I wish we could check the lobby again to see if Prano was still holding the same angle that he was in the last round.
A couple of times that he didn't push in with his team, particularly on those attacks.
And that was the thing that we saw,
rough,
Prano, Kendra, it's just to give the example, but either attack or defense, there has been hesitation. And it showed in this game that TT9, with the surprise that they could actually pull off against big teams like VP, there's potential. But that teamwork that we focused on last week and this week still needs some work.
And I'll come back to it. It's a process. Brand new team, you know, it's a process. It's a matter of time before they will get there.
All right, then. That was our first game of today. At least a point going to TT9. That is a drastic improvement over our last day. So I really like the fact that Kendra typed it like big improvement. Honestly, it's good to have that sense of humor in the team. It really helps out. But I want to see more from our next 2 teams. M&M, a team that everybody knows and loves, they go up against Wild, the newcomers that have, I guess, broken people's expectations in week 1. So we'll take a quick break. We come back to M&M v Wild.
Pro pushed themselves over towards the end.
Welcome back, everybody, to the best league in the world. It's Europe League, and we continue on with Playday number 3, week 2 of the 2023 Stage 1 season. That was a mouthful.
It's a lot of words.
Yes,
Yep.
that is a mouthful of words.
Yeah.
I got used to it.
You said 2021 season, though, I think.
2023 Stage 1. You're not listening.
Maybe I'm not listening.
It's normal. I wouldn't listen to me anyways. So understandable. Anyways, you got analysts to actually listen to in this case. Hi, I'm Milos, the guy that sometimes they listen to. But Anne and Fresh, who you should be listening to because they are the experts in our case today. And we want to really lay out the case for both M&M and Wild because they have their own, I want to say in some bits, similar stories in progression over time. Starting off with M&M, team that has taken everybody by storm through 2022 and at SI 23. Not too bad. They're coming in. They're doing well. They're hot off the competition.
Well, I might not listen to you, Milos, but I do listen to M&M and I do watch their games. I can assure you of that. This team, this journey, this organization has been on a series of continual improvements. In 2022, like you say, 2 majors, 1 SI, and they did so well. They've continued that improvement. They've added in Nave, got him over from Navi just before the 6th Invitational. Was an instant success. They've added in Julio as a coach. They're looking to have every string in the bow that a team could possibly have with very little weakness. And so far, it's going very well for them.
Exactly, yeah. Only last week they played 1 game because they already had their bye game. That game was against Secret, where they had so much information on everything that Secret did, except for what was really happening on the side. So came down to sometimes them fumbling, well, their late attacks, but we know that they're really good on defense, and they're going to play against teams that are pretty good on attack and pretty good on getting that plant down.
In some ways, that's why I mentioned in the beginning, Wild are this new team that M&M were a year ago exactly, and some of the Wild players, they've had major SI Pro League final experience in the day. There's a lot of experience on the squad with Aces Hungry and now Packbo, of course, on the team. But Jegs has been incredible in his debut. Teb also has stepped up, Anne.
Yeah, those 2 players you can definitely highlight on this roster. You mean Teb is, most stats are yellow, performing the best of his team, really being a different player than he was on the side of Navi. But this roster, in general, has really impressed me with their EUL debut. They've won their 2 games and they also have a pretty good round differential.
Exactly.
That might be very important later on. They're leading +8 in regards of round differential now, leading their group. And as I mentioned before, they're quite plant heavy. They're really objective focused. They're really trying to put those major win factors on their side, and they've been very confident in their EUL debut, but sometimes I would also say they're a little bit overconfident when it comes to, for example, swinging players in Frostmats, and that, you know, that might be something that they have to work on, not being too confident in that regard.
In every single team metric that I track, and I track a lot of different team metrics, retakes, plants, you know, attack entry rates, all that type of stuff. Wild are in the top 2 of every single metric bar 1, and that's their entry rate, where they're 4th. Like, they've genuinely hit the ground running these first 2 games. They've been sensational. They've looked... All the worries that we had, you know, we saw TT9, the worries about a new team and how disjointed they can look. Wild have not looked that whatsoever. I've been very impressed with them.
And we said they were leading their group. They only have 1 more game after this one, though, because their bye is going to be on the final day. So all the points they can get from this will be super important. They have the round difference that's really helping them in their favor. But the more points they can get from today, the more they solidify themselves into the upper bracket.
I mean, guys, did you know Hungry used to play Ying? That's something that they have an ace up their sleeve, right? That was
really fast.
How many decades ago that they that they did that? I mean, Hungry did that. They could just pull it out on Oregon. Hell of a time.
Then I don't know. Maybe that was before my time.
Yeah, it was SI 2019 when
No,
they got
still before my time.
SI in 2019.
Yeah, 2020 for me.
Really?
I joined G2 summer 19.
Oh, god damn. No, I remember casting those. Let's pull up the maps in that moment. But I remember casting the groups because I had just landed and gone to cast with Blue because Emzo was sick. And I remember that happening in like 7 seconds, wiping out. Was it Norarengo in the day? It was all the time. Anyways, here is our decider for Wild. And we're really talking up the players here because Wild really have a lot of experience. M&M had been gathering a lot of it also over time. It's a good head-to-head matchup between the two. They encompass so much in common between them. And our decider is Club said Wild on the attack.
Yep.
And how are we seeing this?
Well, we just had 15 rounds of Clubhouse.
We did.
I won 15 more rounds of Clubhouse
no.
with how... yes. Yes.
15 more? Really?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I want to see that between these two teams leading their group. I think we deserve that coming out of here. Though one thing I will mention is Wild is in fact starting on their attacks. Yes, we talked about how good they were on their attacks and how, well, plan focused they are. But if you look at Eminem, they are unbeaten this year so far on Clubhouse. They won it, for example, against Sonics. They won it against Liquid during SI. And they have also their best defensive win rate on this map. But then when Eminem's going to get on their attack, they will probably struggle a little bit because that's one of their worst attacking win rates.
One of the things for me in this ban phase that I'm looking at is actually Eminem have been forced into banning Skyscraper. So Wild as a new team, you don't necessarily expect them to have a massive map pool. But the fact that they've allowed Sky all the way through, Eminem must have been thinking, we love Sky. We think we're one of the best teams in the world on Sky. But they also play it. Forced into the ban. I had this going to Cafe Club. I actually had it as more as Cafe because I saw how Heroic, played last week against. Sorry, Wild played last week against. But yeah, I think Eminem, they've brought Club into their map pool. They've looked good on it recently. So I think it's a nice battleground between these two teams.
All right. Equal footing on a pretty classic map. But this has a lot of the makings of a great match. I'm very much hoping for it. Sure. Yeah. And Fresh, thank you very much. Our second game for today, Eminem versus Wild, continues. And now with Happening.
Thank you very much, Milosh. I'm not quite sure if we are going to get another 15 rounds of club, and really wants it. Let's see if these two teams want so as well. You want another 15? Okay, I was going to say, they haven't asked us if we're okay with 15 rounds.
No. I mean, you don't like to do 2 full clubs in a row. You can do 2 full maps in a row. You can do 2 clubs in a row. 2 full clubs in a row, I think, as the first 2 games spells something dangerous of what the day will
What about another 2 clubs after this?
Do you know how they kept on going on about Hungary and Ying, right?
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, you can remember.
I watched.
What I remember is a quote from Nicholas Moritzen. You might know him as Pengu.
20 seconds on the clock?
Yeah, that fella.
Oh, yeah.
He said playing with Hungary was fantastic because it's not just the Candelas. The point that Hungary can do that not a lot of people in the world can do is he can play pretty much anything.
Yeah, that was it, right? It's like, I really don't want to play Buck. Hungary's like, okay, I'll do it.
I'll do it.
I'll play it.
We need someone to play Monty? I'll play Monty.
He's a Swiss Army knife.
Exactly.
But from Germany.
A German army.
Swiss Army knife. What? Hello?
Miloš is waving at
You say
Happening.
Croats.
No, I don't think Hungary's Croatian. DM him.
Hybrid.
He's a bit busy right now, but he might
The
respond later.
GSA Army knife.
You know how last
Got
week...
Germany and Switzerland.
You know how last week Desert Ace had an occasional Fresh pop in?
Yeah, we should have
Maybe we'll get an occasional Miloš.
Occasional
to just
Miloš.
Utter nonsense.
It's his own
I was
words,
going to
by the way.
use the word quoted by Parker in a fantastic cast at SI, the holy that went around the world, but utter nonsense also works. Hey, Solus is banned.
Not surprising. Is an operator that could be quite impactful. I think is a good way to say it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when used correctly, we talk about the waste of time. We talk about the pressure that can be applied in the dying sort of 30, 20 seconds. That's when Solus is going to be the biggest problem. The Azami on the board, that grim skin. Packball, what are you doing? Packball leading in with the Grim pick here. You've got a Grim, Glaz, Blackbeard,
Will this last? I don't think it will.
Monty lineup.
This could be either...
I want this to last.
I wanted to.
I want this to last to mess up people's statistics. Damn it.
I was going to say, something inside of me tells me it will not last.
No.
At least the Blackbeard and the Glaz are still out from the origin. Oh, no.
Is it going to be the full 5 repick?
Yes!
Yeah!
We're having all 5.
I can't believe that wasn't how they wanted to open the game. I mean, to be fair...
It might actually be a strategy to have for a different side.
Well, that's the thing about Wild, and that's one of the fantastic things. The sort of quote of their opening game against Koi was that they came in on round 1, and it was obvious they had an idea. They played mining, I believe, as their first site. They had a great idea of how they wanted to play the objective of this game. It's very likely that they'll pull out a play with a little bit more pizzazz than what we're used to sort of seeing from the sort of humdrum, because, you know, up to the way that CGG counts plants, which I know is different to some other people, but I'm just going to quote CGG for now. 9 plants, technically, are accredited towards Wild over the previous 2 games. I'm going to put a little bit of an asterisk because I know there was some conversations about they track things differently to actually plants going down.
Yeah, I know how they're actually tracking it. It's if the plant goes down, whilst the attacking team wins the game, also counts as a successful plant. And it's actually because the game does that as well. So
weird.
Yes. Well, I started doing it as well myself, just to stay on the same route, you know, and CGG in the game itself. That's fine.
I'm a plant purist. If it goes down and it's counted, it's counted.
We have different planting ideologies now.
A minute has gone on by whilst we've talked about it, and the defense is still kind of untested on the site itself. They've pulled themselves back down. They're not going for the full stretch of the map itself. The Claws are maybe going to play against these hatches. I'm not sure how aware Wild are of this, but with these mute jammers cutting the drones out, they've had to sort of go back up, re-clear the top floors and start the progress once again. They're eyeing themselves up towards blue. They're eyeing themselves up here towards the approach onto main. You know, but otherwise, M&M casts the chest, holds to the ground.
The thing is, there is a Thatcher on the board. You might have forgotten that after the original 5 that have been picked, and that means that there's literally not a single excuse for, well, this hatch to not open up, because you could just go for a double EMP, and if they are only relying onto the Electroclaw to do the job, because it doesn't look like they have any impacts near, they do not have any impacts near, just to C4s they could use. That means that if they just double EMP up, it should open up without any issue.
Well, there's an EMP on towards the church wall itself. That's going to get popped in. The idea is to stop any mute jammers the second, and the Claw goes onto the kitchen hatch itself. I think they've sort of read, well, the push is coming here towards the Moto side. If we can keep this locked, we get ourselves a little bit more safety. The floor's going to be awkward, so they still can't play the swing on the back end, but look what they've cleared. It's exactly to stop this Moto drop. They've forced any player that might be on the back end of that deep armory side, and, well, they can sort of try and eke a plant in 30 seconds. Some rotation, some control to the opposite end. The smoke canister's just going to stop the drop, all of the potential of the swing of the crossbow bolt onto the other side. It's Solotov that opens up the first kill, though. Teb, the Italian, has picked off on the far end. Nath suffering slowly and steadily as Solotov's also on a sliver of health. The pressure on the back end. Aces just miss out on the first engagement, catches the swing out, but Tyrant has the cover from the A-box. Packbull, he's caught out on Moto Door. Users has the lock-in with Tyrant getting, obviously, the kill there before, and, well, he won't get the next. It's Users and Nath for an M&M lockout on the opening round.
Nothing really happening from Wild throughout that round.
Yeah,
like they were doing something, you know, they were pushing and you know, pinching every now, but it's not like...
It was quite standard. It wasn't...
Where was the explosion,
It wasn't very wild.
No, it wasn't very wild. It was very tame.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I will be making a few of those.
I love the Cyclops background card, by the way.
Oh, the Cyclops
I think they have won the skin game.
All the new skins are very, very cool.
Yes, they
obviously, there was also the one by Kubi that we unfortunately cannot
Honestly,
get.
I would have loved it.
But it's a gorgeous, gorgeous skin. I really hope and look forward to the opportunity of them one day being able to have something in our game. But either way, the other skins are all fantastic as well. And then Cyclops is the one that I bought first. Oh, it's stunning. It's
amazing.
It's so Cyclops.
Was it a UMP? It's a UMP, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so Nath might be able to bring it. So I'm pretty sure he would have brought it. He's also running the background cards. So.
Okay. The starting round there, it was a bit slow and steady from Wild. It's your first attack here onto Club. Club, you know, it's a map that a lot of people know. It's a map that, as we've seen, was a bit of a slog match in the previous showdown, the full 15 rounds between the two teams. M&M, it was a very solid first hold that doesn't really work as well as in a Turtle does the other two sites. So this one should be a little bit more of a fire-out fight. Look at the Ex-Kairos prepped on all of those castles before they pop them.
They're not going to pop them yet, so they want to go for some like instant aggression. So all three are going to be opening up now.
Oh, here we go.
Some people ready. See if they can pick up anybody. No one is home currently from the side of M&M, or at least no one is trying to challenge it. But at least all of them are going to be open. They could have done that with the Sledgehammer, of course, as well. But this is just more cool this way.
There it is. They get that holding wall on the site itself popped open, throw the pocket EMP. They've also opened up construction during that. They're going for something very well put together and timed here. And they haven't been rewarded with a body on the opposite end for it. M&M, although these angles and openings have opened themselves up, the single soft and hard there onto the side of Jacuzzi is... They're trying to bait the entrance, but Jegs just gets that smashed open. Nello obviously has the chance to loop a C4 over the top. He doesn't want to go for the entire swing here. Tyrant still tucked in on the far end. The CC wall starts to open, but the castle there, put with the heart, stacked up, it really offers a lot to Rafters here.
This is going very slowly, doesn't want to give away the game.
Quiet ladder.
Quiet ladder coming through. The big hole that has been created earlier by the Thermite. There it is, that's a free one. There's a push through for the second. Potentially sees it now. That's the kill coming through. Tyron picked up, and now suddenly Wild will find themselves with a 2-minute advantage before they get far back on.
There it is. They've been able to find a kill with the smoke. In the meantime, Solotov scrapes ahead and almost slips out of there, but actually tucks himself in a little bit closer towards the fight. Nafe, he's stuck under. The fight is dipped and rolled around. Tried to bait it. Packbull's caught out. Solotov. He swings them back in. Jegs inside the site. They're going to go for the rotate back round. The site is currently in the control of Wild. They have the kit in there as well, but with the hot pings coming through, they are not confident. They want to try and win the fight with the 50 seconds that they've got. The drive comes around the corner. Jegs, he swings on. He gets it locked in. There's Hungry on the back end, in fact, getting the end of it. The 2 versus 1. The shotgun not round the side. The smoke canister. If either of them gets a whiff of it, they're gone. Hungry's going to try and stick the plant in the meantime. Jegs is watching one way. They're hoping for the reveal on the other. Hungry's going to stick it. There's that second smoke. It doesn't quite get them. There's the quad. Can Solotov get the ace on the back end? He cannot! Just a sliver too high, but eked out the rest of the round. Wild bounce back.
Almost able to secure that round. It was so close. If only that, well, second smoke canister would have gone through the door, you might have been able to go for the lockout there. But all those what ifs. An incredible attempt by Solotov, but as you mentioned, Wild able to find themselves around as well. And this one looked more like Wild compared to the last one. Ace is just getting through, finding the opening, finding that double kill to get it with the rest of the team, making the opening happen on the side itself. We didn't really see that when we were in church. Like, yes, they were trying to look for openings, but because they were so turtled, there wasn't any they could work with. And now they're going to try and do the same, but we're headed to CCTV. Now, we always talk about how Clubhouse is that step-by-step map. This is why. Step 1 will be to open up the balcony outside. Step 2 is to take control of the garage, which is currently being reinforced by users. He's most likely going to be using most his magnets there onto the little, lights that hang above the garage, just to catch any form of projectile flying at him. Just makes it a bit easier to keep a control of those mezzanines. At the same time, we see a lot of these long angles being created by M&M here, just to try and challenge whoever wants to throw up any vertical grenades towards those players up top. And I think Solotov will be tasked with defending that.
Getting himself the softs on those doors means that nobody's going to slowly creep in with the quiet entrance on the far end of Strip and certainly make a bit of a strike round on the back. It sort of shortens a big portion of the map that's otherwise not really going to be tested and played anyway, unless you decide to try and go for something very bold. But it's not the MO, it's not the case here, and it's not the causation they want. Instead, it's more of a top floor cutoff. The roll of the Thatcher, this wall will get popped open. There's no stress or pressure. The Selmas and Nello gets Jegs on the back end, and suddenly Hungry does get Nello back. He was in a position there, not entirely sure, underneath, inside stock, the Ash Breach. He's able to find it from the side of stock door, gets the rotating player, causes some damage. Hungry and Solotov find each other once again underneath. They're drawing some attention. The Valk sort of saying, come find me. I'm making things awkward for you around stock. It's a fight where they're not really seeing anything other than bullet traces and maybe calls coming out from the side of Intel and drones. There's yellow pings. There's 3 Wild players going for the lockdown here. They can't dedicate everything towards this, though, because, well, this is what they do. Rotate off the drop background. They found themselves new territory, and the attention has fully been drawn here.
That's going to be wasting even more time from the Wild players, because they literally just put 3 players towards hunting down Solotov, who then just disappeared. Going downstairs. Now will be popping up in a completely different spot. Maybe even behind some of these Wild players. He has that Valkyrie camera that is currently being watched by one of his teammates, Nello, just to give him the information he needs. Like, hey, it is currently clear. You can start moving up to wherever you need to be. You do not have to worry about being chased. Because Aces right now is coming in right underneath the rafters there. It's Tab actually with a beautiful shot onto Tyrant that takes the garage under control. And that means Solotov now is in a position to try and retake that garage, or at least throw something in the works right here, but Packbull finds him successfully.
There were yellow pings, and there was a single door he could swing from. Now, in the 4 versus 2, they take an important fight outside. They try and make sure that the territory, although small, is still awkward on the approach. This grenade tucks itself in close. He doesn't get quite the red marker, so he sits and waits, but Hungary has the cross angle. The fire comes out on the wrong side, watches for the rotate, and doesn't want to pull the goo mine out just yet. 30 seconds. They have the kit still in pocket. They have nothing to stop this from range other than going for the swing and the fight itself. The slightly new positioning, the bait, the motion, and the movement. They're pre-firing every single angle just to get themselves in the building. Packbull, he's going for the plant. The first take is Uses. Looks for the second and gets the down. Packbull swings and wild. Well, that's the second round in a row. But a second one that's nail-biting.
3v1, potentially post line coming through. Just having to get off there because both your covers died. Well done by Wild though. They took the control they needed. They found themselves the opening. They got Garage. Beautiful angle from Tep, by the way, where he was able to basically clear that out for the rest of his team. And they proceed from there. In the lead now, Wild. After a very tame first round, these last two have looked way better. And to some extent, this might be the battle for the first place. Like, whoever wins this is going to be finding themselves in a really good position to go over to that top spot, which of course gives you a bye in the next stage. Next phase, I have to say. And as we go through, it is, of course, well, that new team that is still like that unknown factor. And yes, of course, we've seen them play, but then they revamped their roster as well. And they come in with that aggression, like, I don't know what it is, like, what exactly to name it, but it's like controlled, very successful, very effective, and teams just not really sure on how to deal with it now. But my question on those kind of playstyles is often like, how long will it last before teams will start working out how to play against it?
This is the thing, though. Over the past 2 rounds, and yeah, they've been nail biters. They've come right down to the end. The first was almost an ace from Solotov to be the reason we got into that situation, and the second there it was a 1 versus 3, almost clutched against it.
Yes.
Wild are still running with a great consistency game. They're still focused on the objective. They're still eyeing up the cause and the case of, well, we have the number of who we're up against here, and M&M, regardless of how long a team takes to get a read against them played, it's still struggling, I would say, to get a full handle outside of that opening round.
If rounds 2 and 3 were M&M on the defense, on the attack, I mean, they would have lost it, considering it was like 1v3 and 1v5. That's, you know, that's just how it goes for them. I always seem to lose those. It's a bit of sarcasm, by the way. For those that don't know.
Thanks for clarifying.
I mean, there's maybe people watching. It's like, what do you mean they will always lose a 5v1?
It's like,
it's just what they do. It's their brand.
Yeah.
So let's look from above. Has he been spotted by a drone? Is always that big question. Don't think he has currently. Oh, well, he definitely has been. They try to bait him out there with opening up for the X-Scars. They knew someone was going to be above. And they find themselves with a free kill. Great start for Wild.
Grenades, hell of a tool in the right hands, and there is the lead in. The smoke's just going to stop the Monty getting a bit too close, but it's not really the fight that you want to try and entirely throw yourselves in. Support is coming, I believe, from the side of Jags. And we talked about Hungary being the sort of Swiss Army man, being able to play pretty much anyone. Monty was one of the operators I listed, where if you need him for a push, he's happy to pick up the 30-ton shield, or however heavy it is, and bring it along.
Slowly going forward, further and further, trying to bait Nello out of all the smoke canisters in the meantime. And it's going to be the drop from Packbull. Doesn't quite hit the first, gets taken down. Naif also gets injured though. The diffuser is dropped on the side. There's 60 seconds left on the clock. How are Wild going to be recovering this? Well, the answer is going to be double kill to come through, as it's now a 2-on-3 situation with still that shield active inside the dirt tunnel.
Nello is in a tit-for-tat fight, but all that says to them is, I've got Nello inside the corridor. Try and push the single man. Tyrant's holding on, and Nello wins out against Hungary. Leaves just Teb alone above the hatch. Drops the flash onto the first. Wants to pre-fire the fight on the second. Is going to try and just drive towards a single 1 versus 1. He's not that close. And M&M, they hold on. It was, you know, once again, a man down towards the dying throes of it. But this time, they come out on top.
This time, they do indeed. And they find themselves with that second round. They also know that this match against Wild is going to be a difficult one. So the more rounds they get earlier on, the better it will be for them as we proceed. But Wild, did they go too early there? Is that question I want to ask. I mean, they knew where Nello was. They knew where one of the other players was. Then they dropped through the hatch, unfortunately unable to pick up any kills from that, losing more than they gained. And of course, after that 2v3, that looked really good for them, especially with the Monty dancing around with Nello in the dirt tunnel. I'm not quite sure how the kill happened on the other side by Tyrant, but there could have just been a bit of a lack of coordination, like one went a bit too early and the other wasn't able to instantly go for a reply or anything like that. But those are those little rough steps you get over as a new team, right? Like you do not have that cohesion yet that teams who have played together for like last 6 months, 7 months, or even longer than that for some. It takes some time to start working on that cohesion. And Wild's already really far for the amount of time they're together.
I mean, it's always that sort of drive. It's something where, to be honest, Packpool's had an effect like that on a couple of different teams. Packpool's been brought in, and the teams found really good objective success against the top contender teams not long after. And coming back in, we've seen some top contender teams from this region struggle a little bit. Obviously, in G2, a bit up and down. BDS, a lot down. Heroic and M&M, in terms of other teams that have been at the major, or been at SI recently, have had a bit more success, I think, from their side, from their group. And M&M, they're going to see if they can try and keep that crown going here against Wild. You know, as you said, haven't been as tested.
No, not yet. And that always gives us that beautiful form of surprise. Like something that we usually have when the new Challenger League teams came in. Solotov, what are you doing?
I mean, well,
right after it opens up.
He's doing it right. He's doing it after it opens up, because if the thermite charge,
of course, then it gets destroyed.
It would have got destroyed. But right after, he's got to have a lot of faith that the audio he heard was a rappel going all the way to the top.
Well, even if it is to the top, he could just, like, you know, go to the side of that balcony and just shoot him right as he does it. So, oh well, it worked out. So no real complaint there. But it was definitely a bit of a risky move coming down from Solazov. But it worked out for now. The wall has been closed, and they would have to use even more Heart Breach if they want to open that one up. Nave is on a bit of a roam. He's just chilling around near the garage, going up the ladder now. Don't think he has been spotted. He's be coming right into the back of 2 players there.
Ooh, whether they know or not, it doesn't seem like they do. When are they going to strike? As soon as one falls, the call will come out on the second, and the E1D puts a pause in Nave's motion. He's quick to pick it back up. The Valcam has the read. There's the first. He looks for the second fight. Nave tucks himself back round. Suddenly, they have to have an awareness of what's behind them. Packbull is rotating his way back round. They want to try and lock down whilst they have 50 seconds. There's the fight. Teb. Very clean take and, well, problem at least averted for now. Sure, they lost a player, but they also lost just the Iana. They still have the means to try and smash themselves here. The flashes and the drive, 2 grenades as well. The tucked player, a Tyrant underneath. He's free to play there as long as that window is still soft. The flashes come through, the pressure and the pop, the preparation is all towards that single plant on the back end.
That Wamai is definitely going to be stopping Jags a little bit here. He's not able to move in as quickly as they want. Packbull ready to go for the jump, and he's not actually being watched this time. Digs himself in deep, goes for that plant, and there's no one to actually try and stop this.
Yeah, Teb, he drew the attention of Tyrant away from the window underneath. They're going to see if they can try and get the stick, but Packbull, he's driven himself all the way around. It's a pre-fight fire that Nello wins out on the first. Packbull looks for the second, but with the mirror window there and the rotate round on the back end, it just leaves an M&M round.
I'm not quite sure where that fell apart for Wild, considering basically if you look at the M&M backline, you had one on the stairs, you had one on the lodging mirror window, you had one in the bathroom. There was a player, of course, below doing some damage to the planter, which is why they had to get off. But like then they went a bit too aggressive, but they weren't really like convincing with their push. Like they were hesitant, wasted a lot of time as a result of it, lost out a player as well. And when you lost a player in Jacuzzi, suddenly there's no more cover from that hallway. And you cannot go for the plant anymore. So, kind of went wrong for Wild there. That they had something going, just weren't able to quite translate it, as they weren't able to shut down that one player down below. And it shows you how powerful a single position like that can be.
I mean, it was that moment there of M&M sort of having the response. the opening couple of rounds, as we said, sure, they got one, and then things kind of went away from them. They took a bit of time for all of them to start firing on that same line. The line that they can do very well, whether it was just a team talk or look, we're pulling this apart, we know what we can do. You look at the balance across both teams right now, and the firefight is really leaning in towards the favor of M&M. Great Gunners is always going to be a test of any team, regardless of where you've come from, what prep you've done. It's a very aggressive mirror window.
I'm wondering if he's going to pop it as soon as he sees someone out there.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. They realize the wall's going to get opened. So what you can do with this mirror window is, well, if they're trying to get the breach, pop it open, toss an impact to the side, and you'll destroy potentially any of the electrics that are otherwise being propped against it.
That way it stays a line of sight rather than actually having the opportunity of being a breach they can walk through. But while they've given away that they do want to go for the garage instead. 2 openings already made, drones are rolling out. They're trying to isolate Tyrant first, most likely, as he is on the front line of the mezzanines. But there's also a second player around there near the actual window. We're setting his drone, is trying to see if there's anybody around the bar area. Now, didn't quite get the spot. There is definitely a player out there that they need to be careful of.
There's those impacts I talk about. They're just hitting the side of it, but they don't quite get it in time. Yep, they should be able to get through that, at least as a crouch. They might try and get a little bit more. Tyrant just sees his life flash before his eyes. The burn of the bolts, the fire pushes the player. He's actually out of the way of the first grenade. Almost wins the fight against the second, but Jegs and Hungry suddenly find one apiece. Nafe with a very aggressive position, punished by Pat Bull watching from hopped up on the CCU window. So Solosov has to try and rotate his way back round, but is caught out on a drone. That C4 won't quite get the full impact, but the fight is the follow-up will. Suddenly, Nalo versus the world, and with a minute 20, 2 grenades, 3 flashes, 2 hard breaches, and a couple of bolts to throw in, spells a bit of danger here for Nalo.
Also feels like Aces has literally survived like 2 magazines being shot at him.
Yeah, he's really used a lot of his lives.
We'd say that's a 1 armor going through right there. Either way, smokes are coming in, and they're trying to isolate Nello. They know probably exactly where he's going to be. It's going to be in cash, so just send in the utility soon and know exactly where he is, and it's a flawless round as Aces gets the last kill. Beautifully played by Wild. Did everything they needed to do there, stayed methodical. Managed to find themselves the garage under control and actually got some bonus kills from there as well. So, well done. 3-3 split. But now the side swap. And we always mention it. There's 2 sides to a game of Siege.
Do you know?
Yes.
Do you know what Siege game had a 3-3 split on Clubhouse? And they went the full 15 round.
Let me just quickly go back by 1. Oh,
yeah, it was
Virtus Pro and TT9.
It was the game just before. It was a Clubhouse that had a 3-3 half. This has felt a little bit more explosive. I think you can sort of see these big moments and big plays happening, but it might also herald that little waved flag of this could be another long one. This could be another club that goes all the distance.
And might get what you want. Another 15 rounds of club to analyze.
Damn it, Adam.
You gotta manifest this into existence. Either way, 3-3. It's that even split. The Wild now over towards the defense. How are they going to be dealing with M&M's attacks? Or how is M&M going to be dealing with their own attacks against a Wild that is more than happy to take an aggressive gunfight every now and then? Are they going to be prepared for it?
I guess this is the sort of moment now. Obviously, Wild, when they started this league, it was with very good defense. They sort of had that as the drive. It's the thing that might get corrected and learned against and prepared for, but if anything is prepared for, it's an attack on CC, on Club. They've opted for it as their first hold as well, and with a Thatcher on the board, you're not really going to be able to get too much of a trick against this for not even a Thatcher worth their salt. The generic Thatcher surely can crack this wall.
What you want to do is a Thatcher and a double breach, right? So as soon as the EMP goes off, you have Selmas on one and the exothermic on the other. That way, Tab is never going to be able to trick both at the same time. What you could also do is go for some concussions, which is what seemingly Tyre wants to go for, but he gets taken down from below.
Usus does get the fight back on the back end, but they lose the game that they wanted to play. The Bandits able to set themselves up on the wall, and suddenly it's re-electrified. I take it back. maybe those disasters can strike, and suddenly M&M, their plan has started to fall apart there. They went for a bit of a back-end play. They've still got the wall left to get open. They still have the hard breach, but how are you going to manage it now?
They need to try and take care of the bent wires, but how are you going to do that? Well, you could go for verticality. We don't have any explosions, so it's going to be a bit of guessing work to go for, so that's not going to be very impactful. I think they're going to be trying to go for a completely different approach right here. Open up that garage and see if they can move up the mezzanines instead to get with Nello on that Monty. That should maybe provide them some safety, at least allow them to get close towards the site, but at least they will miss that crossfire they wanted to set up from the balcony, and that is going to be a big pain for M&M.
That's it, with a minute on, with at least some of the opening, and the Monty trying to cause some issues here onto Rafters, ping out the position and play against them. They've got to still go for the drive itself. Jegs, he's expecting the fight to come from underneath. There's about to be a bit of a rotate round underneath him as well. The 4 versus 4 with 40 seconds on the clock. All the ADS is still set up there. The Monty baiting as much attention as possible. Jegs is looking at every single direction for where this engagement might come from. There's still the players, obviously, as a support line. They've been able to get themselves tucked up and close. The Frostmat's going to stop them progressing any further than an awkward fight. The impact and the combination of a team kill and the Frostmat! Oh, no! A tragedy has befallen our team as we look across a devastating kill cam.
Pain, that's all you can say about that. I mean, okay, I like the idea that M&M had. If you talk about it on paper, it was a good idea, right?
It was a good idea.
You get the EMPs in to stop any ADSs, which means you can then concuss the bandit from putting it down, which means the breach opens up. However, Zofia got picked up before the concussions actually came through. All of the EMPs were already expended, which means that you didn't have anything left to open up the main breach, which then allows you, or basically doesn't allow you to have that crossfire, which allows a player on the mezzanines to just play whatever and however he wants. And that Frostmed out there, that stopped the Monty from moving up. So Wild really had that round in the lock and key as soon as the Zofia died right there. There was nothing M&M could have done except for try frag out, which they failed to do.
It was just a round, I think. Easier.
It was a round, yes.
It was a round.
It was a round.
Just a moment best forgot. There seemed to be a lack of coordination throughout that round from both sides. From the very beginning moments, you said with the Thatcher, it was good ideas, to the good ideas at the very end there, where it felt like there was just a little bit out of step with each other that led to an unfortunate incident twice. But you brush those rounds off. It's their first defense. They've still got that. It's still the 3-4. There's still chance here to try and pull themselves back on this. The first drone caught out instantly by Teb, who pulls himself back, doesn't want to try and be met with the swing response.
Opening this time will be made onto the breach. At least I hope so. Just wanted to get that drone in first, make sure no one is going to be going for a bit of a run out as you do. And as the opening is there now, the goal will be to try and find out where these wild players are at. Now, Tab already has been spotted on top of those red stairs. Now, Nello's going to try and get his drone out to see if there's indeed no one inside the garage. That has been confirmed. Next takes a bit of damage right there. Tab finds the kill into Tyrant in the meantime on the opposite side of the map. It's going to be a double kill from him before he gets shut down by Nello. But that's at least going to be the CCTV cache side taken care of. There shouldn't be too much pressure coming down there anymore. Aces, I believe, is being spotted currently. Yes, that's his one leg that is being shown to Nello, and he's going to go for the fight. He's going to try and chase him down.
Yeah, they're going a bit on the hunt here. They've got some motion. It's an aggressive swing, and Nello just catches one. Jags. And that brings the body balance back into at least an even fight. They've lost, things either side here. You're looking at a couple of C4s still sort of prepped and ready to go. You're looking at some that never will. You were also looking at, obviously, the aggression of the only frag grenades that they had on their team. The arrows to try and push some of this. The reclamation by Packbull gets that one back at least. But with the breach coming through onto the hatch itself, and that C4 not getting anybody, what can M&M do with this?
I was going to say at least they didn't lose any of the operators that were able to open up the hatches. So they still have that basic opportunity to play it with. Also, they could open up the triple wall if they really wanted to attempt it, but there is a bit of pressure coming down. I believe just a second ago from Packbull was leaning into the motorcycle hatch. Opening made as well inside the dirt tunnel, so this might just be a 3 split push coming in. One from the dirt tunnel, the other one dropping the hatch, and one pushing down the main stairs. As Naif just waiting, uses as well, going downstairs now. It seems like I have the right idea in mind. Are they just going to find Packbull though? Because he's the one that can stop that diffuser from landing on the ground and having the opportunity to go for the plant.
That's it. Look at the positions here that Wild have got themselves in. They kind of have a couple of 1 versus 1s that are about to pop together. There's the first fight, and it's Nello's to win, with Naif getting the tuck in on the plant, on the default plant spot. Aces gets one back. Packbull gets one as well. Usus is now alone without the kit in pocket. They're going for a wide rotate on the back end. But with only 4 seconds left, the first fight is his, and the Oryx is out of there.
Yeah, Ace is removing himself from the direct fight there, jumping up the hatch, making sure there's always that flanking opportunity. First of all, because the diffuser was dropped and it had to be recovered. Easy kill from the hatch, but also to make sure there was no opportunity to go for both the kills there. So while they find themselves 3-5, it seems like a timeout from M&M is being called here, because those last 2 rounds, they haven't quite been able to convert to themselves. And while it seemed like they were indeed the better team, now how are you going to be stopping that? You're on your attack. You are quick on your feet. Have the opportunity to instantly adapt to whatever Wild is playing.
A timeout makes sense at this point. Obviously, that's 3 technical rounds in a row here. There's been a lack of communication and coordination. There's been things suffered on the side of M&M the same way that the game opened up. And I said they sort of got their heads back together. They got themselves back ground towards that idea. Things drifted away a little bit, and they have to try and realign themselves. It's a fight for the top of the board. It's a fight to sort of continue here. Obviously, Wild, they've played one more game than M&M have, but a full fat win here for M&M. Suddenly the 2 teams are tied up, and M&M have an extra game to try and be the difference makers. It's a bit of a stress moment here. They want to keep themselves off the map point because the full value of those 3 points is a more precious commodity.
All right. Especially, again, mentioning it, looking about the fact that there's only 4 games per team to decide which of these teams are going to go on to the next phase of Stage 1. 2 drop out on each group. And that means if you stay behind too much, you are down for the count. Now, luckily, M&M and Wild currently both find themselves within that top 3, but I believe they might even be able to lock themselves into first place depending on other results and depending on who wins this game. I believe it was Wild that had the ability to do that.
Very likely, seeing as they're already on 6 points.
Yes.
And with a huge round difference.
The win, it would be 9, and that's the entry frag for Solotov to come through in the meantime. Attempt to spawn peek, question mark? Not really.
No, it might have just been a punish on a rotate background. You never really know. It's not the most usual position that you would kind of have that player in on that situation. You're obviously looking at a bar hold as well. You want to keep, I guess, some of that territory as live as long as possible. You want to have the man who can see through smokes alive as long as possible as well. Hey, what's that? 6 smokes in the pocket of M&M. They could not have picked out a better opener.
For sure, taking down that Warden is going to be giving you that freedom to use those smokes and set up a plant, because we are, of course, playing in Baron stage. Now, for those of you just tuning in for the very first time, this is very top 4 heavy on the defense, because verticality is often a good tool to stop any of these plants from happening. However, if you shut down certain of the verticalities and then start using the smokes and get that plant down, suddenly there's not much they can do anymore. They need to start dropping down. For a second there, I thought actually Nath was going to be trying to push himself in deep, but he fell back as the openings are being made. Did he hack that Mozzie Pest that was out there?
Can you hack the Mozzie Pest?
You can hack Mozzie Pest, I believe, but you're only going to be catching Mozzie drones at drive-by. That's a good hack, by the way, on that factory cam.
Takes the Vault cam. Yep, that Pest is... And it means they're clear to roll on through as well. It's the use of the Brava. Quiet, deadly, and in the right hands, it just buys you the control you need. Nello's pushed his way up. He's got the diffuser, as I said. It's very likely going to be a smoke plant, and the first has popped its way off. And without the Vault cam there, they've gone reverse. Another smoke has rolled on through this. I think Call's going out as well, and there goes Nave. The C4 over the top isn't going to quite make the distance. We have a plant. We do have a Wild player off the board as well on the back end. 5 M&M players stay standing. We talked about it before, the importance of attack timeout. Well, they are showing that importance. There's 1 for Hungry, but he's got to find a lot more. First, he's got to answer his phone. Somebody's calling him. Oh, it's the attackers. Oh, it's M&M saying, come on. If you think you're hard enough, come and take the fight. Tyrant over the top. He's going to see if he can put the pressure onto main stairs, but it's Users with the long range. 5, 2, 4.
You're correct. Well, it's still leading. A good round from M&M though. They managed to get those entry kills. They used the Brava to first of all get the camera inside of this site. They managed to take the Mozzie pest out. Not that that instantly does something, but you know, one provides you information, the other one allows you to continue gaining information. But more importantly, they managed to make sure that the hatch was not going to be contested. They were able to get that plan down under the cover of the smoke. You are with that Monty, so even if they would have tried and take shots at you, that shield would have reflected any of the rounds. Oh, yeah, that's not good.
No, I would say that's bad.
Yeah, that's bad. We'll find out whether or not.
We'll get that sorted now as Nave gets himself back into the game. A game crash. If you are unaware of how this sort of problem plays out, they'll have to play the same site again, same operators again. Obviously, attackers have the option to repick.
That's true, and the prep phase wasn't over yet, which means they can just go for a completely different lineup.
It was called instantly, so they have more than enough time to get those done. So we'll be back in just a moment. To be honest, it's something that I would say works a little bit in Wild's favor. They get time to talk a little. They get time to sort of weigh things up and talk about the round that just happened. It was their third site. It was their third hold. CCTV, they knew the play that came against them. They knew it fell apart. It wasn't entirely their doing. The first swing was perfectly timed, obviously, against CC window. They sort of read in, okay, they're going to try this, hit the Zephyr before a single stun could even leave the barrel.
Yeah, that was it, right? Like all EMPs were used to make sure that Zofia was able to get the stun off, but Zofia got shut down before the lifeline actually
That's it,
and that's all of it gone.
However,
yes,
the sort of collapse of that round was almost self-caused at points by Eminem.
I mean,
it was
it's more often, right?
But it is a thing, and that's something that Wild will be aware of. That's something Eminem will be aware of. I feel like they're going to go for something a little bit less panache-driven. They're going to go for something a little bit more direct to the point. Because if something with a lot of flourish goes well, it's fantastic. You get a lot closed down and maybe even a player. If it doesn't, you're left with no options. And that's where they found themselves.
Now, I'm just looking at all these player cameras.
Of course you are. That's all there is on screen.
And I don't see anybody talk currently. I haven't seen a single person move their mouse. So...
Well, you can't see Users' mouth.
Well, you can actually, it's like a bit transparent underneath the black bar out there, so you could. But I'm just saying there's not much talk going on right now. So either both these teams are super 100% confident in the next hold or push they're going to go for, or there's just not much to discuss right now. And it's just pure focus from all of these players.
I mean, you have to sort of keep your head in the game. It's one of the toughest things about a long day is... it will get stretched out when things like this happen. You get yourself warmed up and hyped and ready to play a certain game, and if that goes a little bit astray or awry, suddenly you're in a trickier situation, and you've got to try and get your mentality back together. You know, Wild, they're still around ahead. They're still one-off guaranteeing themselves some points from this game, two from getting them to himself maybe top place, which is our most technical T2. And I know they came in, you know, sort of taking over Navi's spot, who had to leave it, and their players that have T1 history generally, it's still, I would say, they're our promotion team.
Yeah, they are sort of a promoted team. Like, we've got rid of the promotions, but this is the closest we're going to get.
Yeah, this is the closest we're going to get, guys.
I'm just checking, and if they win this, they would be on 9 points, which would mean that M&M is, well, they could technically equalize, but, you know, round differential and stuff like that. Koi still has the opportunity to go for 6 points, so all they could get is 8 in total. Wolves still has the opportunity to go for 9, which would actually put them on 10 with their current score. So it's not 100% confirmed, but at least they will be very, very close to. And depending on how the Wolves versus Secret game will go, you know, that might be another possibility locked off afterwards. So they're getting close. Well, if they get this win.
We love an underdog story in here.
We do. It's always fun to see these new teams come in and instantly like shake up the table, being like, you know, we belonged in this league. for longer than we are in it right now.
I mean, that's it. As I said, it's not that it's an entirely untested team as well. It's not, you know, for example, when Nello sort of came back into Tier 1 with the M&M roster that existed at the time, it was generally a fresh roster. It was a lot of new guns in that promotion side.
Yeah.
This, from a team of Wild, is a team that, yeah, parts of it have played together for a while. They've had a couple of players, obviously, leave them, even coming into this from this moment. But at the same time, you know, it's the true test is, can you keep the pace? Can you sort of prove that you can? They've done very well at that. They've got in, and as we hear some great sounds.
Yeah, usually that means the game has started again, but before we get everybody hyped up, we'll just make sure double confirm.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to say we're in the game until we're in the game, because you never... Yeah, in the game. We're in the game! 5-4. Wild, still on their defense. As I said, they'll have to play the same ops, the same site. The attackers can change because attacker repick was still active at the time of the rehost call. There you go. There's some fun guideline book for you. Everyone at home, enjoy it.
Rules work, you mean?
There's some fun rules. Rules can be fun.
I never thought I'd heard that, like, I'd meet the day where you say rules can be fun.
Yeah, I'm only saying this because I'm contractually obliged to say it.
Literally,
rules can be fun.
When we walked over to the studio, like, we're going to do some street crime.
I did.
Was literally
your
did goal.
Say that. Yes, but, you know, I think sometimes you just got to live a little. And now that we've lost Easy, Stefan, who has gone over to observe for NA.
Yep.
And we've brought in Pietro Red Lake, who's observing this very game.
The Talent Stallion.
We have to, you know, teach them our ways.
The second NA observer doesn't have a nickname yet. It's the only one currently. We need to work on that. Either way.
It's hard to come up with a nickname for Schreikel.
Yeah, I know. It works in Dutch, but that's a swear word. So
oh no. Well, don't say it. What we can say is M&M, different approach. They still have some of the aspects that they had before, but the Zephyr's gone. The Thatcher's focusing on the wall that they want to focus on is getting this open. As I said, you can go for those gambit plays, but if they go wrong, you don't have anything. Here, they should at least have the wall. They're doing everything right. They've got the double hard breach. They've got the Thatcher ready for it. Teb should be able to catch one of these, but you can't really catch both. The X-Kairos, not the X-Kairos even, there's going to actually be the catch onto one. The Claw doesn't quite get the full pop-off, but does stop it fully getting opened. They at least have the angle, though. It's still an improvement.
This is still a very tough angle to work with, though, Emmy, because if you look at it, like, what are you going to be able to stop? Like, C4 is going through, you're not going to be shutting that down. Only really Tab running over to try and stop anybody from planting right behind the bomb chassis. So it's definitely not ideal. It's improvement, as you mentioned it, because there's something to work with, but it's not a lot. Grenade comes through, doesn't catch off Jegs. Quickly, the drones are being pushed back in, and the second opening comes through, so M&M this time will actually have something more to work with. Like an actual angle that's useful.
Yeah, they have the angle, but it's only slight progress. Tyrant, the misthrow on the nade. Doesn't get the drone, doesn't get him. They do, though. Jegs finds the drone and tries to find a fight on the back end. As the single ADS, the swing is about to come round on the back of this. They baited the audio of it, but you can see Jegs is still more than ready and able to shoot that fight. The duck at the right moment there, moves away from the fire that's pushed Packbull into this situation. He moves an inch and he's going to get caught out. There is the last of the Selmas. There's the last of Nello. Packbull removes them from the top end. The double down here onto the rafters. They knew it was a big push onto Garage last time round, and it's still a bit of that attention paid, but look at the timer. M&M, they've got to try and formulate something.
C4 gets shot out. It's not going to be dealing any damage, but as you mentioned, they need to formulate something, and really all they're currently eyeing up is that garage control. But there's still two players out there. What kind of utility do they have left? Absolutely nothing they can work with here. Tyrandel finds Packbull. It's going to be a great first pick to work with, but they need to start pushing up. Are they aware of the second player out there? Yes, they were. Fully flashed, taken down. That's the mezzanines under control now, but 17 seconds. Diffuser's still quite far away from the sides. They need to run a big sprint here to have an opportunity to go for the plant, but Teb still out there with that C4 is going to be denying that potentially. That's a double kill. No, just a single to come through, but that's a diffuser down on the ground with 3 seconds left on the clock and a wild victory in this round.
Another round falls the way to time there. M&M, they tried to come up with a plan B after plan A sort of fell apart a little bit. They did a great drive onto the top of Garage, but that C4, I mean, as you said, it would have been a double had they not lost the opening firefight on the top of the swing of Red as well. There was nobody in a position there from the side of M&M to pick that kit back up, to get a response, to cover that angle as well. They still had the player pushing up from underneath. They still had the player holding out on the balcony. And Wild push themselves towards a map point. Will they fell the third team here for the full fat 3 points? Can M&M try and tear this one back to get something?
Just looking at it, like, again, the struggles with opening up that main breach. Like, at least they got it this time, but, like, look at the utility it cost them. 3 EMPs, an extra thermic, basically all their Selmas. And then they had that breach, which they were able to work with, but not fully either. So it's always a bit worrying when that main breach just is so difficult to open up for teams, because that's literally step one. We mentioned it so many times before. That's the only thing we always expect to happen, that wall to fully open up. And of course, well, they played that perfectly. They did everything they needed to do with Decayed, Electro Claws, and the Bennett wires. But well, new round is upon us. Aces is going to go and try for a spawn peek, but instantly falls off. Doesn't want to stick around too long. Of course, a lot at stake. 3 points. You do not want to give them a way back in. You want to lock it off as early as you can. And Solotov will find Hungry on the opposite side of the map, right below the CCTV side.
Look at this. It's a bit of a quick pace to cut them out in the middle. They want to hold on to the hatches itself, and it's sort of, as I said before, sometimes a bit of a worry. Remember that it's not just about rotating from the top to the bottom. You've got to have the security to move down either of the 2 staircases, and, well, those are kind of being a bit watched and peppered with some attention here. Jags is holding on, at least hoping for the bathroom swing. Tab himself has moved away. They've sort of left the single solo player at the top end. Can they try and move down the stair set? Jags has said, well, it's safe-ish. There's a bit of pepper and pre-fire. They're waiting for the swing round. They've pulled themselves back further away, and, well, Aces is very isolated.
But they're actually trying to let him up there because he has the opportunity to play that verticality with, of course, the hatch in the kitchen to try and make sure that stays closed. Also has the way to drop back down towards that first floor if the pressure gets a bit too hot, because these drones are certainly coming after him. If now Scene Logistics is clear, that means the opening on the hatch will soon start to come through, and Aces is falling back, but he finds himself in the middle of a couple of players out there. Solotov will find a kill, and that's a great second kill for M&M to come through to keep them in this round and, well, even advance their advantage.
You could see he was trying to find an option to rotate his way back round or at least cause some damage, but the single player, the Nurk, locked in, is damage enough. Over a minute. M&M have all the cards currently working in their favor. They can start trying to apply the focus down to the site. They can make sure that they hit with a lot more time than they had before. There's a couple of C4s that can do some damage, the impact as well, but otherwise it's going to turn into a bit of a front-on fight if the Goyos then buy themselves some time. Those get pinged out. Solotov's drone will get removed, and with only 20 seconds gone, you can now feel the pressure coming against Wild's hold.
This is where they need to trade bodies on the side of M&M. You cannot wait too long because you're going to run out of time again. You just got to start throwing yourself at it. Try and at least put a bit of pressure onto the weakest point of the chain that Wild is currently still holding. Jesus comes down. The drones are coming in from blue as well. It seems like they want to be hitting it every single side at every single given time. With 20 seconds left on the clock, that's Pack Bull gone. That means they can now drop the hatch and go for the plant, and that's exactly what Nello does.
Tab with the C4 to default, but Nello has picked himself a new spot. Solotov, he gets his third for the round. It leaves a single player, but not for long. 6-5, M&M, they find a flawless. The first one in a while, but it'll now turn into this, the final round showdown. Will we have ourselves another OT here on Club?
Well, we at least saw the 12 rounds. Now the question is 14, maybe 15 even. And predicted it, or at least wanted it. Match point. Wild. Keep mentioning it. I'm just saying that if it happens...
It's like you're trying to get her.
If it happens...
Poor Anne.
She's the reason why. Either way. Wild, how are you going to be able to lock this up and bring yourself to a full 9? Be the uncontested top dog of the current group. Just a single game to go afterwards. It's exciting to see Wild play, though. Like, just coming in and there's some, you know, old names, and technically all of them have experience in like, you know, the upper levels of competitive. But, you know, some of them are a bit more experienced than others. Yep, Hungry, Aces, Packpool. And as you mentioned it, you know, that mix and match. Yeah, sweet.
That's the thing. Yeah, I would say it's more relevant for other teams because Wild have come in with a lot, I would say, more time.
Yes, they have had a lot of time to work on themselves.
Then TT9 is the comparison, if you didn't watch the first game. That was where my sweet reference was from.
Yeah, I know.
But here, Wild, I mean, that you know, there was groundwork there. As you said, there's sort of that experience that's driven themselves around here. M&M, they are experienced. 2, they're 1 round away. They've got to see if they can try and just pull the end. We talked about the importance of Nafe coming into the roster. It added a lot more structure towards a team that sometimes struggled with it.
As we go for Church, Tyrant leading the charge here. He's just about on stock. Now he should be droned out momentarily if they drive far enough forward. There goes one. There's a drone, has to be spotted, falls back instantly. Doesn't want to stick around and take the fight or a 50-50 because they would know of his position. And, you know, you can fall back safely now, but that doesn't stay the case if you stay up there because M&M is slowly starting to wrap themselves around you at that point. It's the right call made there. But it does mean there's one less roamer to worry about. I'm not quite sure how many they are running currently on the side of Wild. Doesn't seem to be any. And that means they can start the preparative work. Open up these hatches, open up verticality, get some fuse charges out there to make sure that any PC utility is going to be removed off the board on the actual defensive side. Wait for the impact. The hatches are going to be opened.
Yeah, waiting to try and play against that trick itself. They've got the attention down on towards Church. Doubling themselves down here, but without the loose players on the top end. Wild is hoping for the 5 versus 5 gunfight, turn into a bit of a fun fight, fair for them. With the stretch, with the play around onto the back end of Dirt, the lock-in is something that has kept itself a bit solid for now. There's not even the usual C4 that's tried to edge its way up aggressively from underneath the push here onto Kitchen. They're really holding themselves closer. They're hoping M&M struggles with time once again, but this is an M&M that has a lot more laser focus down towards the site this time round. They seem to have more of a pretense and an idea of what they want to do on their attack onto Church.
There's also been nothing to distract M&M from what they're currently doing, right? Because the roamers fell off really early on, which just gives them this extra preparation time that might be working out. Firebolts are coming through just to make sure that they are unable to push out and allow Solotov to start coming through. It's actually Smokes, correct me. And as the 5-on-5 is still there, 30 seconds and Execute needs to come down now.
That's it. He's thrown one there. Packball from his swing. He's safe inside Dirt. He's popped it onto Blue. He's popped it onto the door there, but they're still going to see if they can stick it. Nello, he's found a quiet corner in amongst the madness, but Teb, he's found a fight back. Packball gets Solotov. It's the 3 versus 4. M&M, they've got the kit close to sight. They haven't got the control to get the plant down. They're a bit cautious of the swing coming through. Usus and Tyrant, 2 important takes either side. There's Hungry. There's Hungry. Gets the double on the back end. Suddenly, a 2 versus 1. Tyrant still has the vertical control, but he does not have much health. He has to isolate these fights to the best of his ability. How do they take it? Do they try and go for the 2 versus 1 over the top floor, or do they try and bait it in on a 2-story fight, wait for the swing? There's the call, there's the read, there's the attempt to try and find the kit, the first play and the second, but he's caught out from above. There's Aces, though, with the pop background. Has to just get the drop and the rotate and the defuse. He knows where it is, and he knows the key to hold. Wild. 9 points across their opening 3 games. They top our board.
And most likely will stay on the top of the boards as well. Incredibly played by them there in the end. The plan did go down, but they were able to fight back. That's going to be another victory they can be proud of. Basically confirm themselves for the next phase of stage 1. It's only going to be a matter of whether it's going to be first seed or second or third.
M&M pushed them closer than the other 2 teams they've gone up against so far. Is that a lesson that's being learned, or is this something where M&M just had a little bit more fire? That is only their 2nd game, obviously. They still have one in hand to try and catch up. catch-up is the name of the game, though, for this group.
It definitely will be, because Wild, well, ironically, with Usain Bolt behind him, is running away in this group. So they are going to be able to, well, potentially even top this off unbeaten. Who knows?
Well,
we'll find out soon.
Do our analysts think? I don't know. I hope so, because we're going to throw to a break before we're back with them.
Welcome back, friends, to our league. Blaster 6 is kicked off, and now we're done with game number 2 for today. M&M versus Wild, and it seems like our German squad has taken the W. And It's odd for me to say this because the last time we were saying German squad is doing well, not completely German, but so be it, was way back with Mocket. That was
a long time ago.
Pro League Finals 2018, where Mocket with KS almost beat FaZe Clan in the initial openings of the tournament, in the quarterfinals. That was the last time we had a full German squad perform well.
Then they went to SI and they had that moment against Sexy Cake, didn't they, on Villa? Was that SI?
Yes, that was right after, because they had qualified for SI 2019.
That was like Crine, KS, Lazo.
I can't believe we're hearing Lazo right in now. 2023. We're talking about Lazo. Anyways, let's talk about our victors, and we have them on camera with us. Hello, hello, hello. Teb, hello. How are you doing today?
Hello, guys.
Congrats on the win. How are you feeling?
So happy because like this was a team win. Like we put so much effort today in our match, and like everyone did his best, and like I'm so happy about everyone.
So how did you prepare for M&M for this week? Because you came off of a really good first week of EU League.
Again, I feel like we focus more on ourselves because we know our play style, and we can beat everyone like that. And,
how do you describe your own play style then? How would you put it to words?
Fast and
furious.
No, but it brings you to the victory. I cannot like explain everything or like
Can only expect so much. Well, it seems like it was definitely what you needed to take the win today. It's a very important one because after this, it's kind of, things drying up for Wild, right? You have tomorrow with a match against Wolves, and that's kind of the big performances you're looking for. Getting all 3 points today against Wild is a massive victory. How do you feel about, taking them to Clubhouse in this game?
I felt like they wanted to bring us on cafe because I think they wanted to prepare, like that's something prepared for us. I think, I don't know, just thinking about it. Club were really confident on that map, so we knew it could be one of the options, and it was okay. Like we won the fight on this map.
What do you feel there are things that you've still yet to have had to kind of lock in your gameplay or your teamwork?
I feel like sometimes man advantage we have to work on it because like we can we say we troll a little bit, like we could call some
doing
crossfire.
a bit of trolling, you know how it is.
We could call some more crossfire or freeze and just drone and make a plan, but sometimes we fail on it, so we still have to work on it. But it's normal, like we are together since nearly 1 month, and the coordination, it is what it is. Like still have to improve it.
Yeah, and I was comparing, both you and M&M in some ways, because a year ago, M&M was in exactly your own situation, and now you've kind of taken up the mantle and improved on it for your own matchup. 7-5, all 3 points, good times. But now Wild are, 1 game away from cleaning up this entire, I guess, stage before you go to the actual closed bracket. So is this the moment where we could see Wild solidified for a major? We know it's happening in Copenhagen in May now.
I mean, it's our goal. We're gonna fight with everything we have to achieve it. Like we're gonna give our 100% and try our best. We will not give up for anything, for any reason.
Look, you're in Group B, but if you're looking at Group A and now the big potential of you making it to that final bracket, is there any team that you see they're like, okay, well, this team from Group A could cause us problems in the bracket?
I mean, if you want to be the best, you have to beat everyone. So like, doesn't matter. Like you cannot hide and hope they don't see you and you get the worst team. Like you have to beat them.
Mm-hmm. Makes a lot of sense. Maybe something that teams in open qualifiers can learn of being casted or not. Though from then on, what can we expect tomorrow with Wild versus Wolves?
I mean, I think like today was our like that was the most important game for us because like was a test to see even if like we are that good against a good team like M&M. They're really strong. I think they're maybe top 2 at the moment in EU, and I think it was a positive test for us. And tomorrow I think we can relax now and play to win, but with the idea in our mind that we are probably gonna end first in the group.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking great. That's an insane amount of points that Wild has been able to collect. So anything you'd like to say to fans out there, Teb?
Thank you so much to everyone who support us from Italy and from all the country. Like they've been amazing. Like in 1 week, I think Wild community is one of the biggest now in Siege. And thanks again to our organization that has been supporting us. And that's it, boys. Just like you should respect us. I think everyone. Like we show that we are the best at the moment.
Don't underestimate Wild, and they're pretty wild team jerseys, I have to say. They're pretty cool in their own way. I can't wait to see the voice comms video go online in the next few days. But then again, congratulations, Teb, on the victory. For all Teb and Wild fans, we'll be seeing you tomorrow as they take on Wolves. Very excited for that game. Till then, take care, Teb. Bye-bye. Arrivederci.
Again, dai treni!
There it is.
See you.
Let's come back and talk then about our victors. It's been, I think, interviews with Teb have been growing on me. The Italian stallion in some ways. But here it is. It's working well. And 9 points for a debut, that is insane.
And there's really good news that comes along with that.
Oh, yeah.
Because while we're topping the group right now with 9 points, and Fresh and I were doing a little bit of the maths just whilst the interview was going on.
Maths.
M&M at 3 points. They have 2 more games after this. So they can get a maximum of 9 points, which would put them equal to Wild. Then Koi have 2 points, but they have 2 more games as well. So they can get maximum 8 points, which is less than Wild.
6
maximum.
plus 2.
Yes. So yeah, 6 plus 2. Yeah, easy maths here. And then Wolves have 1 point. They still have 3 games to go, which could max them out at 9 points for that. It's 10 points in total, which at this point would qualify Wild into the top 3, because the only teams that can get on similar or higher points are M&M and Wolves. So that's very, very good news to them coming out from this matchup, I would say.
So what we're saying is Wild are qualified for the deciders phase. They go through to the next phase. We'll have an opportunity to be one of the 3 teams that qualifies from that phase to the major.
That's incredible. At day 3, we already have 1 team locked in.
And it's really impressive for a team that's so fresh and so like with the new lineup, a EUL debut, for them to be the first team to qualify to the deciders. That's insane.
Genuinely impressive from this team that has also gone through their own changes over the past 8 months. And like Teb was saying, we've been together for such little time and yet we're still able to perform well. That proves something. Do not underestimate us. It's a message to Wolves.
Well, sorry.
Bless you.
Today was a big test. They were going up against a team that was in M&M, a very established team, a very good team that went deep at the 6 Invitational. So, you know, for Wild, they played against the Porkoi. They played against Secret, who, you know, no disrespect to Secret, bottom of the table for the whole of the last 3 years. So, going up against M&M, I'm like, where are Wild at? Wild are confident. Wild are good. Wild consider absolutely everything. The experience that they've got on that roster, between Aces, between Hungry, between Packball, even Teb now decently experienced, they have seen every trick in the book, and they're playing on such a wave of momentum that you do need to respect them. I would even go as far as saying you need to fear them.
I mean, yeah, you should fear them for sure. I mean, Teb called their playstyle fast. It also makes sense because, well, they got 8 out of 12 opening engagements going in their favor. I'm a bit surprised to see the, well, MVP go in the favor of a team that they were playing against, for example. I mean, you'll have to point out there is a very strong front line on the side of M&M. They really tried with that. They had pretty good defense setup, struggled a little bit more on their attack, but that's also where Wild came in, and they had, we called Clubhouse a checklist map before. They had that checklist ready with them for a cash defense. They had everything that they needed to keep that wall closed, and that's where I was lacking certain things from M&M, like going with a grenade underneath, for example, to get rid of the bandit. They had all these like ways to fix the issue, but it didn't end up fixing the issue eventually.
Still a close matchup that we had. Shame for M&M that they weren't able to collect any points, but That's a good thing for Wild. Like we said, they're confirmed in the top 3. Their positioning can change depending on other performance, and especially their game versus Wolves tomorrow. That could decide the number 1 team in their group, because it also will be Wild's last game in the group stage. So a lot to look forward to in that case. M&M, like I said, despite everything, still pulled it to a close game. They have a game against Koi and finally Wolves to end the stage, or this I guess, group stage part of stage 1 of 2023. So is there any major things that they need to look at, Fresh?
From M&M's point of view,
yes.
I don't know, it's tricky because they played Villa against Secret, and I don't think Villa exposed their flaws. So going through today, I think they got exposed a little bit with, again, it's that Achilles heel of the attacks that, you know, are a little bit tricky for M&M, where I feel like M&M just needs to be a little bit more fluid, just a little bit more opportunity spot, just a little bit more kind of play the current meta. They seem to slow down a lot now. They seem to try and execute, and it's going a bit janky, a bit wonky. So I think that'll be something they need to fix up on. Obviously, they've not got a lot of time. They play tomorrow, but they are a quality team, and I will say that for them. So, you know, if there's a team that can improve and recover it, it is M&M.
Yeah, an issue that I see from M&M that's kind of been happening a little bit as of recently is that they're using so many bodies and so much utility to get control over a certain part of the map, and then whilst doing that, they still fail to get that control or get that objective eventually.
It's basics. It's just little things, yeah.
It's like effectiveness of using your utility or using your bodies to get to a certain point you want to be. That's what I want to see more from M&M.
I think the song goes a little bit less conversation, but maybe the complete opposite of that is what's needed with M&M.
From Ariana Grande? Never mind.
Elvis
I was talking
Presley.
a completely different song.
Elvis Presley.
I'm talking a completely different song. It's like that lyric.
What is that song?
I don't know what it's called.
I'm not with you on
Any
this one.
Ariana.
You're on your own.
It's Into You, I think, from Ariana Grande. But I don't think, like, you know, the next line of the song, I won't say it, but it probably doesn't really fit the conversation, so.
It is true. A little bit dangerous, but baby, that's how I want it.
Yeah,
That's how the song.
Never mind. There's another lyric that we probably shouldn't.
I know it's a little bit. No, I can't even say the second part of that. We'll keep it at that. Okay. I just read the lyrics, and I don't think they're very appropriate for our situation. Jack, Ann, thank you very much. We'll leave it at that. We still have 2 more games to go as we just hit the halfway mark. One game I'm super excited for: G2 versus Heroic after the break. everybody, and welcome back to the show. It's Europe League, the best league in the world. I'm never going to get tired of saying that. And we get to watch our world champions G2 go up against Heroic in our third matchup out of 4 for today. I'm also your host. With me are Anne and Fresh. They're going to help me break things down. Our experts on the desk. First up, G2 world champions. Great day 1. Day 2, but fair enough. It's a stacked group. Not too bad.
I don't think too bad either, Milosh. And, G2 will feel like they lost themselves on Tuesday, which I think in part they did, to be honest. I think a lot of teams will do that against Virtus Pro, if I'm honest. But these boys, reigning world champions, still a lot of confidence. Maybe that Virtus Pro loss probably knocked a little bit back into them, pulled them back down to earth, get them back on that grind. They've obviously got a lot of quality. The one thing that I like about this team, and, we can, every time G2 gets mentioned, we talk about super teams and we talk about fraggers. It is basically 5 fraggers. They play in a way that it is as such. They try to do step 1, step 2, step 3 all at the same time, and they try and basically spread the people around the map, especially when they're attacking. And when they're on form, it looks really good. And when they're a little bit disjointed, like Doki was last week, it doesn't look so good. So, G2 are basically in full control of their own destiny, but a very good team all in all.
Yeah, and we heard it from Doki as well in the interview after they won against BDS. After winning SI, they didn't just take it easy. They went full grind mode. They kept working really hard. It showed in the game against BDS where they struggled in the beginning, but then after the tactical timeout, were able to regain themselves and come back. And that's kind of what lacked in the game against Virtus Pro, we can say. They had a stronger start there. Then Virtus Pro came back on their defenses. And G2 really struggled to take back the game towards their hands. They played, for example, like Jackal, a Nomad. They were worried about flanks. Dan stepped up huge against them. And they just couldn't get a grasp of that game anymore.
All right. There's some things to work on, evidently. They've had the rest of the week, and we'll see if, Alamau, his ranked experience, has been helping him at all in preparation. It depends on where the Claymore spots are, Jack. But now we get to talk about G2's opponent, Heroic. And, of course, Heroic done pretty well. They've changed their roster. Great opening day. Kayak, the Yak Attack, was on that G2 roster in the past, and I believe, personally, was not able to achieve his true, level of performance within that roster. Here on Heroic, it's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, and you said they did pretty good. That might even be considered an understatement because they did great. They got the max amount of points out of their 2 games, and they have a round differential of plus 11.
Wow.
So a clean victory here can really solidify themselves into that #1 spot of, the group and going further into that deciders bracket. But this game will for sure be a real good test. Yes, they played against the number 4 and 5 currently of their group. Feels weird to say that about BDS, but they also played TT9. But now to play against the reigning world champions, yes, this roster has impressed us. Yes, they bring a lot of frag and power. They have really good teamwork for a roster that's so freshly just put together. But this will be a real test for them, for sure.
I think the one thing that I really like about Heroic is that they've got, 2 very experienced backline players, but they've got 3 very, very dangerous frontline players, 3 very, very good fraggers. Now, the one thing that I like about that is that they basically find ways to just manufacture entry engagements, make sure they achieve it, and then just trade the numbers out. And it's really simple when you play Siege like that.
You mentioned it briefly during introducing the team. We have one player that we would like to highlight on this roster, and you just talked about the very dangerous front line.
Yep.
Well, there is a person on the back line that might even be just as impressive. You mentioned it, Kayak, in former iterations or former rosters, wasn't able to show his true colors maybe, but here he really is stepping up. And if you look at the players or the operators that he is playing, you might not expect this coming from a player with this role. He's playing more supportive operators. You see the Hibana, for example, but he's really stepping up for this roster, and I feel like that fits the current meta really well too. There are more support players in other teams, for example, Packbull on Wild as well, that are really stepping up and are making sure they are carrying their own weight, because in this current meta, you can't just breach the wall, plant the diffuser, throwing your teammates in. You need to be able to step up as well.
True. I wouldn't even be worried had Kayak not been dropping numbers. If Kayak was negative right now with the way Heroic playing, would not be worried at all. The fact that he's positive and he's, showing a lot of his true potential as well is excellent. I think both, we saw this when he was on Na'Vi, is that he brought a lot of good ideas to the table. Na'Vi had some great ideas. They always lacked the firepower to execute them. The difference onto this team is they've got the firepower and Kayak's playing well as well, which makes Heroic a very dangerous team.
All right, this is good. This is a good conversation we were having 3.5, almost 4 years ago with Uno on the stream when he was discovered, and then before going to G2, where he really went into his own, and that's how we remember him to this day. Our map, though, for this series, which will it be? Our 9-map pool, 8 are out, 1 is left. You know how it is. We've done the spiel 1,000,001 times, and there it is. We go to Bank, our decider. Heroic, they kicked off our stage and their performance on it in day 1. They go back to it, starting off on defense.
Yeah, and I think the bans make a lot of sense. G2 getting rid of Clubhouse and Border, and Villa. It makes sense. G2 didn't play Villa too well last week. Clubhouse, Border, pretty much the perma bans. For Heroic, they are obviously starting on the they don't choose the starting side. So to get rid of Skyscraper, Theme Park, Cafe, all big technical maps where it's big, it's slow, and you would have to start attack. For a best of 1 makes a lot of sense. Both teams high preference of Bank, therefore it feels like a very good decider.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree on that one. We have the 7-0, obviously, against TT9 that Heroic already have, but G2 obviously have good experience on this map, too. They played it in the World Finals against W7M, where they actually won it as well, and they played it against Oxygen, too, during SI. So for both teams, there is a lot of info on how they quite recently played that map out. And, well, I keep saying it, it's a real test for Heroic. Probably won't be another 7-0, I would say, on this map, but I really hope they can put up a good fight.
I mean, at this point, it feels like most teams going up against one another is a test for both of them.
Yeah.
In this case, it's a test for Heroic to see if they have real skin in this game to make it into the top 6, or can G2 also keep up the performance they've had after the win at SI? We heard it from Doki. It's the most complicated part of actually getting the crown. I see you want to say something, Anna.
Yeah.
Lobby's ready. Go
Yeah,
quick.
one thing. Both teams only have 1 more game after this play day, so to get the final few points they can really get, it'll very much matter today.
That's very important, especially in a hotly contested group like Group A. And Fresh, thank you very much. Lobby is set. Heroic VG2. It's happening. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. And yes, it is, and this should be a bit of a barn burner. I am very excited to see who comes out on top, because one team's taken a bit of time to warm up. The other has come in hot, hot, hot.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be an exciting matchup here on Bank. Now, mentioned before, it could be for a potential top spot in this group later on. But first of all, I just want to see how G2 is, getting back out of their side. They've got a win, they've got a loss. What we usually see is teams that do incredibly well at international events struggle a little bit in the stage afterwards. But if you struggle now, it's very, very costly, considering, first of all, shorter stage, and a new system of how things work. Well done, Doki, I guess. Maybe not.
This could be a crazy theory. I don't think that was an accident in the old chat.
I don't think it was an accident either.
You know when you said sarcasm earlier?
Yeah.
No, mistakes happen. GT versus Heroic. I guess we'll find out. It's big words at the start of the game. How will they end up on the end? Because, to be honest, Doki's been playing a little bit Heroic recently in the first 2 games, especially in the most recent one. Benja really was the driving force of the previous match. G2, they obviously lost it in OT. Now's their chance, really, to see the roster that throughout SI, obviously, we had the pleasure of watching them go beyond popping off, bring that back in, all 5 of them. With a reason they got there, plus Fabian, plus Titan, plus Maniac.
It was an incredible run from them, and I think if you would have said, as they approached Montreal and they came through, I think if you would have said G2 is winning the Six Invitational, a lot of people would have not agreed with you.
The majorest major.
It's the biggest major of the majors.
Biggest major of them all.
It's the World Championships. Now, we've seen them play Bank quite a lot. On the defense, that is, G2 only lost Lockers once. Out of every single time they played it. But that's only 6 rounds before we start seeing that. But it does mean they know exactly how this site works. They know it through and through. And them starting off on attack here, that could mean they're starting off with an incredible big blow towards Heroic.
That Blaz on the hunt. Trying his best, is able to find 1 drone just at the end of it. Virtue's drone is gone. That is the only one of all 5. So the others are able to get themselves set up. Bank is a big map. It's a big intel map as well. And, it's not the best place for a Solus to be able to get the full clarity on that. It's a lot of sprinting around, as you saw.
Yeah, but as long as you get one, maybe two, you know, you've already done a lot, because these drones, because it is such a big map, are very important in Bank. A lot of hiding spots they can play. Blaz is currently occupying one as well, as he's just occasionally checking whether or not there is a drone incoming to see if he would be spotted out. He's relatively safe from now as the top 4 already under control, slightly, by Benja, opening up. But now, because Verge just passed, and Blaz had the luxury of watching with Solus's gadget to see whether or not the drone was coming his way, he knows it's gone unspotted. In a little side office there.
Yeah, he's tucked himself in. There is some yellow pings coming through, and he's going to pull himself back out across open. Alamau is watching on the far end. There's some pressure coming towards Doom here. More drones roll through. The Azamis mean he can't quit entirely swung. So, as this goes on, Blaz still sitting, waiting. He's going to wait to hear that. There's a yellow ping. There's an echo drone trying to find the player. Wants to lead the P90 round in the corner, and there it is. Blaz opens us up, takes care of Virtue on the back end. Doom is in a fight of the next. Benja's got himself tucked in super close. And gets the freebie onto the back there of Doom. It's blow for blow. The Candela will roll out all the way, but the territory, apart from Blaz trying to maybe bite it back, is theirs for now. But here it is. More blinds, more pressure. Skitty, he's tempted to tuck himself around onto Beepers, wins it out. And there's Doki getting Kayak on the back end. Open is turning into a bloodbath.
3v2, still Blaz and Uno left. One on the side, one right below. Blaz's presence out there is a scary thing for G2, something they need to actually put a man down on. Now, the drone has spotted him. The drone will not be taken out initially by Blaz. A bit of a brief fire comes through, but nothing really too detrimental, I'd say, as it gets taken down. 50 seconds now, only up to Uno. In a 1v3 situation, he does have the Vector. No longer has a C4, as that already has been blown up. So he needs to wait. Play this patiently. Hope his cards are the right one to play this one to the end, as they're starting to come through. Now, there is a couple of Goyo canisters he can pop to stop this plant from happening, but Benja up above is the biggest threat for him.
There it is, the canister gets popped, the rotate round again onto the hatch itself. He tries to find a fight. He knows he's got to pay attention to a lot here. They're ready to rock and roll. You're still looking at grenades in the pocket of Doki. Another canister. They have to try and lean themselves through. That grenade does not get the catch itself. The second, it'll do a bit of damage, with Benja getting the end of it. And G2 make sure they capitalize on the war for open that Heroic just could not hold on to.
I was going to say, it's a very, very bloody opening fight that we saw going around the open there. And it wasn't even the side, it was just the access to it. G2 coming out just on top there. But I want to commend Blaz for his way of playing Solus there. Not quite using it to destroy the drones, but to check, am I being droned out actively? Because if not, I could just continue hiding here and strike through later on with an almost guaranteed kill. It was a guaranteed kill when he did. So well done there. An alternate use for Solus doesn't always have to be aggressive and using the gadget to actually find kills. You can also use it to be passive, stay hidden. The secret.
So, open is where we will actually head to next. They're not going to try and double it down inside the lockers with a more sort of stoic hold. Instead, play into a point that does play well with aggression, with those open angles and the sight lines. You still want to keep the control of stock itself. They've got that swing there with the shield locked in. I'm not sure if Kanto's reinforced. Doom's going to work on that right now. It gives them focus. They can sort of say, come and take us up top. The quad wall's done as well. It's a bait of a play here. G2, which way are you going to lean in?
Still a single reinforcement left they could use, so a lot has been done. If you, for a second there, saw Doom take damage, that's not from any gunfire. It's just him walking through walls, opening up some rotations. Just to make sure he has the opportunity to rotate out quickly later on. That's, of course, a perk that Oryx brings. Uno definitely did take some damage, though, from gunfights.
Yeah, he suffered a bit on the end of it. He's sort of playing underneath the hatches. He's playing for the fight here, and well, as Virtue swung around, I don't know if he knew that he saw somebody there on the top of Banana. It's easier for me to spot them. They are droning it out, so yes, they did. The ping onto the Oryx, the pressure coming onto the door itself. He knows he's going to be under a shot, but it's Uno that shuts the first one out. Benja taken out on the top of square.
Get an entry kill coming down from Heroic. Alamau fights back though, finds Skitty. It's The alibi gone, not the biggest of operator in terms of utility. Joom is going to be receiving a bit of pressure right now. Sees Doki repel in, needs to try and rotate out, but takes his loss, gets taken down, and Elamau finds the other kill. 3 left on Heroic now, and it's the top 4 taking control of now. Is there any explosives they can use? A C4 and an impact grenade. Could be enough to take down Doki. They need to make sure that they know about his whereabouts whenever they try and go for the throw. Drone's coming in. Blaz knows his position might be seen soon. Actually got misdroned there. Hasn't been checked out. They don't know about his position again.
Yeah.
Now they do.
No, there's the hold on the far end. The kit is slowly making its way through. Blur has a bit of a reveal on a player. The drone does roll a bit too close there. Blaz knocks himself through the door. There's a drop down on the stairs itself of another reveal of the player. Blaz is trying to fight his way out, and the isolated Ying is caught out. Virtue does find Kayak in the meantime, but a 3 versus 2, and he's doing his best to hold onto the pressure here. Can G2 lock down on this single player? Now back in the elevator, the grenade swapped to the gun. He knows they want the firefight. Now he's not going to take it.
Both players are down below right now, so that means a plan could happen. All they really have is, well, not even a C4 anymore, no impacts. They need to start rotating back up on the side of Heroic and G2. They need to realize that this side is completely free now for them to take. Dirk is going to be running in soon. Virtue has the good cover right here. Knows one is coming through, finds the kill as well. It's only up to Blast Uno now, but the EDD comes in and takes down Doki.
That was the second one. We saw one hit Virtue just a bit before as well with no kit, with only 10 seconds. He's not going to be able to make the distance. They know they've got to challenge the fight, and Uno knows he's got the experience to pull himself back round. That hatch is soft. And Uno, well, he's drifted himself out of the way of the fight. Very well played there. Heroic, they get the response, 1 apiece.
The kit being dropped there is absolutely crucial. And those EDDs hurting as much as they did is something that G2 will be preventing from now on. Getting extra drones out there, getting those call-outs to be on point.
Or a Brava?
Or a Bravo, you could hack them, yes. That could work.
It's always terrifying.
But it's like, do you want to hack the EDDs that are far off sight, right? Because it's like, what are the chances someone is going to be walking back there at the end of the round?
Funny.
What are the chances? Funny. Okay, yes.
I mean, Bravo has just opened up a whole comedic avenue for this game that I love.
The first time I'm going to see this in professional play, where Capcom Trap kills its. Well,
I mean, as far as I know, we're still waiting for that.
Yes.
If as soon as that happens, it's 100% a first, and it's a first that I hope we remember.
Normally we do.
I hope
when
we
those
see
gadgets finally get some good use.
The double stack round on the shield, we're playing the top floor, and again, if I talk about how stock can be a bit of importance, the hop in from stock and wasting the time against it, they get themselves all reinforced onto Kanto. You're playing against as much utility here as possible. They've got the slight bit open there on the feet angle, so they're not entirely safe from swinging in. The double frostmats as well. It truly is a full dedication to a stock hold here.
I mean, so far the traps have worked out quite well for the side of Heroic in that previous round, so they're just trying to double down on it. Or literally. Stokie gets himself in with that drone. Having some good information here. There's like no one behind the desk, no utility placed either. Repels in are safe, except for players that have a potential to swing us. Skinny out here. The Janitor's Closet just hiding away. June finds the entry. Again, G2 lose that initial fight. Now, they have been able to bring back the numbers advantage time and time, like both those rounds, but only losing out on one. Will they do it again? There's June holding aggressively. Uno is trying to get himself in a bit more of a forward operating spot as well. The Fuser actually dropped all the way outside a garage. Virgil almost loses his life out there.
Well, Doki, he's dropping in and trying to drive himself through, and well, there it is, the swing round, the fight over towards the top of the elevator. The hop through kind of hands the first fight into his favor. He wasn't entirely pressed from multiple angles. There's pressure coming onto the back end of the square as well, and there it is, Alamau inside the site. They drove themselves through. Blaz is trying to retake, trying to put the pressure onto the Janitor's door. He's waiting for the swing to give themselves, but suddenly we are at a bit of a stall. Skiddy with the rotate up through the top of the hatch, the damage done to Blaz, but you look at Alamau and Virtue being in the same sort of scrappy fight here. Nobody is really safe. Kayak He pulls himself back round. Doki swings with the fight, but there's Kayak with the double. Alamau at least keeps the body balance in favor. But with a minute on, they have themselves close to getting into sight. They don't have the confidence because of the hold that's still in place here by Blaz.
Diffuser also has been dropped as that very initial kill. No one has gone over to try and recover. It's still down outside. And that basically leaves G2 now with 50 seconds. Complete side control, just having to find a single player left on Heroic. But the time is sticking out slowly. All Skitty needs to do is just hold his angles, try and make this into a 1v1, and instantly drop off. Because they have nothing to try and take him out with. The drones are not in place, so the Gemini Replicator gets used, but it don't spot Skitty, so he's still out here alive. Now they have the information. Skitty doesn't know the danger on the Frostmat. No, Benja! He loses his life. This could be crucial right here. Trap again. Detrimental potentially to G2. The fire comes through. Skitty's still alive.
They're going to go for the pickup here, but look at the timer, Hap. They just have to try
Oh,
no!
Skitty!
He was slowed by the hatch, and look at Alamau. He's confused. We all are.
So, to explain to you at home, Skitty did not know that the diffuser was dropped outside. That's what G2 knew. G2 knew the diffuser was down there. Skitty probably thought, okay, they've gone for the pickup. I need to go now because otherwise it's going to be a post plant against me with 45 seconds in a 1v2. Doesn't look likely like you win that normally because then they're going on the repels. You have to go for jump out. It's dangerous. And he's like, I need to tank some damage from this fire, so trying to just ram a dash through, like, could have worked if he was a little bit more to the left and actually would have gone over the ledge. But yeah, the hatch slowed him down there and actually made him burn alive.
Oh no.
That's painful.
Tragedy has struck. I mean, the second round there, and G2 looked as confused. They still were in a 2 versus 1. The difference, as you said, was the kit. They knew where the player was, but a rotate had cost G2 in the round just before in that sort of do or die similar situation. So it was, you know, there's a lot that we can sort of say and comment on because we know everything in terms of who's what, where, and what's in what's pockets, but still.
With the all-seeing eye.
Yay. Oh well. Things happen and they move on from it. G2 is gifted around. Heroic more than able to pull it back. It's also, you know, it's bank. Having the attacks ahead isn't the most uncommon thing.
It's not. Still though, like 2 minutes 30 or something like that, the diffuser gets dropped by Heroic. So G2 didn't really bother any of their remaining time on picking it up. They just decided they wanted to go for kills. And Skitty made it very difficult for them to actually complete that because he stayed put inside of stock until he burned. 2 minutes 20. G2 having some information. You see the yellow pinks coming through. Now all they need to do is find themselves in a position where they can capitalize on them. The grenade comes through. It's not going to be landing far enough. Blast gets himself taken down, but the instant trade comes in from Doom. So Doki loses his life as well. 4-on-4, but it's the first entry kill for G2. All they need to do now is just find those next steps. And you know, talking about next steps, there's only a single player on the site. The rest is all finding themselves a floor above with the main stairs to fall back through. So, what is there to stop G2 from just rushing it and taking it?
I guess that's the call, that's the play. Benja, he's knocking loudly on the door of the pressure on the side of open. As I said, it was a bloodbath before. They are trying to keep some attention towards it. They're ready to drop the hatch and they opt for it. They're not going to suffer the same strike as before. They know the pressure was coming in quite cooked and close there. And well, with a minute 20 left, they've been able to at least shepherd the remaining players back down towards the site and take slightly less aggressive control. Another hatch rotate. Another heroic player that's doing his best to waste time, but there's no point getting yourself wasted as well.
Now there's a minute left on the clock to start wasting the utility that is still left in the pockets of Heroic. And talking about utility, that is going to be 3 smoke canisters and a C4 that they need to waste. So instead, Aloe out just tossing in the Candelas. He might be going for a bit of an aggressive push at some point because they have to make something happen. The first smoke doesn't connect, and that means that this plan might actually just go down without any issue for G2.
The second didn't either. Blur. He's held his breath there and got the kit down. It's a post plant with 8 players still on the map on the board. G2 have the vertical control they need. They've got to try and push Alamau out. And Well, they're going to start with a fight from underneath. The Candela's going to roll its way too. You can see a double stack rotate is going up green. You can see Benja is trying to roll the grenade towards the kit as well. Skitty's gone all the way to the top. They've got her. What other choice do they have? Benja gets one. June was trying to go for the site itself and retake. Kayak's massively injured. Skitty from the top floor, but look at the timer hap. Virtue still with control of the site. Skitty is the only one left, and he's 2 stories away. G2, you said they could go quick, and they said, yeah, we can.
Again, Lockers is that site which they aren't quite the masters of it, but during the entire Six Invitational only lost it once in defense and have shown expertise on attacking it. And that's what you just saw right here. They managed to get the entry. Everybody falls back from Heroic. Okay, we know exactly what to do from now on. We just start putting down the pressure on the site. Let them throw out their utility. And, you know, 2 of the smoke canisters didn't connect to the planter, which surely helps G2. But as soon as that plant went down, post-plant just perfectly in place as well.
Now, attack timeout called, obviously, by Heroic. Time to try and talk and sort of get themselves back into this. They can play these big, aggressive fights. I mean, the sort of dangerous trio of June, Blaz, and Skitty was worrying. It was something where if they start to fire on the right cylinders, they can sort of roll through a lot of those top gunners in this game. But there's a certain master of Benjas who is...
Talking about Benja Monster?
I'm talking about Benja Master. Benja Monster. He might be known as... Who was brought up to Tier 1 via the sort of echelon of Heroic. Left Heroic recently to G2 to... I'm gonna say pretty successfully.
It was a pretty successful transfer.
Found himself on G2's side. And here he is, finding himself once again. As I said before, he was the reason that there was still a big fight in the showdown in the most recent game G2 played. He is the reason here that the gun game is entirely going into their favor. He is just so confident, and he's so happy to keep finding these angles. And it's not that the other G2 players aren't getting involved, obviously. That was a lockout round. There's no 2 ways about it. It's a team game. But when you have a showdown of G2 versus Heroic, and you know Benja used to be on Heroic, you sort of go, okay, how is this going to come together?
I mean, there's always that little bit extra, right, when you're playing against your old team.
Yeah. And even,
you want to prove.
There's been major changes to Heroic, obviously.
Of course,
the most major they've had in a very long time, I would say.
Definitely.
But
shaking up the entire roster.
Still.
Now, G2 has suffered in 2 of these 4 attacking rounds. The unfortunate fate of dropping the diffuser and not being able to recover it. Let's see if they can prevent that from happening this time, as Doki is looking to be entering from that top floor quite quickly. Drones are ready in to see if anybody's around the CEO. Now, Jum is around on Banana. Just going to be holding tight here. He's ready for any of these repellents to come through. Almost hits the head of Doki as he comes by and punches those windows. He'll need some more support before he will feel comfortable repelling in.
Yeah, they've got themselves some angles here. They've got, obviously, Uno watching from underneath. Skitty and Blaz are in their own sort of power positions as well. They're making sure that, as I said before, there's a presence here on the top floor. Benja waited before he hit this barb. There's the first fight, and there's not the catch. Couldn't quite get the connection with Blast to put him over the edge, but does enough to put the fear into him. He's got to rotate off because, look, Alamau bringing the pressure over the top end of the top of white. They've got their eyes on the rotate out of there. Skitty, he's suddenly alone. He's going to try and bite himself some territory back. Benja, does he know? Oh, Skitty, I don't think he knows. There's an easy pick up there. Caught out on a drone. There's still the player watching the white stairs. It's just going to set up the drone to watch the rotate, but at this point, what they've done here is lose players and lose what they thought was control of the top.
Yeah, didn't fully have information control out there, so unaware of the fact that Skitty was still roaming about. Uno takes down Doki, a wonderful kill as well as he's moved himself up towards the 2nd floor. That's going to be Skitty taken care of, though, by Alamau. But now, yes, Uno is up there as well, just hiding next to the CEO wall. Phone calls are going off, so they should be able to isolate him very soon. It's just that you kind of want to do this with 2 or 3 players on the side of G2. You do not want to risk this in a 1v1 with that diffuser, which has been the detriment of them for the past couple rounds.
I mean, that's entirely it. The position that Uno is in here, you can see Blur is moving a drone around. I thought that was inside, but it's not. It's watching the rotate in case somebody's gone underneath and bringing their way back round. If he's caught out here, it'll just take a hop. There's Uno with the motion. Does he know the rotations come through onto the double door? Alamau seems to have a really good idea that somebody's close, but as he said, he cannot risk taking the fight. It's got to be someone else. Blur is the lone player up top. There's yellow pings on his location. We're about to get our second, I think, reveal here of we're up here with you. And now with 15 seconds, G2, what do you do? They've got to just try and drive themselves through onto the site. They've lost the vertical they thought they had. They've been given a lot of control of the site. Virtue suffers once again. Capcan doing some damage. Alamau, he's not even going to make it to the site in time at this rate. He's going to try and blindly sprint through. Takes a Capcan and a Kayak. And Heroic take their second open round.
Capcan traps very, very effective against G2. It's
yes,
has been proven by now. Keep walking into them. As well as Skitty and Uno up on the top 4, really doing some work for Heroic there. First of all, Skitty is, you know, the one initially taking down Benja, and afterwards, Uno just staying up there, not moving. And probably he was just checking. He's like, I think it's clear. Like, I don't see anybody.
Yep.
But that's the thing. You cannot think it's clear. You need to know it's going to be clear if you move a player up there to play that vertically. But it didn't have the drones available to do so. Like, that's the issue. We've talked about it. Drones are important on Bank because it's a big map. If you run out of drones, these things will start happening. So G2 need to be a bit more careful with that on their last attacking round, where we're headed towards the top floor. Again, this one, they also lost the diffuser very early on, all the way near Garage. I think it was 30 seconds into the round. Then it went for a full kill execute. And it wasn't for Skitty trying to Ramadesh through the fire that actually got him killed. But it would have lost that round as well, I believe. Now, as we get going, Skitty just checking to find any of these drones. Seen Alamaus. Going to be hunting that one down without any issue. That's going to be one removed off the board. Actually, 2 removed already from the side of G2. And, you know, seeing those things, you start to realize, like, it's no wonder they run out of drones at the end of the round.
G2, one more round and you get yourself onto this 4-2 sort of position. As we said, being ahead on your sort of attack here onto Bank, it's not super uncommon. It is a bit of a lead and they're happy to keep that lead on. They've got themselves the Spritz, the Candelas over the top. They're ready to rock and roll them. They probably will. They're going for the pinch on the off-end players, but Skitty, with the rotating Solace, is looking to try and find themselves that security, that safety of they're not watching me. Kanto corner gets popped open. They give themselves that route and that angle through as Kayak tucks onto a bit of an off angle. The first Candela catches nothing.
He's put some pressure up. Benja coming in from open, using that grenade, seeing if he can find anything from below. Answer is going to be no for now. As rotation later down will be caught off by one of those. Kayak is going to go on the hunt, though. He just dropped down the main stairs, and I think he's actually going to try and see if he can find Virtue. I'm quite sure if he just saw the arm pop by right there. Candelas are coming through. That means Stoke is going to go for the repel, but he gets taken down by Blaz. Just had the angle on his head.
Kayak's able to find Virtue, finds the next as well. The drop down, Alamau does at least get one, and there's Benja with the hole lead open previously to get at least another back. But they still have the man disadvantage. They have the ping on this. The swing and the pre-fire is Kayak's. He also had his own intel. And that leaves Benja in the 3 versus 1. He's got a lot to try and fight his way through. There's a minute. He seems to have vague ideas on where they are. There's one right underneath him as well. He punished somebody from that vertical just before the stock fight. Might be one that comes to him sooner rather than later, but Heroic, they're not overextending themselves. They're sort of getting themselves in these positions where they can trap him. And they're not being subtle about it, but here, look at that major rotate. They took the stock hatch, they took the rotate round onto Banana, and they had the site control. Heroic, they get themselves an even half here, 3 apiece.
Well done by Heroic, especially in those last 2 rounds, locking that off. Really punishing G2 for the mistakes they made. Now they're going to go over to the attack. And this is where that statistic I named earlier comes out. G2 only have lost lockers a single time. Now, they were opting to go for it just a second ago, but have actually swapped off to open area for now. So, you know, they might have looked into that as well. And it's like, you know, everybody had a good look at our defense now out there. So we've barely lost it. Let's change up the order a little bit. Now, for now, we do see an Amaru on board. And there's multiple ways we can use Amaru here, or Heroic can use Amaru here. either you could go from underneath up the hatch on the open area site to find yourself in the middle of the site in the middle of a gunfight right away, potentially with a diffuser, or you go for a quick entry up onto the second floor through one of the windows. Of course, you know, accompanied by a drone to give you some information right there. And as you do, you clear out that top floor as soon as you possibly can to buy as much time for the attacking team as possible to work with the verticality and everything that comes around it. Which one will it be? We'll soon know. Actually, none of it because it's swapped off. I was so ready for it.
Yep. Well, never be ready for anything.
No,
that's what I tell you in life. That's why.
Expect the unexpected.
And also unexpect the expected.
Yes, for sure. More so unexpect the expected. It's,
3 apiece now, and G2 have their chance to try and put the stretch on here on Heroic's approach. As I said, that sort of front 3 can be terrifying, but so can Kayak. And if I highlight Benjer, obviously being a once-upon-a-time player for Heroic, well, Kayak was a once-upon-a-time player for G2. And it's not that he wasn't entirely utilized correctly. He had his moments, but there was always that conversation, to be honest, with a couple of these players of when can they sort of put that distance in. Obviously, has been on a roster in between that period of time. Oh, ooh, there's a quick removal. June gets Virtue over the top. A fantastic grenade throw and a second to follow up. Blur gone as well. And in the blink of an eye, they've aggressively taken a hold here over the CEO.
Exactly what Heroic need on this first initial push. Now Blaz is starting to come through as well, has taken care of the Capcan trap. He's aware of the fact there's a player out there, gets the kill as well, and suddenly it's only up to Doki now. He finds the first, takes down Blaz. Still needs to find 4 more Heroic players if he wants to clutch this route for G2. Above him, the Sledge is starting to make some work happen, open up these floorboards. He's being chased as we speak. Don't really know about his awareness inside of Archives. He's trying to find a kill, actually, but gets taken down from Uno on the actual staircase behind him. The drone had spotted him out, and Uno decided it was just an easy pickup there, just to make sure that it is going to be Heroic in the lead now. With a 4-3 lead, Lockers is now coming out from G2.
Hey, give me some stats about how good you think G2 are on this site.
No, I'm not going to do it now. I've mentioned it so many times before.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm making the gag and the goof.
I really want them to play Lockers. Now they do.
Yeah, they're pretty good at it. They have a good statistic. They have a good statistic in this game alone. Taking it, they've been able to lock it down twice. Of the 2 times they're attacking it, can the defense make sure that they stay level in this game? Because that round there, from the lead-in from the get-go, the entry statistic that seemingly haunted G2 throughout most of this map, it feels like.
Yeah, 5-2 for Heroic currently.
It's just been a solid sort of opening every round here for Heroic, and sure, they haven't always been able to capitalize upon it. But on your attack, that statistic, I would say, carries that extra bit of weight because it's that pressure, that push of movement.
Especially on Lockers, which could really turn into that turtle-ish bomb site. I mean, last round, or last game, I believe you called something a big boy turtle. This could also become a very big boy turtle. So you wanna prevent that from happening.
You got big boys, you got small boys.
Yeah. So you wanna try and find a kill early on. And if you're looking at any of the operators currently out there, like Virtue or Alamau would be the most ideal operator to pick up, but I think both of them will be playing relatively safely around the vault area, locking themselves as valuables for later on. I don't think they'll be taking any fights.
The first fight's happened over these sides on the windows. They're seeing if they can try and get lucky once again, but Doki, the man who's watching out for those drones, isn't going to sit around and find out. The solemn level of solace is more, well, I can see that they're droning the top. Wants to actually try and catch that one as it comes around the swing. And he's going to maybe move back in, but thinks better of it as they keep themselves fervently watching for the cover of Doom to make sure Doom's not entirely rotated on. There's the ping on a player on the back end. You can see it still being watched by Skiddy as well, but they have since left.
Now, of course, this is all the way in the basement, and as Heroic have taken the top floor under control now, the next step is going to be taking open area in that middle floor. They'll be be some openings made. Alamau does have a C4 available, but I believe he's going to be dropping off because he's going to be more valuable later on, especially in combination with Benjamasters. Both carry a C4 around. We talked about the big boy turtles. There you have it. It is now going to be everybody on the side or around it just to make sure they can waste as much time as humanly possible. With 90 seconds left on the clock and some heroic players still not around on that first floor, there's definitely a lot of time that has been wasted and will still be running down without heroic actually knocking on the front doors of the site.
Well, that's it. It's the sort of play there against the time. There's still things that are solid on the top floors. There's still softs they need to break through as well. Here over the top, just shoot through it. You've got the range and the distance, and you don't want to get caught punching it. That being soft, that's the safer way. Don't play against their game. Pull yourselves back in. Get that locked in as the pressure comes together. Alamau, he's getting the read on anyone that might be above green itself. He's got the single player in the elevator itself, but otherwise, they're not going for the swing. Blur is watching on the back end, droned out by Blaz. Potentially, the attention might be paid towards that as the garage, but Doki, he somehow found a moment, a second, slipped and slunk his way all the way through. Look at the timer. If Doki strikes at the right time, this could be defining.
He's aware of the fact that two are looking to drop elevator. Benja is ready for one as well, as Doom and Kayak both will be able to pick up one. Doki's even more important right now in this current position. 20 seconds on the clock. Diffuser is in hand from Uno. It's Sense as well. It's going to be dropping down some of the utility as they speak. The plant is going down as well. Are they successful? It looks like they might be able to pull this one off.
Oh, Benja with the spray through, gets the connection on the follow-up and does get the lockdown, and it's the second one. Blur over the top, the C4 through the sense wall, doesn't quite get Uno, who's tucked in a corner of semblance of safety. There it is, Benja swung around, the last connection is almost his, they've got the player locked in. The grenade is going to try and bounce its way around, doesn't quite hit the right side, they're watching for the motion, and there is G2. Build on the back of Blur and Benja, biting the round back.
For a second there, Doki on that flank looked like it would have been round deciding, then suddenly Heroic explodes and finds two. The Sense working out to get the initial plan down, but nothing really there afterwards in terms of a post plant. Like, you had a player in the elevator, you had a player actually inside of the objective, but that's the struggle when you plant inside of lockers. There's no hatch above you can use. You literally are playing in a horizontal game with defenders coming in from above on you. Didn't really work out for Heroic at that moment in time, but at least they gave it a go and they managed to get that plan down. Maybe next time they're able to find the victory. 4 apiece now. Headed back towards open area. Heroic very determining last time around here, very convincing in their round win. Can they change things up? Now, it seems like we might get a Bravo to be played by Kayak. Currently still locked onto it. 7 seconds before that is fully locked. And then we start looking on the left side of our screens when, you know, we're looking for gadgets that are potential targets for the clutch drones. Now, these ammo barricades cannot be hacked. The smoke canisters, I'm not actually sure how that works out because they usually instantly get detonated. Proximity alarms, yes, from Blur, same goes for magnets, but most importantly, Capcan traps. Dun, dun, dun. Those could be hacked out. Now, you don't want to go for these initial ones because there's no real point in it.
That you're not really going to have
to go for a run out there.
It's the thing about the Bravo drone as well, or the clutch drone. Just really want to emphasize that word.
Yeah. When a clutch comes through with the clutch drone.
Clutch with the clutch. It is...
That's some Capcan traps on the left there.
It is quite silent. Did they get one?
No.
No, they didn't quite get the angle off. It's a quite quiet drone. There it was spotted before it was heard. You're thinking of Flores drones, you're thinking of standard drones, make a fair bit of noise. Yeah. Twitch drones as well, and you know, there's a little side of that where you can really get it quite close into the site, and maybe sometimes even amongst the site with it not being as detected.
Also, just in terms of hacking, you need to stay in range of the actual objective and not be destroyed, at least your drone, before you get that hack off. So here, Kayak just wasted 3 of the shots. Gonna get his drone removed, and that means no hack coming down from the clutch drone. What a shame.
A little bit out of range there.
Yeah. Only see the icon of the gadget you're trying to hack.
Yeah, you'll see it light up. Is the sort of golden edge there. But well, there's 2 ways to get that dropped. They're not going to shoot the camera as of yet. It turns on just as he slips through.
They haven't seen though, it seems like, because otherwise Alamau would stay on that camera to give the information, so just dodged it. Benja finds a kill onto Skitty. That's going to be the instant pickup onto Doki though. Well played. As Blaz and June both find themselves with a kill. G2 again with a man disadvantage here.
There's the reveal of Blaz down the corridor as well. Virtue's going to try and rotate his way background onto the side of green and put some pressure in. And Blur is suffering, shot and scraped by the buck above. They're not quite able to get the full lockdown, but they're just sort of shepherding the space as of this moment in time. Virtue, he's holding on. They're setting up the drones, rolling their way on through. There's the player that's tucked underneath. They're going to force again, another rotate, another bit of shepherding. 40 seconds, and they're trying to get themselves the clarity to drop on the hatch itself. The reveal of beepers. The slow swing round is locked down by Alamau. Wanted to fight and decided to take it in his own time.
Swings out with that shotgun, believed in the pump and got the instant kill. Virtue, in the meantime, comes back up from the elevator, using the Oryx ability there to get himself in a position again, able to defend the site itself. Jumping comes in from Uno, hasn't been spotted out, finds Blur. Now, open area seems to be open up here, but Alamau swings through with the SMG-11, finds one, knows about a second one in the small side office, digs himself deeper, 9 seconds on the clock. Another jumper needs to happen as Alamau finds his third. It's only up to him and Virtue now against Joom. Is he going to find any? Doesn't seem to be the case. Alamau danced right around him. And G2, they lock off the round.
A 4K, 3 with the SMG, and Alamau really just buried his toes in, and he said, I'm not moving from this corner. He made them all come to him, and Heroic, they did a good job at sort of playing the space, pushing the G2 players further and further out, but there, well, they could not get that final problem child out of the corner. Teller's office we will head to next. G2, they found themselves in the lead once again. It's been a bit back and forth, but the last time they had this was in about round 3 or 4. So quickly checking. Yeah, round 4 was the last time they were ahead, and after that it started to come back to Heroic. Now, Tellers and Archives, not quite CEO. It's actually right underneath it. Often means that there will be some form of play up top. As you can see, there's some barricade reinforcements out there. There will be some form of contest up on the windows, just so you don't give them the free entry out there. But the majority will be taking place horizontally for this site. And you saw all these long angles already being set up in the walls, just so wherever you are, you've always have an opportunity as a defender to fire back into it. And the reason they do this is because there's a lot less verticality above open area as there is on the actual Tellers and Archives. So you can just fight them as they walk in from an area. They need to find a horizontal way to deal with you. Another clutch potentially coming out here. Uno now, this time with Brava. What can he hack? Well, Capcom traps again. The dream. The dream. Muzzy Pests as well, obviously. Banshees are probably the main target that he wants to get rid of alongside the obvious of cameras, but the first pressure will be here. Virtue. And obviously.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, come on, Uno.
Oh, give us
2.
Give us this.
Oh, and the Banshee? No, it doesn't go for that because that gives it away. Because when that Banshee starts wailing for the defenders, they know the Capcom traps are gone.
Blaz finds Alamau. Gets the opener here and starts the potential pressure. He can hear a C4, and that is a great bit of thievery.
That destroys it, right?
Yeah, it destroys it because obviously there'd be no way for them to trigger it.
I was going to say, how do you detonate it?
It just gets destroyed.
Doki?
For those...
Doki?
Was it that door?
Yes. Is it? No, it's not. Sorry,
it's not that door.
Yeah,
it was the opening door into lobby. So actually does find Skitty. Oh, Doki saw them, shot them out. Damn it, Doki.
Why would you do this to us? I was so excited there.
At least bait a teammate into it. Or bait Blaz into that fight. He didn't, but he takes the fight anyway. Caught out on a drone on the back end, and suddenly Doki's been able to bite them back inside from that swing. Heroic, they got off to the opener, which we've already commented on has been the better statistic for them throughout this playday.
Just gets out alive, Doom there, because there was a player around, and the Janitor actually fired upon them. Doki puts a lot of damage down onto Kaio, who just keeps walking, cannot be moved. He's following that drone. He's very determined on doing so. Just a single bullet away from death. As Benjamaster has joined Doki on the site right now, it's going to be Heroic looking to find an entryway in. But they're a man down. And that's going to be the big problem here. because G2 can afford to trade, and they have that verticality as well. There's some people above, there's some people below, and some on the side. So where do you attack from?
You can see they're checking for Capcans on the swings. Doki with another swing round attempt, caught out by a drone, but he's playing the position so aggressively. Kayak finally finished off from before. Virtue drops down the stairs for the next two. And G2, they are now 1 round away from looking out this bank and this map and moving themselves to the top of the board.
Very clean round coming through there from G2. Yes, they lost the initial player, but afterwards they were able to just basically skirmish themselves back into the round to the end of the round. And now a form of familiarity coming through from G2.
Do you have a statistic?
Do you want a statistic?
Tell me about local CCTV room, G2.
They've lost it once.
Whoa!
The past 3 months. See them lose it now.
Annie, what were you saying about 6-4?
Well, I was actually going to mention lockers.
All right!
As we go through, what have Heroic learned from the previous attack here that they can now utilize? Because they did get the plan down the last time, which, you know, is already a feat in itself. However, it was in a position where they couldn't really set up a post plan. Yeah, there was no hatches on verticality they could use. It's just the player in the elevator and the player in the site itself, and, you know, the G2 members that pre-fire, both those picked them up without too much issue. And that leaves us at a 6-4, as mentioned before. G2 now finding themselves where they play very well. Now, Skitty is playing with the Amaro, has the opportunity to quickly go over towards the 3rd floor, and that's something we saw lacked last time. They needed to clear out that top floor quickly, then needed to clear out the 2nd floor, but Elamau is fully aware of the fact there is a player out there. That's a C4. Doesn't find Skitty, though. Just a little bit too slow on the detonation there. Skitty just a little bit too quicker with moving around. He's going to be definitely alerted, though, about the fact that he has been spotted down below. There's most likely a pill somewhere out there. Elamau is just scanning all these heartbeats right now.
Yeah, getting the read, you hear a C4 ripped, and they're not quite going to act on it just yet.
It's just a guided missile now.
Pull themselves back around, and yeah, the breach across the hatches, the attention paid to it with a bit of the pace. They didn't quite fully go in for this style of fight before. They drove themselves in on the mid last time, and here, oh, it's working out. Benja does get the trade, gets one more. Can he not find? Ooh. Skitty just had the lockdown from the top there, and importantly, keeps the body balance in favor.
The kill into Elamau is a very big one, though. Not only has it been truly in this game, but taking down a cardiac scanner is going to be crucial if we are getting into that planned area. When that is going down, you no longer have the heartbeat to confirm there's indeed a player on the spot, which means that Virtue is going to have to listen just a little bit closer now with getting those smoke canisters in the right spot at the right time. Diffuser will be recovered. Elevator hatch will be opened up. Doki's playing quite aggressively right underneath it to see if he can find anybody that might be paying, well, not enough attention about his position right there, because why would you enter the elevator with your drone right now? Ooh, gets taken out right before he reaches it. Doki gets a free kill out of it because his teammate covered him for his drone.
Oh, Doki! He bites and closes down, and Skitty and Kayak now everything left to do. The smoke canisters sort of make the statement that we're watching that end. Kayak's got the drone there, getting some of the read. It's clear now. But the information has unfortunately come a bit late, and that is that play that can come down against it. Kayak with a rotate round. Skitty takes the drop. They were watching from the split. The C4 is not quite going to get the catch, but look at the rotate round onto the vault side itself. The smoke in the smoke. Doki gets Kayak, and G2 get 1st place in the group.
They take themselves with some important points here from Heroic, a full 3. Does this mean that the curse has been permanently averted in terms of a team winning a world championship, entering a slumber right afterwards, because they find themselves in a very advantageous position for the rest of these group stages?
It seemed at some points a little bit shakier. Heroic had moments, but G2, as the reigning world champions, had a little bit more. The entry statistic, who needs it? If you can then come out with the rounds as they did.
Yeah, GT definitely did. They were able to fight themselves back into rounds almost every single time when they were a man down. And that's kind of what you want to see from a World Championship team. No matter if you lose that first, never give up fighting.
Well, we'll throw it to a quick break before we're back with the desk.
Victory has been claimed by our world champions G2 against Heroic. Let's have a chat with our winners. Hello, hello. We're joined by Alamo on the interview. First up, congratulations. How are you feeling today?
Hello, hello. How are you guys? Feeling great.
This is good to hear. How have been your ranked sessions?
The ranked sessions a little bit stressful, you know, play against Fresh and his friends.
I hear you have some Claymore issues still to work on.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just gonna play TDM from now on. No ranking anymore.
If playing TDM is better than playing Fresh, then I completely understand. That's very descriptive words if that's how you're putting it. But it seems like today things were functioning very well for you at G2. I just want to take a moment to talk about your last playday and what happened in that game. What do you think kind of fell off in the match?
I think against VP, we kind of were expecting them to play a little bit different, and they just play the same style. So I think we were not ready to face what we faced against VP. And against Heroic, I think we knew it's going to be bank like the entire week. We knew the map that, so we prepared very well the bank against them, and they didn't surprise us with the ban. So it was the same bank they played last week against CT9. So it was very easy to prepare. And then we just come to individuals playing good. I think today we had a great game like Benja, Doki, me. We have also like super crazy like 3Ks and 4Ks. So I think also the individual performance was really better this day.
The Capital pick is something we've been seeing more and more in competition. How are you feeling about the operator now?
Capital is really good. Like you can do a lot of things with the Capital. I actually picked the Capital because I think they would play the same strat they played against TT9 on CEO with the mirror windows facing Janitor. So, but they changed the strat, so we had to adapt a little bit on the round. But the Capital was an idea to counter that mirror strat, but it didn't happen.
Okay, fair enough. It looked like still a comfortable setting, but did you feel that there were any struggle moments for you? Because it still ended the half at 3-3, where at times we're expecting maybe the attack to do a bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I think like maybe the nerves come to. I think like we're feeling kind of nervous sometimes because it's best of one, and then like I don't know, like it all happens too fast, So you blink your eye and it's already the other half. Everything happens so fast, and you have to be very, very rigid. I think to win the best of ones is a completely different game.
I mean, going from playing best of 5 with unlimited overtime or BO3s all through invitational to online best of ones, it's not the same for sure. So. Still here, you're showing up, you're taking down Heroic, and with that, you take the #1 spot in Group A, which is pretty good considering the fact that you have an off tomorrow, and then you're back next week for the competition, where it's your last game. You play against TT9, you can collect more points. You're 1 point ahead of Heroic. We have to start asking the question: how are you preparing yourselves for that final bracket?
I mean, I think. We are waiting already I think we are guaranteed on the final bracket already with these points, I think, probably.
I look to my analysts for confirmation, but we'll do those maths as we speak.
Yeah, I think like now we have to fight for the first spot because you go already to the second phase of the playoffs. So it's really important to be first. So we have like 1 week to prepare against TT9. I think it's gonna be a fun game to play against Prana. So we are expecting that. But I think definitely for playoffs, I think gonna be maybe easier to play because it's best of 3s. So we have like a great map pool. So I think we have the advantage to play the playoffs. It's going to be easier than best of 1s.
Good. Well, you are confirmed for it, as I see Anne turning towards me, giving me a thumbs up. That's good. But I want to ask you another question is, now in Group B, Wild are in the same situation as you, where they are confirmed. There's M&M, there's Koi, Wolves, and Secret in there. Who do you expect to come out of Group B? And is there any team that you think, this might be a difficult one to face in the bracket?
I think Group B is going to be like M&M, Wolves, and Wild, I think. I was expecting I wanted to Wild not to be first because I wanted to play them on playoffs. Because I think we never played them before, so they don't know how to play against so well. And I feel like against M&M, we practice against them every single day, so we know each other very well. And the game could go both ways, So I'm hoping to play Wild or even maybe other team like Secret or even the new Koi in playoffs, because I think it's going to be easier than playing against M&M.
Fair enough. And, well, like I said, the next game that you guys have set up for you is TT9. That'll be in 6 days from now, 7 days. So next Tuesday. honestly, it's just a good day. How do you feel now with the fact that, from what Doki also said in the interview last week, is that, yeah, we won, but the moment we won Invitational, we started to think we don't want to be the team like everybody else that falls off after winning the Hammer.
Yeah, I feel like everyone in this team wants to be like the OG too. How can I say, like win everything, you know? I think
Dynasty, you called it yourself.
Everyone. The dynasty. But I think like this word is cursed, so I don't think I should use this word because it's cursed. Some people might use in the past and didn't work well for them. But yeah, that's it.
It's dynasty and super team are the two no words.
Curse words.
Exactly. You just get them out of your vocab. But that said, Alamau, congratulations. A big win. Anything you'd like to say to the fans out there?
Thank you for the support, guys. And make sure you guys get the Azami skin, please, because it's the greatest skin that was ever released. I never seen such a beautiful card or such a beautiful skin. And be ready for the upcoming week because we might have some news.
Oh, even more news.
Even more news.
Even more news. I mean, look, between the two skins, the Azami Aruni, things are going well with G2. Turns out Virtue is a great actor, but also Doki. Were you surprised by that? Are you going to be acting sometime soon yourself?
Nah, maybe I will act sometime, but like I think like Doki, he try hard so much when he's acting, you know. Like we were recording the video on the boot camp in LA, and he was just try harding the entire day on the filmmaking.
So I mean that's kind of Doki in a nutshell, right? And I'm getting more words that things have not been confirmed yet for G2. So there's still some work to be done, I guess. Alamo doing numbers in the spot.
Okay, nice.
So
the 1%.
There you go. Close enough. Anyways, Alamo, thank you again. Congratulations on the win. And for all the fans out there, make sure you're coming back next Tuesday where we watch G2 versus TT9. That'll be at the end of our day. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello. We're back. So they're not confirmed yet.
Yeah, let's just
Can we crunch the numbers? I'm doing the count.
Let's just clear this up. So BDS on 0 points cannot overtake G2 on 7 points because they've got 2 games left. TT9
points,
on
right?
1 point, yeah. TT9 have 2 games left and they're on 1 point. So they can tie with G2 on 7 points, and it goes down essentially to round difference on head-to-head. On round difference is the tiebreaker. Obviously, VP and Heroic can both still overtake because of the games remaining, G2. So they're not confirmed top 3 yet, but if we were doing percentages, it's very, very high percentage chance.
Yeah, the chance that TT9 overtake them, for example, because they also still have to play G2, is probably not that big. So, I mean, you can make it with like a pencil, like G2 confirmed, but not 100% yet.
Yeah, just in case.
Yeah.
You don't have to pen it down yet.
Yeah. G2 have had very low percentages still made it to the major, but there is still a chance that they will not make it to a major with a very high percentage left.
And there it is, our results on the scoreboard. A pretty good day for G2 Jack on Bank.
I thought so. I think, they maybe got found out a little bit on their attacks. I thought Heroic was very, very good at dealing with the way G2 wants to attack Bank with that split theory that they go for, where it's 2 on CO, 2 on lobby, and 1 going in the top heaven. Apart from that, once G2 got onto the defense, their team play was exceptional. They were playing for each other. They were making sure they were never in positions, for the most part, where they couldn't be refragged, and they were just controlling it from there on out. We saw how Heroic were basically able to try and achieve the entry kill and play the numbers from there. G2 countered that today by just making sure they were there to refrag if that happened.
Exactly, and refrag definitely happened. Benja putting up some important rounds with 2Ks, with 3Ks. As you mentioned, indeed, it was Heroic being better in the opening engagement, but G2 were able to recover from that. Yes, as Alamau mentioned in the interview, they were very much prepared for how Heroic was going to play out Bank. They expected it to be Bank. They knew how Heroic would play on their attacks. We saw similar attacks coming out from them, for example, open area, and G2 was able to read into that very well. Yes, their attacks were maybe a bit concerning, where it felt a little solo at times, and the diffuser was dropped in Lone Office, for example, and there was a lot of chaos with the Frostmed, but eventually they come out with the 3 points, and that is the most important thing at the end of the day. Or
the Doki one-way that we saw in open area. That was beautiful positioning, but always that's kind of part of it, whether it's these small things that could be exploited. But who is our MVP for this matchup?
I think he flashed up.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did I see it? No, I didn't, clearly.
Go on, have a guess, Milos, because we saw it.
It's someone from G2.
Yes. You got a 1 in 5 chance. Go on.
That's 50%.
Go on, pick a player. You've got a 1 in 5 chance.
Doki.
No.
No. What?
He's checking.
This is cheating.
Gurlier? Who's Gurlier? Who is that?
No idea. It was Benjamaster.
He says, what did he say? What was that name?
Production aren't talking to us. They're just talking to you, Milosh.
Yeah, we can't hear.
Anyway, Benjamaster. Milosh has the conversation.
Curly hair.
Curly hair.
Say his name. Who's Gurlier?
It's like that game, Who Am I?
Gruyere, yeah, it's
Does
a piece
he
of
have
cheese that
curly
won
hair?
MVP. That would be my MVP. I haven't eaten cheese in 4 weeks.
Are you okay?
Why?
I'm on a no cheese diet currently.
Oh.
I discovered lactose is not great for me.
Oh.
Vegan cheese?
It doesn't hit the same.
I eat a lot of vegan products. I think a lot of them are great, but to be
Not
honest,
vegan cheese. Yeah.
with all due respect. Anyways, on that sad note of my dementia setting on as we go on with our show, Benjamaster is our MVP. He's not bad. The man with the curly hair.
He was very good today, to be fair. I think even when, Anne talked about where G2 was getting exposed a little bit solo, on the attacks there, Benjamaster plays that solo role where he's the only one that goes in either stock or top square. And even on the half, even though it was 3-3, he was something like 8 and 3 on the half. He was playing that role very well for G2.
And stepped up with a few important kills on defense as well, where he controlled side and got those, engagements that were really important to pull around towards G2.
To wind it back for just a moment, Kayak performance today, good. How do you feel?
Yeah, he also had those important 2 and 3Ks where he just, swung hallways, got kills, and really, made it matter. He got an entry kill as well, which you don't always expect coming from a support player. But yeah, I would say his performance was what I expected from him today.
I agree. I genuinely, I don't think Heroic had too bad a day. I thought their defenses particularly were really good. Really good read into G2. I think the attacks just needed a little bit of work because when they can't just overpower people on the entry, they did achieve the entries, but they were getting refragged quite a lot. I think that's where they were finding some struggles in those late rounds. Disappointing to lose, but they've put an encouraging, 3 performances in. I'm sure we'll see them in deciders.
And to keep it $150, remember Heroic had massive roster swaps only 2 or so weeks ago. So keeping that into perspective, not bad at all, though. And Fresh, thank you very much. We've gone through 3 out of our 4 games, and now that our show days are shorter than they were in the past, it's kind of difficult to wrap it all up in my head. We still have 1 more to go. I'm very excited also to see now Wolves performing in the server. I'm really looking forward to seeing more of the changes and how it impacts the team, but also Team Secret. Big hopeful, dark horses in some ways. How did they play in game? We'll see that in a bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the show. It's Blastar 6 Europe League. I will never get tired of saying this again. The best region in the world. Take it in. Wolves versus Team Secret. Our final matchup of today is about to begin. Hello, I'm Elsa Medic, your host. Mir, Anne, and Fresh. And let's break it down, as the saying goes. Start off with Wolves. On the first end, our French team that I'm sure has a few fans here and there, right? Big change, though, with Rise. Our Belgian player now off. He's been streaming a lot, but he's not playing anymore.
He's going to join the Ranky stack, I've heard.
Oh,
he did message me the other day asking. But yeah, no, Wolves, they obviously replaced Rise. They added in Deadshot. Obviously, you know, one non-French player for another non-French player to supplement the French cause. Now, what we saw from them last week was a team that is full of exceptionally gifted fraggers, because realistically, let's be honest, it is. Deadshot, Shinka, P4, Mowgli, all very gifted fraggers, and then Bibu, the old guard there, that in online play is absolutely sensational as well. They had a bit of a rough game against Koi, where it did rely on those hero plays. It relied on a lot of individuality for them to even go close. They unfortunately lost it in overtime. They lost a 1v2. Not the best, but something at least to start. You know, they only played one game last week. They've got a double game week this week, and they'll play on Monday. So their future is still in their hands.
Yeah, they have already had their bye day indeed, and I think they'll be really bummed with themselves for losing out with that Koi game, because even in that final round, they had a setup that was really looking for themselves. Top 4 control, entry kill, and then there's 2 players on the side of Koi just running in, getting the kills, showing up when it really matters, and that results into Wolves only getting 1 point out of that game. So they're looking in towards the bottom of this group right now. Getting all points today against Secret would help them, because the team that loses out today is probably looking into playing the Open Qualifier playoffs.
Yeah, and you know, that's something that you're going to have to worry about now. It's crazy to say this 3 days into the competition, but yeah, be careful. Pizza Time is looking for you in those open quals. Though, moving on from Wolves, we take on Secret, that, of course, have had massive restructure. We believe in Twister and what he brings. Bit of a letdown, given that I guess everybody was putting them as a dark horses in Invitational, at least being able to do some damage in the groups. But here, big changes going into the year.
Yeah, and they have played 2 games so far, and they've also got 2 losses. And in particular, that last game against Wild, also for them, it seemed like they had a lot of things going very well for them. They had setups which looked really good, and then they still managed to lose a round. For example, they had a kitchen defense against Wild, they had a Warden in West Main looking towards the breach, they had top 4 control, and then still somehow the Wild players come in, take that round away from Secret, and so far they're looking at 2 losses.
The way it looks to me, because we've seen how good Secret can be. We saw them in the quals of SI looking really good. We saw them at SI where they put in decent-ish performances but didn't get the results. And then these 2 games here inside of the Europe League, it looks to me like they've got a bit of a nerves problem, a bit of a game day problem, where people aren't necessarily performing as they do in practices, as they do in the theory side of the game. If they get over that hurdle, they genuinely are. I think Secret have got a lot of good things and a lot of good players going for them. They just need to get themselves over this hurdle, and they'll be a very competitive team.
A point where you can really see that is that they have been getting caught up by spawn peaks a lot. They've been getting caught out by traps, for example, in their most recent game. We have to keep in mind, they did also play one of their, well, what used to be their permabans. They played Villa, for example, still got 4 rounds on that, but I would assume that having already played their permaban, there's probably going to be a different map today.
A bit lost in the sauce, some would say. Need to work on that. Let's see if they've had the time to sit down and go through it with their staff. But our map for this series, which one will it be? Well, the Secret elucidated that we're going to go to bank again. Man, 2 clubs and 2 banks. What is going on here? Hap is very happy, as I can hear. That's our decider, a Team Secret start on defense, Jack.
This is not a shocker. I think the last 2 maps, Bank and Chalet there, they played them every stage last year. Team Secret against Wolves. It was Bank in stage 1, it was Chalet in stage 2, it was Chalet in stage 3. We're back to Bank again. Both teams just have this incredibly high preference for Bank or Chalet, which means we're always going to end up there.
Yeah, and I mean, Secret last stage on Bank, I think all of their games went into 8-7, full overtime, but those were the maps that they actually were able to, well, get victories on. They also won Bank from Dark Zero during SI, but Wolves also have a pretty good track record on this one. They beat G2 during SI in their final game of SI on Bank 2, and both teams actually seem to be pretty good on defense given their recent stats.
Okay, so there's some sort of equilibrium between the two. It also depends would the entirety of Wolves be able to play together properly as a team in this game? Or is it going to be Team Secret, which can play a bit more wild and loose, given the fact that I've had so many player changes? It's all up in the air. Are we still just tossing coins to see who wins these games?
I think there's unanswered questions for both teams here. I think, will Wolves... The last time we saw Wolves on Bank it was with Rise. He's forcing them into team play. He's forcing them into these execute-based siege. That looked to be different. I know they played Chalet last week. And with Secret, they don't have Kendrew trying these elaborate plants with the Osa, with the Sense, with whatever else. So there's still... Despite the fact that we've seen Secret a couple of times and seen Wolves once, especially on this map, there's a couple of unanswered questions for me.
The thing is, you also have newer players on the side of both teams, more unexperienced players on both teams, really. And they have shown some shaky moments. Obviously, this is a further game going into this group stage. Maybe the shakes have died down a little bit, and players will start to feel more comfortable.
All right, let's see how it shapes up in the server. It's Wolves versus Team Secret. And Fresh, thank you very much. Casters are ready. Take us into Bank. Happening.
Thank you very much, Milosh. As we get going, just very soon, our second repeat here. Just, Group A and B wanted to stay equal in terms of what maps they play here today.
There's a 9-map pool.
There's a 9-map pool. We've only seen 2 today, but it's fine. Soon we'll have best of 3s. Then you'll be forced to play multiple maps.
I mean, it's sort of that swing on it. It's that doubling down, I guess. But we get the ideas of how things can go. Now, obviously, the Clubhouse, we saw 2 of those. One of them was a max OT. One of them was a max regulation. The game that we've just had on Bank was 1 shy of a max regulation.
Yeah. The thing is, though, I think I'd rather have Bank over Clubhouse, because Bank is just like, there's a lot more possibilities.
Yeah.
Clubhouse is that, I'm going to say the line, step-by-step map.
You said it.
Said it.
It's been said.
There's no locker statistic I want to be quoting here, though, so you've been saved from that one.
I was excited for it.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be mentioning how G2 only lost 1 locker's defense on a game where they don't play.
Hey, Iana. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I'm not going to say that she's a specific crutch operator unless you say it as in terms of the whole meta and the whole game. The double ban Nook Iana is interesting.
No, don't say that. Milosh will come back.
He can come back all he wants.
When are we going to have the Milosh listening?
It's
we've had the professional.
Yes, with Valk. Yeah, fair enough. Makes sense. Remove Valk. But that's 2 big guns. That's 4 grenades from a very small pool of grenades.
There's only 4 operators, I believe, that carry grenades nowadays. So there's not going to be many left. Now, Sledge, of course, one of them is still going to be in play and is often played as well. Cade to be removed as well. It's definitely going to be making it easier to open up these hatches. As, a bended wire on top of the hatch just doesn't really hit the same as the electric law underneath. It's easier dispatched. All right.
You just P4 play, because Mowgli, without the Iana, is locked onto the Ashe. And P4 usually was the Ashe main.
Bravo.
Bravo.
I mean, it's a fair trade. I'd be happy with that if I was the Ashe main for the team. I'm known for hoarding the new operator whenever I'm playing.
Oh, okay. So for not being a good person.
I didn't say that.
I did.
If people ask me to play it, it's fine. They can play it. It's just that not a lot of people, in my low ranked have the battle pass.
Compared to like Solus and I would say Azami, Brava was less insta-locked by people, I think, in ranked.
She's more situational.
Yeah, people aren't. I think Brava's great.
I agree.
Great gun, great drone.
Lots of meme potential.
Lots of meme potential.
Which is, of course, what everything...
Will we get a cat cam? We're not even seeing it. We're getting the buck instead. Brava's been swapped out. How will this Nook and Iana game play? We talked about this being quite a fun, explosive map, but it's sort of been set itself up now without 2 famous front fangs for either of these teams.
Well, explosive map without a lot of explosives now, because it's just going to be Deadshot now that has the ability to use grenades, but uses the L85 first. Finds Savage. Was that a jump out? I'm not quite sure. No, it wasn't. So that... Oh, it was. It was. Never mind. It was a jump out. Has been taken care of. Still has those 2 grenades in pocket, but needs to be a bit more careful with his life now. Astro taking a lot of damage early on as well. It's not the ideal start for Team Secret, I'd say.
No, I think you can jot that down. It's not the ideal. Did do a lot of damage to Deadshot, and obviously one more bullet connects there, and suddenly it's the perfect start. You've got the jump out, you've got the rundown, you've got that opening kill onto one of the only remaining people with grenades in this almost grenadeless world. And suddenly you have a lead, and it's a risk. And to be honest, those risks happen on Bank, and they often happen on the first round of Bank as well. You sort of greet them with an energy and hope that they're not quite ready for it. Deadshot was. There's a bit of a spray, and well, the C4 gets the rest of him. How close it was didn't really matter with the little amount of health he had left.
It was honestly just a single particle that needed to hit him. Like a teammate could sneeze on him and he would die at that moment in time. So there's going to be the grenades removed. Still managing to find that initial kill they wanted to go for, which was, of course, orchestrated by the poles down below. Now 90 seconds left on the clock. Open area needs to be taken under control first before they can go downstairs. Groovy finds a beautiful kill onto Mowgli before he falls back together with his teammate. That means Wolves now should have the first floor, well, you know, open to take for themselves, because Secret, they've fallen back towards the ground floor, or basement.
Yeah, they're all locked down here, underground, waiting now for the rest of the approach. With 2 Wolves players gone, they've lost the Ash, they've lost that bit of the tip of the fight there as well. It's down to the remaining 3 players, mainly Hard Breach, to see if they can sort of funnel a push and a pull here. All the flashes in the world to pretty much glue them together. You've got maybe close to a Candela strike if they can try and go for the quick peppered plant and play.
Get some duct tape.
Yeah, got the wall open. You can see they're still getting the read there on just what might be coming, but nothing as of yet.
Flashbangs being tossed down. Now the big issue is actually Groovy still being out there in the garage, because you might want to go for a hatch drop. That is Bibu, of course, currently playing right above it, just to make sure you have that opportunity to go for the plan. But if you do that, you're going to be, first of all, prone to the poles that is a bit further down the hall, the player that's inside of gold as well, and then in the meantime, also the player that's inside of the garage as Astro finds P4. That's going to be another take that they will have to suffer on the side of Wolves. The plant was quickly attempted, but will not be stuck for now. They need to go for more kills. Shinka trying to stick it anyway. Bibu in a position where he can pick up one, doesn't spot the person on his right-hand corner, finds another. But the lockdown is there from the C4, and that's going to be the first round.
I mean, there was this fight on the other side, and as you said, a C4 did flitter its way over the top there towards the planter. They tried to make the best of a situation where they'd already lost the start of the push, and they got close.
They definitely did.
Close.
They shouldn't have gotten that close, though. And as we wait, just a quick rejoin coming through due to a tech issue, which means we can see Savage just drinking out of a giant bottle of water.
It is a very large bottle of water.
Or he's the size of Doki and he's just having a normal size bottle.
You never need to ask if Savage is hydrated.
Same for Slabin, it's just a whole jug out there.
Thirsty work playing Siege.
This is a hydration check, by the way, that you see.
That is. Oh, I just cheered the camera.
Cheered the camera, cheered everybody at home. Take a sip.
I want it to get more and more ridiculous as the weeks go on. I want at one point, you know those like office water bottles?
Yeah, where you like, you know, put like a little cup on there.
Yeah. I want
just have someone use those.
One of them to either use that and then someone else to just have one of those bottles that you would put onto that machine and just drink from them.
What about that giant container that's like a meter by meter which they move water in?
What about those hats that you can put drinks in?
Secret or Wolves, please release a hat with drinks in it.
If a player ever does that.
How are you going to do that with your headset, though? Like, surely you got to play with in-ears to make that comfortable.
Headset manufacturers around the world, there's a market.
Yeah, there is a market out there.
For a novelty drinking headphones to keep gamers hydrated.
Would you use the microphone as the straw as well?
Imagine having one of them as water and one of them as any energy drink as well.
It's like you have the microphone be hooked up to the straws.
F1 drivers have like a drink system in the cars, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Why can't pro esports players?
They don't have it in their headsets, though.
They should.
But I agree. I think there's a market there that should definitely be discovered by peripheral producers.
Hey, we're back in. Quick tech rehost after the first round, but we're back in Secret. They have that lead. They have that first round in their belt. That was down on the bottom. Now they're right up to the top. CEO. That's the next site we find ourselves on.
Seeing these long angles being created as well, just to have the opportunity to find yourselves with a bit of an opportunity to contest on the top square. Now, an operator we do often see on this side is Castle, not actually being brought out now. So instead, we have a different architect to be on the board, which is going to be the Izami, using the keeper barriers to block off some lines of sight, provide yourselves with some safety. Just so you can safely contest that top of square, but also the window repels and everything like that.
All right, Wolves, what's the bite this time round? The Zofia is going to come up alongside Ash. Obviously, Zofia has sort of majorly dropped off. You rarely see the run of that gun nowadays, or either of them, to be fair. It's weird though, because the utility is still very good, but due to the fact that we've moved away from the utility burn meta where you needed to go through like 7 shields, like 15 bulletproofs and all that kind of stuff, it's not really that necessary anymore. Like, the guns are still okay, it's just that there's a lot of operators that bring utility that's just way more useful in this current meta. I'm sure once we start heading back towards more of these bulletproof gadgets being on the field, Zofia is gonna be finding a more consistent stay together with Ash. But for now, we will have to do with the occasional pick every now and then. As X-Cameras are being used to get rid of some of these keeper barriers. Of course, they could be quickly replaced. Actually, none in pocket currently, so we'll have to wait before they're throwing up any replacements out there on the side of Secret. Astro just took that mode. We're not quite sure if there was any information out there. It was just a swing through and a clean pickup. Probably not even able to respond to anything that happened out there. Well, that's that sort of moment here. Once again, they've lost that quite early entry. They've lost that fight, the fire that can be brought here on the opposite end. And they've still got to try and rebuild themselves. Secret, they're playing the full stretch of this map. They're playing themselves with an idea if we can sort of challenge them. We have the intel, we have the catch. You look at what they've got, and it's sort of all the preventive measures against the idea of a smoke plant, against the idea of a plant underneath, and then also the rotation capabilities of the Oryx. It's really all those bank tricks played and rolled into one hold. How successful it is, I guess, is really how much pressure is applied elsewhere. BBU's watching. As the two players are still stacked up on the windows, he's making sure nobody comes out. The swing comes through, the pop onto the barricade, caught out by Groovy. There's a second. As I said, they sort of had the hold across the board. Wolves tried to roll the dice and, oh, it did not connect. Groovy at least gets caught, but with 40 seconds, there's 4 more to find.
I believe the diffuser also down on the ground. Proximity sensors now giving away some of these positions. There is a phone that could be hacked here by P4 if he feels like it. Now, it gives the attackers access to the remaining cameras that are still on there, but do you really want to take that risk? How much are you going to be gaining off it as well? You see, instead he's just swapping over to the SMG to lean into some of the fights because the diffuser has been recovered. They need to try and get this down on the ground to make those 45 seconds count for them. And Boo, he's just going to be repelling in, but he's going to be shot right through the closet that has been opened up. That's going to be another drop to come through. Only up to P4 now in a 1v3 situation. Gets locked off. Secret find themselves with a second round.
Second round in a row here for Secret. They've made sure that they sort of keep that pace up. Either side of the tech rehost, they were there, present. And unfortunately pertinent for the side of Wolves. This time is an attack. This is a team talk. The timeout has been called very early in this showdown here for Wolves.
I was going to say, that is very early. Lilu now having the opportunity to have a bit of a chat, see what's going wrong. And Fresh mentioned it before, this game on Bank is going to be answering a lot of questions about these two lineups because, of course, before we knew Wolves with Rise, who was that experienced leader, like making the callouts that need to happen, he's gone now. Who is picking that up? Who is making these calls now? Who is keeping Wolves disciplined when there is no timeout to be made? And it's like early tactical timeout like this that just shows me that, or at least tells me, that it's just not connecting together now for Wolves. You can kind of see that in the gameplay as well. Like, it's a bit disjointed. Need to work together more to find themselves the success they're looking for. Also, not forget to mention, if Secret lose this game, I'm pretty sure they're out of contention for the major. And I'm not 100% sure because Wolves do have a point and still have 3 games in total, so 2 after this. If they lose this one, they're also going to find themselves in a very tough spot to try and fight out. So, a lot on the line here. You don't want your major run to end after 3 games.
No.
That's very bad if that would happen.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be happy with it.
No, I think you would be sad.
Yeah, you'd be very sad. You'd have like 6 months to cry about it and
a long time. And that's the sort of thing as well with the new system, is if things go off the rails early, and they stay off the rails for a period of time. Exactly. You know, in the previous system, there was sort of those 3 opportunities if you're one of these T1 League teams to fight for a major. There's a reset period in between each. Now it is that sort of ominous space that hangs over for the next time you might get an opportunity if this goes awry, and then the open quals, and the other sort of routes through fall apart. So the approach comes here over the top. The catch on the procs is going to be theirs. There's the first charge done, utilized. Not going to go for the camera, is going to go for a gunfight, which they lose because they're a drone without a gun.
Yeah, it's very hard to win a gunfight if you don't have a gun.
Very tricky
it's
for a
honestly very tricky to
win a gunfight, yeah. They have control underneath. Look at the player looking up stock right now, waiting for this, the approach through. Do they know? Are they too focused on the shield itself? They actually rotate their way out for now, but there are pings coming around, and there's Mowgli finding Savage. Wolves finally get a bit of the taste on the right side of an entry.
They find the entry, but they need to find more than that. They need to start knocking onto that door, and with that, they need to get rid of these shields. I believe they might have just taken one out, which means there's going to be a bit more security needed from Secret there. They cannot just hold that as aggressively as they did before, as Mowgli is now going on the chase. Jack and Janitor knows it's clear indeed the shield has been removed. Pushes forward. Now this is just step 1 for Wolves. They need to take that top floor under control, but Groovy's still out there, leans into the fight, gets picked up by Mowgli, and that's a double entry for Wolves. Making this round so much better, so much more successful for them, as they're looking to instantly strike back after the timeout.
Obviously, it is the tertiary site. It is the place where theoretically Secret will be the weakest, but not this week. Here it is. Wolves have started to show up, strike down Sleben, and suddenly Astro is against the world. Not for very long, though. There they are, taken aboard and taken across the boards. A perfect response from Wolves after they called their attack timeout. They find their first round, but can they do it on the sites they've had more trouble? Lockers will be the first, and as I said before, the first 2 bodies to go away from them here were the start of the push. Even then, they almost eked out a plant.
Yes.
But couldn't quite get there.
But that's the thing, right? Like, it was a 2-on-4, I believe, at that moment in time when they tried to push through. Like, one person going for the plan, the other one just sneaking through, somehow going unseen, unheard. Finding those 2 kills probably shouldn't have happened at that point. So, you know, it was still a very comfortable win for Team Secret to that regard. And they're probably going to be looking to repeat that here. So, what do you have, Wolves? What do you have available to you? Cruiser repick is still there, so take everything about operators with a grain of salt, as, well, we just saw the swaps coming through as I said that. But what you at least need to be looking at here is some Heart Breach, which is definitely there. Now, Deadshot seems to be bringing the Jackal, could still change, but that would be helping out with finding these roamers. Ah, there we go, never mind, changes, last second. As I said, take it with a grain of salt. But it might have been a good pick, actually, a good shout to go for the Jackal and try and isolate these players up on the top 4, because if you find the top and middle floor to be safe, and you find a kill or 2 out of those, suddenly it becomes so much easier to actually attack lockers.
Secret. Can they get themselves set up here? It's, you know, Wolves that have etched one onto the board, but it only takes a second to sort of bounce back. You're now on, theoretically, maybe one of your stronger sides. Okay, it's been played once and maybe learnt once. It'll be a different approach and a reapproach here. But the lead-in of Mowgli starting to get a bit sharp. P4 on the roll that's been sort of pushed to him because of the bans has been able to have some success. They're steady on. The hot droning ahead of Mowgli wants to once again find this fight, but with the breach happening across open, a different approach. This time it's netted to some more safety.
Verticality being established here by Wolves. It's definitely going to be a big fight around the open area, though. Look at the amount of Kiba barriers that have been set up. It's going to be a pain to clear this all out. And Groovy's not quite leaving yet. He is 1 leg down that hatch. He's not willing to fully commit yet. Wants to take a fight first, wants to be spotted out first. Just something that makes it worth staying up here for now. Basically, every single keeper barrier has been used here for open area, all around him, and P4 is navigating around them as the red ping comes through. As Groovy Dead drops, doesn't want to stick around, doesn't want to take the fight, was just there to waste some time. That means Wolves now have control of that first floor. They're moving on towards the blue staircase. Savage is holding out here with a shotgun. P4 is the one eyeing up to go for a potential push out there, but do you really want to go for it as a Wolves team right now? Because, well, you're going to have to use a lot of utility to get rid of that shield, get rid of the ADS, and get rid of the player itself. And with the hatch still being closed, opening up as we speak, you might be able to go for a bit of a split push down that staircase.
The pressure onto the hatches, the steady rotation round, less than a minute, and all 10 players still on the board. You can see Secret are sort of getting in themselves positions to strike. Savage is ready on the top of blue, but the approach is all on the back end for now. At what point do you take those smoke canisters, a very vital resource, and try and rotate them closer back to the site? You have to do it under the cover of safety. When as hatches pop open, there's only so much of that you have, but with 30 seconds, here comes the drop, and the rock round on the corner moves behind the grenade, takes a face of damage, but Mowgli suffers even more, still not dead. There's Mowgli down, bottom of green. They swing in, they get the first fight to get locked down. The second is a hell of a take via the bomb chassis itself. They've got the kit in and they've got the ability to cover it either side with gold watched. Well, YZN wins that out, and now the plant is going to be attempted round. Groovy, he's trying to move up. He gets the firefight on the back. Shinka sticks it. P4 finds Savage. And a technical 2 versus 2 with Mowgli still down. Groovy, he's watching up towards the hatch itself. He's on barely any health. He needs the rotation of YZN finally. The body is put out of its own misery. They're watching from green. The swing is Groovy. Shinka gets one more. Groovy, he's looking for the last, but Shinka locks in the round for Wolves.
An incredible, important round coming through there. The plan was there, and again, we mentioned it in the previous game. If you plant in that position, your post plant is relying on horizontal holds, and while you almost saw Secret run away with it there, Groovy able to just find kill after kill. But they now call a tactical timeout after losing 2 on the back of Wolves', which means that they also have issues connecting together right now. Wolves able to just slip through their nets and able to strike in the middle of that site, get that diffuser down. And now, the opportunity to talk, see if they can instantly recover that into a couple of rounds as well.
I mean, hey, it worked for Wolves, right? Take 2 rounds, take a timeout, and suddenly 2 back. Now it's the time to return the favor. You talk about how this can be a good attacker map here, but Secret want to make sure that they can break the momentum up of Wolves because they were close there. They weren't around before, but that one was a lot closer, and, you know, that was your lockers hold. So they're not going to double back down onto it. They're instead going to rotate on, find CEO, because even if they win or lose this, they've still got the chance of playing lockers as their last hold of the half anyway. And if they won lockers, they'd have to play this. So you may as well try and keep some of that positive idea.
Just watching the original push to come through. So beautifully opened up right here by Wolves. Pushing through. Yes, you lost Mowgli, but Desha with that double kill there. The new pickup of Wolves. And Groovy almost managed to bring it back right there. It's just that they didn't quite coordinate onto the final kill onto Shinka, which allowed him to go for that clutch. Beautifully played by him. Getting that diffuser down as well. And now what I mentioned the previous time we're out here onto CEO is that, you know, normally you see a different kind of architect to come through than Azami. It is Castle. Castle actually being played right now just to make sure that, you know, those repels outside are not going to be as effective towards the direct side itself as they usually would be. Slevin is opening up a very, very neat little angle down below. Which means if they go for the jump in from the window on copy, he has the opportunity to just punish them as they do it.
2 apiece. He will be able to take the swing round on this side. P4 with the quick motion. They're looking right behind the cover of the audio, and it has not been caught by Sleben. Very well played there. The noise, the E1D shooting through the barricades has allowed Wolves this. The ability to strike in almost undetected under the chaos of the noise. They get the first kill. They do a lot of damage to the second, but take enough to make them back off as well. There's still plenty of time and plenty of utility and chances for them to try and drive these remaining players out. Obviously, No grenades to be able to do any damage from underneath, but still, it's soft. You're getting the read. You might be able to get the push.
This is kind of how we want to see those E1Ds to be used, right? Like, you pop it, you instantly try and push in afterwards, get that one kill on a player you know the position of, and you just go back out. You have that space, you have that kill. So well done by Wolves there. Just starting to work together better and better as this match goes on so far. Secret, they need to try and find something they can use to bring back the buddy advantage towards themselves. Now, Astro's rotating back up. He's spotting some drones left, right, and center. So he knows where he can and cannot go as we currently speak.
The pressure onto the wall, gets it open, gets them a sight line through to the back end of the site, and the swing from the Banana side. Obviously, they were pretty much punished towards the end of the round with that. They know somebody was actively watching that drone there on the rotate. BB with the slow and steady rotate underneath, but it's Shinka suffering on the fight on the walls. Mowgli finally finishes his fight. He started a lot earlier, takes control of Janitors, but with Deadshot going down, Shinka's going to see if he can stick the kit. In the meantime, it's the spray across the board. The Solace isn't in a position to stop this from underneath. They're trying to bite their way back through horizontally. There's a great take there. Astro drives against Mowgli, puts them into the 3 versus 3. Bibu, he wants to hop outside, but Savage catches him as he tried to get himself a route to watch. Now P4, he's a bit too far away. Shinka gets a very important take. 20 seconds, a 2 versus 2, waits for the next swing, and he's able to win that one out as well. He might not truly know. He finishes him off. Savage, all that's left here, cannot find the fight. Shinka, 2 rounds in a row. He's winning engagements after the kick goes down. 3 rounds in a row for Wolves. 2
good rounds for Shinka indeed, just really showing his worth for Wolves here. Putting down the diffuser and holding it down with everything he has. You know, small magazine capacity with the operators he's been playing. Just enough to hold on. Back to lockers we go. Wolves now in the lead. Tactical timeout from Team Secret. Not really been as successful as Wolves'. Let's see if they can still turn that around in this final round they have on the defense. Realistically speaking, you want to be locking off your bank defense with, well, a 3-3 or a 4-2 lead. So Wolves have already done what they need to do for now. If they manage to get an extra round out of this, they will be definitely finding themselves in a really good spot for the remainder of this match.
3-2 Wolves. Can this be the last bit of the drive? Steadying on back towards lockers. The last time we were here, it was close. It still prompted Secret to take attack time out afterwards. The first time we weren't. That could have been the reasoning. The take was entirely on the back end of the site. They went towards the lobby hatch. They went for the elevator drop. They drove themselves in for the plant onto B. But will it be to B once again? Instead, the full hold all the way to the top. Janitor's locked as well. What attention is Wolves going to pay?
It's just all there to slow them down, right? Like that's why you lock off those hatches, just to be like, hey, we could still be up here. Make sure you truly checked every single corner, because if you don't, we might just be there and pop up. But at the same time, make them waste utility they can no longer use in the actual site itself. There's a bit of a balance that you need to strike there if you're Wolves. And talk about that, Savage, he will find an entry kill. P4 taken down. Mowgli looking to find a bit of a response, but he gets spotted out by the proximity alarm. He's being pushed through, gets one, gets two! Mowgli instantly fighting back, biting back into Secret.
Groovy sort of came up at the worst possible time there and led into a fight I don't think Mowgli fully expected, but well, he took the opportunity and found the second on the back of it as well. Suddenly, that early take that Secret had has fallen entirely away from them, and the sort of the monkey paw curls for the exchange of the entry. Now, with the damage that's been done, Savage gets himself closer and ready to drop the hatch if he needs to. He can try and waste some time. Some drones is the hope. He's gonna hope he can see some that come towards him, takes care of them, drops them, and then gets the drop itself, just costing them that little bit extra utility before the push on the site.
Yeah, that's usually what you do here, right? Like, you wait for a drone or a player to start putting some pressure down, that's when you drop, because there's no reason to drop right now. Like, you haven't been spotted yet, until just now. Spot comes through, Savage instantly falls back. It's just a waste that time you just mentioned. Did that successfully. Minute 20 on the clock. Wolves have that 1-man advantage right now. They need to start opening up, and there's actually a player inside the elevator. Are they aware of it? Doesn't seem to be the case. YZN in a good position to strike into the backs of Wolves. If they do not pay attention now, a breach is being made. Wolves is rotating around. It seems like they want to be going for the server stairs, sorry. Start going for a direct plan, but with YZN still above, that's the opportunity to just use these hatches against them.
45 seconds, and Savage wants to see if he can try and do something a little bit risky here, and he's baiting as much attention away from YZN, who's still tucked inside the elevator. There it is. Bibu dropped. They're still droning. They're still trying to find these loose remaining players prepped up for the plant on this end. There's a C4 in pocket that, well, it's not going to come out based on the position of the player. Instead, it's a swing round. Astro
Shinka ready to go off.
Wins the gunfight. Shinka pulls off because he's concerned they're just going to swing all the way around the corner. He tucks for the next engagement. They've now been able to move the C4 close. There's somebody either side, so they get him from the front anyway because, well, who cares about your flashes? Wolves, from Magnificent bite back to Deadshot, getting one more at the end of the round. But that is it. 3 apiece. Fourth.
I was going to say, it's the 4th time we have a 3-3 first half coming through.
3-3.
So, overall, pretty close games today so far. I mean, we had a maximum OT, we had 12 rounds, we had 11 rounds. We're now already on 6, with at least a minimum of 10. Wolves now over towards the defense. They'll definitely be unhappy with how that last round played out. First of all, the player hidden inside the elevator is able to drop Bibu, which loses you your man advantage. And then, like, you're kind of losing out on the diffuser opportunity as well. I'm not quite sure if we get to see that again, but I'm pretty sure it was like less than a second remaining on the actual diffuser plans at that point. And of course, you're worried if your cover dies, like you might just get swung on at that moment in time. And it's very logical you get off and try and protect your life and the round at that point. It's just that with all, you know, our all-seeing eye, it would have been better to stuck it and hope for the best. 3-3. Knockers again. Echo on the board, Solace on the board for the defenders. Goyo as well, Smoke, so there's going to be a lot of denial for both information, but also for time on the side of Wolves. If we look at the right-hand side, well, maybe we will see the Dokkaebi come to some use for some initial pushes, or the Twitch drones to find some of those, first of all, Goyo pockets, but also the Echo drones.
It shakes things up. It's, you know, when you remove the sort of commonplace front target. It's like a classic Ash Jaeger ban. You know, you're targeting a specific kind of player, a specific kind of drive. There is still Ash on the board. There is still options. But they're a little bit more limited at the minute than they were, say, 6 months ago, 7 months ago. Either way, there's still a hammer hit of the DMR in a pocket or two. It takes a little bit of a connection to make a much bigger connection, especially on the big open spaces that this map can offer. You're seeing the pickup and the use of those sort of guns in the hope that those firefights will happen over the concourse of lobby, over these sort of trickier angles that Groovy is now on the hunt for on the back end of Square.
Groovy looking for a first initial pick. Setting out his drones. Information is always key. In Siege, knowledge is often more important than the actual gunfight because you can just outsmart your opponent if you know where they are. The drops are coming through. Wolves not sticking around on the actual side. They want to fall back. They want to turtle down. And they want to make sure Secret is going to be working for it. As they start to push through, you see all these rotations are being made by Secret just so they can move themselves across that first floor quickly. Hatches to be opened up as well, so some pressure can start to come down. Yokai drone has gone unseen so far. It's going to get a lot of damage onto the Goyo pockets, but the Echo drone stays intact for now.
Shinka, he's trying to lead around the corner. There's still the reveal and a Twitch drone taken out by a shotgun that's just making sure, A, he's not being watched, but B, the Echo drone isn't either. That's still getting the read here on every movement Savage is making, and as soon as he goes for the push, the swing comes round on the back end. It should be called and revealed, and there it is, but Groovy gets Shinka on the other side. 50 seconds, and the slightly awkward wall is entirely opened up. The Gon 6 is going to get utilized. They just sort of punch and rotate their way around. Mowgli does find one in the meantime. Fights their way back in. YZN taken off the board. Mowgli watching the long firefight and the kit on the far end.
Holding tight for now, 4-on-4. Time is starting to run out. They need to get another entry kill here for Secret if they want to go for that plant. Just saw the Jaeger run by. Mowgli takes a lot of damage there, but stays alive for now. Steban going for the phone call. It's going to be backing off into the plant spot after that. Deadshot will find Astro, which means that they now need to find a response on the side of Secret. It's not really the ideal position to be in to go for the plant, and he gets punished for it. The diffuser gets dropped. Grubby now needs to run to try and scavenge it, but he fails to do so. Savage, the last man standing, will not be able to make anything happen. Wolves will win the next round, will be up 4-3.
Yeah, first round falls into their favor here. They sort of had the time out, and they had the time entirely laid out before them. You could see, I mean, the fact that the first fight around blue only really came together with less than a minute left, and they still had to sort of try and drive that kit in. There was a lot of juggling and wasting. You always know that's going to be the case when you're going to plant, not only there, but plant on lockers. That's what's going to be the game ahead of you. They're going to be playing the long arm smokes, the long arm C4s, the long arm, anything that causes you problems. And time was that big problem there. But different side, open, different problems, not time as much.
As we get going, Wolves, they are looking to put some distance between themselves and Team Secret to find themselves in a bit of a more comfortable position, of course. They managed to put a point on the board, but they need more than that. It was the team that was consistently present at any major last year and the Six Invitational. They did not fail to qualify once. Now, they didn't make it far throughout the playoffs because they often, you know, either didn't make it or got first rounded in there, but they were always there. Now they find themselves in a position where they are not even going to be making it through stage 2, or, well, phase 2 of stage 1 of the Europe League. And that will definitely be something they will be upset about if that happens. So they need to up it. They need to make sure they get these 3 points now against Team Secret to make the best of their opportunities for the rest of, well, the group stages.
Drones making quick work of the castle hold, prepped around the side of the kitchen, and the attention paid to anything that gets served up here. That one is able to slip on by. They were looking for the control of that bulletproof, and that gets removed as well. Certainly they don't have those eyes on the back end, and Wolves are going to have to pay keener attention towards the chance of Square falling, but that's also why they've got this, the stack up on CEO and on Tellers as well. That's all under their control. It makes Square awkward to play. Oh, that's a take that makes things a little bit less awkward. Savage removes Deadshot.
It's going to be a big advantage here for Secret. Castle gone is not really the biggest in terms of like utility walls being alive, because it's just a place and forget kind of piece. There's still at least a player on the site or above the site gone you don't longer have to worry about. P4 on that Solus is making sure to move very carefully to not give away any of the sounds. They are aware though, and they will find him and take him down. Brings it to a 2-minute advantage here for Secret, who are looking to trade back around instantly after they lost it to make sure that the difference stays very minimal between the two.
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, the previous round, they were suffered by that sort of hanging guillotine of time here. And they've got 30 seconds faster, and 2 bodies already removed, make that 3. By this point, they hadn't even found their first in the previous round. It is a very different play space, a very different attitude, and one that is much better suited for how Secret wants to approach this. Wolves, 2 remaining players. BB, who hasn't quite been able to get a true bite into this game as of yet, and Shinka, who's bitten through a couple of rounds just by himself. Can he try and make that one more to add to the list? They're eyeing up the hold from above. The hatches, they have the chance at going for a bit more of a courageous drop and flick round. They have the body count. They have it threefold. They've got to make use of it.
This is it. They have the opportunity to try and continue training, but Gruby gets taken down. It certainly complicates things just slightly. It's still within reach though for Secret. All they need to do is just all pull the trigger at the very same time. But Bibu's leaning into a fight. Savage will find Shinka. There comes another trade. Now in a 1v3 situation, he will not last. Savage takes him down, and Secret, they trade back around. Keep things even here as they are looking to find some points for themselves as well to get themselves in a potential phase 2 qualification.
Okay, stuff and open. And, well, we're going to double it down. Run it back. What do you change? What do you bring here that you didn't quite have before? It felt like, obviously, we didn't see the true lead up into the first fight. It's bank, it's awkward to get that, but it was a great take. The second we did, and they entirely had the number of that Solace, trying to play a little bit sneaky inside the top floor. It doesn't look like Wolves want to try and replicate that. Go for the control of the drones in a slightly different way with the Mozzie. Try and maybe play against yourself and get more of a read of active information with P4 on the Echo. Whatever helps you not entirely get caught out by what felt like a very good drone game there.
Yeah, the roam on the top floor definitely didn't work out. They might still try to do a roam on the top floor, but if they do, they're going to be doing it in a way where they're probably going to be in a bit more of a safe position, not directly on that front line. Give them some space, just to take it back afterwards. If they don't roam, they're probably all going to be around on the horizontal side of things, like maybe archives, maybe some tellers. We could even see someone go over to the side office to just hide out there and hope for the best. For now, it just seems like only Deadshot and Mowgli are up on that top floor, but both have safe ways back out due to the castle barricades being located the way they are. They could just go quickly into the side, though, Emmy. Look at that. They've already opened up the wall. There's already a rotation right there. YZN is looking to just walk through in just a couple of seconds. Smoke grenades to cover off his back. Straight up plant right behind the kitchenette.
I mean,
they don't know. They have no clue.
They have no clue. I said they wanted to go for something a little bit more active. Remember how the first start of this happened before, which was, well, they had those bulletproofs dropped out. P4, does he know that they've moved round? Does YZN have the confidence to just go for this? The Echo drone, the call's out. That's going to be the play against them. Mowgli's got the read now on that Monty on the back corner. They're going to rotate some of their players background. You can suddenly see maybe a little bit more of a switch on. There it is. The attention paid for, and unfortunately that barricade went the wrong way, and you know, he didn't take an opportunity, but to be honest, with how quick that close down came, he's made the right decision there.
Wasn't really anybody there to back him up if he would have gone for the plan, because just look at how Wolves was set up. And instantly after he pulls out, it's the entry kill to come through. Slabin instantly replies, though, quickly runs up to the top floor to join Savage in clearing out the rest that could potentially still be out there. At least they've negated the damage that was out up on that top floor, secured that. Now they can start focusing on actually getting that plan down, still having the Monty in play and in pocket.
Well, as the calls come together, as they've driven themselves into this trickier situation, there's been the blows back and forth. Obviously, Groovy gone. They've lost to Flores, but the lead-in, to be fair, is going to be more of an aggressive firefight. The attention towards Square. They want to get this open. They don't want to lose the Selmas for the cost of it. Look at the Monty getting the read, the spray through over the top. The wall getting the read, the spray through over the top. The wall will get popped open. They're not quite in a position to trick against that as of yet. But with 50 seconds, they're sort of playing against the space. Mowgli still paying a lot of attention, concerned about anything the Monty does, but more so because, well, someone's going to swing around on the back of it. Monty wants to press up, make his presence known, goes for the swing on the knife and the pepper towards the feet itself. They've got a player stepped up onside stock. Mowgli's still going for this. Engagement just dropped at the worst possible time. Sleben gets P4. YZN, he's able to pull himself back round. It's suddenly just Mowgli. He's able to at least get the drop on the Monty who caused him all the damage. But I mean, if we're back and forth, there it is, continued.
Very chaotic round, though. Like, if you just look at it, right? Like, for the first 10 seconds of the round, it looks like it's going to be a rush. They have opened up the castle barricade. They've opened up everything directly next to it. The Monty's already inside. It's like you could have gone for a plan.
And they didn't know, but they didn't know that they didn't know.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think you were a bit like, it's too quiet.
It's too quiet, and also, importantly, as we sort of highlighted, look at the two differences of who did he have to support him directly?
Yeah.
Nobody. There's no soft above that. If you don't have the control from blue, then you're going to have a really tricky time getting it. The wall wasn't open. They didn't have anything inside, sort of, you know, the teller's side as well. They didn't have the positions. However, as soon as Wolves saw it, I think it was 4 Wolves players appeared out of the woodwork. The one that had been in the site, the one that had been in tellers, both suddenly had backups of their own and instantly showed head and sort of said, here we are. And then Secret went, no, this isn't right, pulled back and then found it in an alternate way. It was entirely the right call there. And
yeah, it's very well played by Secret to stay passive there to some extent, like not like wanting to you know, see the opportunity and just throw everything at it, not knowing if it's going to be working out, especially in an important game like this. I mean, mentioning it, Secret lose this, again, they're out, right? So, like, they need to get that victory. So, the composedness is definitely helping out. Well played by them. And now they need to continue on, trying to find their 6th round to put themselves up onto match points against Wolves, who, again, after the loss of Rise, or after changing him out for Deadshot, might have been having a bit of a leadership issue here and there. Like, who's really making those call-outs now? Who's keeping everybody at bay? That's one of those big questions we had leading up to this game. Also, shield set up, just for some long angles.
Yeah, it gives you that sort of Talon angle. It gives you the idea onto that single surf. The second one has been set up here as well. Obviously, you keep an eye on the swing that might come round. The Bravo drone doing all the busybody work on the back end. I try and catch the camera here on the swing and give them the lead up underneath white. There it is. That one will be seen. Bye-bye. That's ours now.
Could be fully aware if that was being hacked because they were on it as the shot came through. Like, no! It's like just spending your last moments with that camera before it gets taken down. As Shinka finds YZN. Takes down the Osa. It's going to be meaning that those shields will no longer move around and will just be, well, stationary in their positions. P4 has not been spotted onto the server stairs right here, and, you know, as soon they will go for a recovery on that diffuser, he might actually be in a very crucial spot to deny that.
Bravo drone, unfortunately, cannot steal Frostmat, but will ping it out for the benefit of their team. Get the Frost revealed and get that sort of put across for the rest of the team. There it is, Astro. I'm not going to say he got the freebie there, but he got an opportunity and he made sure he took it. Mowgli tried to rotate their way back round. There is some support and structure there. They're sort of making the statement. And there's the final kill. Bibu did it.
What? Bibu is a traitor? He just secured the kill for them. He's like, you know
I
what?
think he was trying to shoot a drone.
He probably tried to shoot a drone. That will be the more logical way to go at it, but Astro just finds a second, and now he's trying to go through to the actual site. Shinka finds Savage. Another kill. No, will be denied. Deadshot shuts him down.
They've hopped their way into the site. Deadshot still making big business on the long desk, and Wolves, they bring us back level 5 apiece. There's not been any quick games today. And that's a trend that's continuing through.
At least another 12 rounds in this one.
Yep. There. We've seen almost the maximum amount of regulation rounds today.
Well, I mean,
only one game has fallen short.
But because we went to overtime once, we have seen...
Technically, we've seen every game has been a max.
Yes. We've done at least 48 rounds, which is regulation.
We're going all the regulation.
We're going all the regulation. I'm not going to try and do that accent anymore.
It was fantastic.
Thank you.
I asked, because obviously the pronunciation of YZN is the letters.
Yes.
I asked in the group, I said, you know, what can I get a pronunciation check?
Wasn't it Joe?
Z or Z. And then, yeah, Des, so then I said Z. Tim, Northerner, Z. And then someone else said Joe. I think it was Fresh.
I think it was Fresh. That's you can just call him Joe if you want.
Call him Joe.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to. But I am excited if
we're that close.
If he's ever pronounced by Americans who will be like, why ZN? Is it Z? Do they say Z and we say
it's Z?
Yeah, we say.
Isn't it Z? I don't know.
We say
I'm
Z.
Dutch. I don't like.
That letter doesn't even exist in the Netherlands.
Oh, we have Z. It's also it's like. Wait, let me just go past the alphabet for a second. Yeah, it's Z. No, it's just going through it in my head.
You went through the whole alphabet in your head and it's the same?
Yes, it's the same.
Oh, I wish Easy was here to mock you right now.
Oh, I'm so glad he's in a name. Doesn't mock me now.
Astro got that first bite, that first bit of pressure last time round in terms of this position. Obviously, it wasn't the first engagement, but he suddenly struck at the heart of the site and put a bit of fear into the side of Wolves, who had to rebuild. They did, but still. Can he try and make that mark happen again? Hot droned round on the corner. Mowgli, he's not too far away, but he's not going to sit around and find out what happens next. As Astro gets himself just propped up there at the top of white.
Solan's just quickly checking if there's any drones inbound. Spots out the Excara, so, you know, knows that that hatch is opening up. Not like he could have seen it without it. But knows there's no drones, more importantly, around. At least so he thinks. Because that shot is currently being spotted. That's a free kill to come through. No, Astra actually doesn't quite connect it on the first. Still find it in the end, though, and that's the instant drop to come down from P4. Doesn't want to stick around, and that means that open area now has been cleared of any Wolves personnel out there. And the opening kill's there for Secret, again.
I talked about this site before. Obviously, time was that big, ominous hurdle. They've found an opening player. They've got themselves a pace slightly better than about 30 seconds. They're looking for the next fight here, and they're doing it very direct. Remember the last time, and the last push was one where they weren't quite able to get the lockout on this position. The blinds are about to roll through. There's the burn. There's the player just behind it. Shinka gets the win out. The down finished off with the smoke. Groovy does get revenge. But they sort of hoped that the rush and the swing would be a little bit unexpected. He was ready to rock the trigger.
It definitely did a lot of damage. Just that one extra bullet was necessary to shut him down without losing any life out there. It's going to be a quick pop onto some of those Goyo canisters. Don't want to have those around if you want to go for a plant later on. Mowgli going aggressively on the main stairs, decides to fall back. Smoking has to use to stop anybody from playing in the garage as well. They're eyeing up to go for a plant here for Secret. They have to wait until that fire runs out, and at that moment, YZN is just going to start pushing through.
A 4 versus 2 now, 30 seconds. They're going to see if they can maybe start the reverse plant here. You're not looking at much in the pockets outside of maybe this.
Drone.
But it dropped on a player. Ooh, devastating position there. He thought he could be a bit quiet, but unfortunately, nothing gets your attention more than being hit on the head. Bibu does find the kill on the back end, and the fire gets the next. They prop that ready. Bibu with the rotate round on the back end. He's suddenly in a strike position. 4 seconds, no diffuser. The spray through the solids, and somehow Wolves have grabbed that round from what seemed like a bit of a wipe and wash out there.
I need that in replay. Just those last 30 seconds, like what exactly happened there? Because there was some flashbangs. The kills came through from, I believe it was P4 fully flashed, able to take down the diffuser, and then, the other one just running all the way deep. But Wolves, they grasp onto that round, they hold onto it, and they manage to secure it for themselves, now finding themselves onto match point. Just a single one before we had to OT. And if they win this round, Secret is the first team to be eliminated from making it to the major. Dun, dun, dun. Which is really painful after they've been to 6 Invitation.
I mean, it's, big roster changes, obviously.
It was, yes.
For the roster. They've found themselves with a new face. They've sort of tried to get into the swing of things. They haven't quite worked out. And obviously Wild, on the opposite side, have had such a sort of meteoric rise in this group that it makes things tricky, where the chances might still been alive in the other group based on how scrappy it's been. However, it's not over yet. Secret, they've got 1 round to try and pull this back together. They're having these moments, these opportunities, and there, as he said, the way it's sort of pieced together, obviously it's the 2 versus 4. 2 of the players have dropped onto the opposite side. They've gone towards Elevator, they've gone towards Vault. Whether that was the call or not, and a read, either way, the position that was taken there by the 2 remaining Wolves players. 1 popped the canister whilst blinded, which got the kill on the planter. The other took the long-range fight with the person they dropped an echo drone onto. And then suddenly it's uh-oh.
A big uh-oh coming through. And now Wolves, they have found themselves in the position they didn't expect to be in. Drone taken out from Estro. It's been incredible at finding these initial kills for Secret, opening up these opportunities. And they're going to need another one of those now. Another one of those openings to leverage into a round victory afterwards. But considering we have been relatively back and forth throughout the entirety of the match, might just be Secret running away with this one. As Wolves break that rhythm. Top floor under control of Secret. Wolves have fallen back. They're not really that interested in keeping hold of it, even though they have expended a couple of castle barricades out here just to waste some utility on the Secret side. A minute 30 have passed. Now starting to open up vertically, seeing if they can dislocate any of the players from Wolves.
Wow, this is that moment again where time is sort of falling a bit away from Secret. I've said it's been a problem a couple of rounds here. One of their reads on open was flawless so far. This time, Obviously, they're going for the take onto Square. They don't have the Monty to be that lead-in. They've got themselves the angle onto the players. They're getting that width right onto the corner to make Quad Wall a bit dangerous. Cannot quite get the shot there. Dead shot. Oh, he finds the second to stop it getting turned into another walk-through angle, but it's mainly to force the player out of the position, the one on the far end anyway.
At least it's a crouch angle, right, they can go for. It's not going to be a running one. That's the advantage for defenders when Selmas get used, as Groovy finds the first kill. That shot taken care of, right. After I was saying he was going to be in a good spot from where he was. Angle used against him there. In Secret, they have that man advantage they now need to try and utilize. Another one drops as Shinka tries to fight back.
Groovy does go down, Mowgli as well. Suddenly it's just P4 left, and yeah, sure, it's a 3 versus 1, but they seem to know where he is. They have the watch from either side. We're going to our second OT of the day, 6 apiece.
Who's going to win it? At some point, we have to stop trading rounds because, you know, there's only 3 left to go. Secret will continue on the attack. Wolves will stay on the defense. And CEO seems to be the first side they're opting to go for here.
You know, you sort of have the curiosities. They're not going to open. I can answer that question enough.
Yeah, I was gonna look at it as well. It's like lost once, twice, thrice. So that is not not
open was every single defensive round they lost. They won Lockers and CEO every single time they played it, and they're maybe assuming they might be playing a defense twice here. They have CEO and they have Lockers at their disposal. It's sort of a slightly different story in that, you know, we had a few different examples of wins and losses across the sites from the side of Secret's defense. So
Wolves basically, I mean, they're not really the team that can, like, it's not their game to lose because it's been 3-3 splits, right? So it is pretty even. But looking at the fact that they have 100% success rates on to the sides, but they just decided to play open area 3 times, which have lost all 3 of them, means that, like, maybe if we look at it that way, it's their game to lose. Again. Just, we'll find out very soon. Because the action phase has started. Claymores are being set up. Secret not wanting to be the victim of a jump out to come through. Ruby playing on that Brava is going to be using those clutch drones to see what kind of utility could be converted to their side. Now, really only the Banshees will be doing that for you. The others would just be destroyed. Maybe the bulletproof camera could be a good target as well, or just the default camera here and there. There's not any like Capcom traps you can try and bamboozle the defenders with.
Who will get that very important first lead in, and will Secret be able to push themselves to a site that technically they've not been able to win onto this side as of yet? The Jammers will just keep that wall solid for now. Mowgli gets rid of the betrayal of that Banshee earlier rather than later. Saw that the color had flicked and saw the little flickers of light and decided, well, I'm not going to play with that. Mowgli suffers a scrape on the opposite end, but with the rotate coming around onto the windows, and I think 3 players stacked up here. They're going to see if they can try and get something from this end.
Just a very close fight right there around the keeper barrier. It's not going to be resulting in a kill for either side. A little bit of damage done to Mowgli, but nothing too massive. Summons are being used to open up wide into Janitors to hopefully make that a bit unplayable for the defenders, but it could also just open up these angles. The spot comes through. Groovy, aware of that, is going to be trying to go for a bit of a pre-firewall bang onto P4. Call it out. He might have rotated down, because that's exactly what he just did.
Do they know, though?
I don't think they did. Oh, no, they definitely don't!
He doesn't quite get the win. He doesn't quite get the full kill. But he does get Savage on the back end. The hot ping came through, and he could utilize that through the soft wall itself. That was almost a devastating moment there for Secret. They're just able to find the right end of it. They almost lost their heart breach for the cost as well, but Mowgli still holding on here to stock. Now it's a firefight that doesn't quite go his way. He pulls himself to safety. Doesn't want to get shot by BB, but YZN finds the end of the fight this time round. Dead shot with the C4 does get rid and get response, but as Groovy enters and swiftly exits the site, suddenly it's Savage with the triple. That's the most important play. BB on the back end gets one more. A technical 2 versus 2, 20 seconds. They still have the diffuser. They're trying to get it closer and closer to the engagement. They're either side of the player tucked in. Long desk, but they win both. And Secret They take their first OT round here, and they can now move on to their defense.
For a second, they're afraid that Secret was taking it a bit too aggressively. Like, they've had the opening, then they continue to walk into these crossfires that really weren't covered off by any of their teammates or utility or even information. They're still coming out on top, so no worries there. It's just they could have just as well gone the other way around there because Wolves able to find those trades with those crossfires. And now 6-7, a team secret match point. 1 out of 2. It's just if they lose this one, it's in anyone's game, and anyone's match point.
It turns into a best of 1 of 1.
Yeah, it's a best of 1 of 1.
Best of 1 inside a best of 1.
Just because we love best of 1s that much.
Can't get enough of them.
30 seconds before we get started. Top 4 has been selected by Secret. If we're then looking over it, they've won it once, they've lost it once. It's a bit 50-50 for them. They probably are banking on the fact that they have something that they could use to stop Wolves from being successful. They might have seen a pattern that could be working for them, or saw something in the last attack that Wolves went with. They can play against. Remember how this game started off with a jump out? Don't think we're going to see it now. None of the windows are prepped. But we've definitely seen a bit of a different game after that. It was the only jump out we see. In both of the banks? I think it was the only jump out in both the banks. In all the rounds we've seen.
In all the banks in the world.
Well, not in all the banks. Just the ones we've seen today. Oh.
In some of the banks of the world.
Specifically the ones from today, yes.
Wolves. Can they claw this one back? It started negatively for them, but they were the first team to get themselves onto potential map point, to have it swiftly revoked and returned with the classic Uno reverse card here. They've even been reversed on the site selection itself. They said we can take it on attack, we'll take it on defense, and it's your choice and your opportunity to try and break it. They have a width of control. Astro, I believe, is the one playing the Solace around underneath. There's some attention being paid towards them from P4. There he is. This is always that risk here. It's a lot of soft inside the site, and if you hop up, there's a lot of places you can get caught from here.
Now, Astro luckily doesn't carry, with Solace, the most dangerous kit in terms of explosives. Just the impact grenades will be enough to open up and deal a lot of damage, but it's going to be the P90 that will have to do the most damage out there if they do go for a plant. But what is more likely is that actually when the plant goes down, he feeds that information to the rest of his team, who can then instantly strike.
There was a moment of silence there as they were waiting to get some confirmation. Shinka,
he dropped the diffuser and then went outside?
He's leaving the diffuser. Maybe he's trying to bait
Solace?
the Solace. Yeah. So he's put it on the floor so the Solace sees it and sprays through, and they can get him from above. They're sort of saying, here's the diffuser, because the Solace cannot see a difference to somebody planting or a diffuser just cold on the floor. That's what they're doing, laying a trap and hoping they can get the kill through it. However, they're not baking it. They're not taking the bait. They're on the other side of the map around White Stairs. They need Astro to fall for it, and he's so far from falling from it.
But how would you be able to go for the instant reply, though? That's my question.
Bibu, he's rotated around towards the big double door on the opposite end. He's found his way around onto lobby, but as I said, there wasn't a response to it. They haven't been able to get the catch on the back end. Bibu just wins the fight out against them anyway, as suddenly it's all started to explode over the top floor of the site. They can now recollect that kit. Shinka's got it in pocket. There's an important fight for Groovy, but now it's not Shinka left. I was gonna say Secret, though. End the sentence for me, end the map for us, and end the day, falling into a win, 8-6.
Great victory there for Secret. They're not going to get full points, but they have that victory. That's all that matters now. They stay in the race to, and I have to correct myself, qualify through the Europe League, because there's also still alternate ways to do it if you do not get it in the groups here. Well done by Secret. Wolves, they definitely got close here and there, but still a little bit of a disconnect in the team that is haunting them to this day.
It's very epic.
Very epic. Can we turn that up just even louder?
No. What we can do is go to a quick break before we're back with the desk over there.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Wolves taking an L today. We have their opponents, Team Secret, Dark Horses, with one. Hello, we're joined by Savage from Team Secret. Congratulations on the win. How you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling very well. Getting our first win and playing so well as a team. I think could have easily even took the 3 points, but it's definitely a good start.
A very good start. You were definitely keeping hydrated as much as possible through the game. We could see the, 20-liter gallon that you were dousing on the fire. That was performance through this game. But why Bank specifically in this matchup? Were you expecting the map? Were you planning on it?
Yeah, we were definitely expecting them to take the Bank because it's a comfortable map for them. Mm-hmm. And I feel like they were more looking into their own comforts rather than, getting us out of our comfort zone. Considering we are on paper like the worst team, right? So you're just gonna try to play your game and try to play the map that you're most comfortable on. And Bank was one of the maps. We were pretty comfortable coming to this game, to be honest, map pool wise, because I think their map pool matches very well our map pool. Mm-hmm. Like the maps they are mostly good at. We could always get like a good map for us, which wasn't really the case for some of the other maps, because our the map pool from the enemies kind of clashed with ours, and we kind of ended up going for our most least preferable one, I guess, if that makes sense.
And when it comes to in-game strategies, I guess, you're planning around this. An entire team now that's been reformed. All of this must be like a lot of pressure on you guys to go in through these games, knowing, as you said, you're kind of the underdogs in the games that you're going through, and yet still coming out on top, or at least putting in a performance where we're saying, hey, there's actually something here to work with. This is a team that could achieve quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like last stage we were definitely underdogs, but like being able to qualify to invites, I don't think we are still underdogs, but I think we don't have that card anymore, Mm-hmm. I don't think we can just say, oh, we made changes, so now we are, whatever we get from this season is profit. No, we want to qualify to the major, mm-hmm. and like having 2 losses the first 2 games was definitely nothing we were like content about or like something that we took lightly, we still want and have high expectations for ourselves.
I mean, your group is highly contested. Let's put Wild aside. The other 4 teams are really fighting against one another for every single point. So there's always that potential of things coming through. Now, tomorrow there's no set game for you. You have your bye, but you're going up against Koi in our next play day. That is on March 27th, so next Monday. What do you think we can expect out of that game? Because Koi is just a completely different beast to what a lot of people are used to from SI.
Yeah, I mean, I think they also like kind of like we were last stage, but not really at the same time, because they have good expectations. They were major winners, but they also made two big changes. They lost a big play, They're still like trying to find their feet, but I think they're still like a very good opponent. I'm very good friends with all of them, and I just hope they take us to Bank again, like Wolves did.
Okay, good to hear then. A good game that we had today. Team Secret victorious against Wolves. That's 2 points on the board. That's pretty good. Gets you in contention with the rest of the squads, and Group B story is definitely not done yet. Savage, anything you'd like to say to the Secret fans out there?
I would like to ask everyone to please buy the Team Secret skin. It's definitely the best bundle out of all of them. And hopefully you become a Secret fan after getting that skin, because it's honestly amazing. Like, it's a really, really good skin.
There you go. Savage, thank you very much. Congratulations again on the win, and make sure to cop the team skin in the store. Till then, take care. We'll see you next week.
See you next time.
Bye-bye. There it is. Confidence in the server and also in your own team skin. So that's one thing. At least there are 2 things to look at it from positive light. Secret with 2 points, saying maybe we could have gotten away with all 3.
Yeah, I mean, name a more iconic duo than Secret and winning Bank in overtime. It's been happening a lot.
They can't get away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, they could have maybe won it in regulation, but still 2 points are very much welcome.
Yep.
And also deserved, because I was saying to you not to discredit Wolves, but this game needed an overtime. This game needed at least 1 point for Secret because of how they were playing in this game. Certain attacks from them, certain defenses that really stood out to me. Their last defense, where YZN was able to play upstairs in the elevator and Wolves just did not know about him. That was really good map pressure and map control coming out from Secret, but they had pretty good attacks themselves too. They had a Monty pressuring into the cafeteria double door, where Wolves just seemed unable to deal with that amount of pressure coming out from Secret. And what really stood out to me today was their entry conversion. Specifically, going into overtime, in total 8. They got their entry kill 8 times, and they were able to convert it into a round win 6 times, and 2 of those were into those last 2 overtime rounds.
Pretty good.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of substance with Team Secret. You know, they've got an idea of what they want to do. They've got some young, hungry players. You know, it's not that long ago, realistically, that we were seeing Savage, YZN, Astro, Grubby, well, literally all of them, inside of Tier 3 play. You know, they're a young team with not too much experience. So the fact that we are seeing nerves, the fact that we are seeing scrappy games, that's going to be what Team Secret is. But they got over the line today. It looks like they got over a lot of the nerves. And, you know, they've got a good thing going. They just need to keep going with it.
And that's something that takes time.
Yeah.
It's 3 days in, not too shabby, especially given the fact that Group B is so hotly contested. The goal is let's try to get to that bracket. So they're actually on the road to that. We'll have to see in their last game that they have next week. But from that point on, who was our MVP of the match? I specifically held it so it doesn't get flashed before me being able to look at it. It is Savage that we just had in our interview. What was specifically what he was fulfilling as a role in the server?
I want to actually just talk a little bit more generally about him, to be fair, because when he was first signed, he was signed to Team Secret from 10-star, and he was like the Finker main of that team back when Finker was obviously completely overpowered. But he was the pure entry player, and he's had to take a backline role with the changes that came in, with Grubby and Astro and everyone else that came in. And he has matured exceptionally well from the role that he was on at 10-star and what he was picked up for to play a great role for the team. And he was, you know, he's been excellent in doing the role for the team when his statistics have suffered. Obviously, they didn't suffer today. He played very, very well today, obviously getting the MVP. But I just wanted to highlight over the course of that, the amount of work he's done for the team as well.
Yeah, and he definitely stood out on the entries today as well. So creating that advantage for yourself and knowing how good Secret were on the entry conversion, having someone that can consistently bring in those entry kills for you is really important. And that's what Savage did.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Team Secret with 2 points that they put on the board. Again, Group B highly contested, so that's actually much better than just me saying 2 points. It actually delves deeper into it. And speaking of which, I think it's time for us to recap our day. That actually went longer than expected, not gonna lie. Let's start off with our schedule. You'll see the matches that we had. There was a victory for Virtus.pro, 8-7 versus TT9. A pretty close game 1 for today. 7-5 Wild versus M&M. The Wild at the top of the group. Talked about that in a second. G2, 7-4 versus Heroic. And finally, 8-6 Secret versus Wolves. Close games, honestly. We were pretty close to having 4 OTs today, but we still got 2 maps in our 9-map pool, Club and Bank, which gave us these group results for today. Let's start off with A, I guess. It makes sense. A, then B. What comes after B?
C.
Free.
What?
A, B, free.
Wednesday.
I like it.
Fair enough. Can we put those groups on the screen? What do you mean no have? I can hear you. I don't know if...
Is it happening?
I don't know if the stream can hear them.
Happening. What?
Yeah.
I'm here.
Anyways,
What did come after B?
C.
Purple.
CC?
That's what.
Yeah.
Emmy, did you retrieve your pen? Or is that just another one?
I have more pen.
Emmy is well prepared. She has like a whole arsenal of pens.
I wasn't expecting that. I just heard it whiz past my head.
I need them. I lose my pens.
You lose your pens?
Yeah, when I throw them.
You throw them away at people.
Yeah,
know
it's
where
not
it
my
went.
fault. It went somewhere.
Oh, it's here.
See?
Wait, why is her pen here?
What?
Oh, you didn't see.
When
She's
she
like,
was throwing it, she threw it. I was sat here just looking
She
at some
said, "Well,
stats, and the
throw it
pen
over
just
to the
whizzed
desk."
past my head.
Do I have to see cover?
Anyways, those groups, let's put them up on the screen.
Group C.
Shenanigan. No.
Group C.
Starting off with Group A, G2 at the top, 7 points. Heroic at 6-4 for VP, and none for TT9 and BDS. The gap between the top 3 and the bottom 2 is starting to widen. That's not a good thing for TT9 and BDS.
1 point for TT9.
Yeah.
1 point for TT9, sorry. I just read what's on the screen.
Yeah.
You
do your best.
I'm a himbo, so that's how it goes.
Agree.
Anyways, moving on to Group B. What does it give us for today? Drum roll.
What does B stand for?
Thank you. 9 points for Wild at the top, 3 for Eminem, 2 for Secret, 2 for Koi, and 2 for Wolves. That is a hotly contested group.
This is incredible.
It is.
So Wild is basically just chilling. He's like, we're off. It's holiday season. We'll be back for playoffs.
I think with the way the groups are shaping up, they are confirmed for top 2 now.
I think
With that last result,
yes.
because BDS cannot overtake, TT9 cannot overtake.
BDS can never overtake.
Sorry, that was the other
That's
group. I was
okay, Sorry.
It just flashed up.
No, it's
Secret
good.
Wolves
They
and Koi cannot
corrected
overtake.
Group A.
Ah, okay.
Group
Yeah.
B was also incorrect.
Yeah, I noticed that. I just didn't want to bring it up.
It's okay. It's been a long day for all of us.
Hey, Emmy, here's your pen.
Thanks.
Whoa.
She just threw the other one.
Another one.
Anyways,
I'll get that pen.
our schedule for
You
next
just wanna walk
play
on
day.
camera.
What does it look like?
You've
Can you moonwalk back?
Jack, you can't just bend over like that. Anyways, match 1 starting off with BDS versus TT9, Wolves versus Wild right after, Heroic versus Virtus Pro, and finally Koi versus Eminem. That is on tomorrow. Make sure you're tuning in for match the same starting time as today at 1800 CET. CEST is in 3 days from now, or less than 3 days, right?
I cannot
it's
wait.
this
It's the
weekend.
26th when it happens.
What do you mean you cannot
26.
wait? Why can you not wait for
Because
time?
for the last 6 months I've been typing CEST.
Aren't we also in that weird couple of weeks where it's weird with the North American?
Yeah, North America
changing
already
and
swapped.
stuff?
Yeah.
It's really screwing with my head.
I mean, last time I talked about this, I was favoring global UTC time to finally use it for everybody in the world. But apparently for people, it's too weird to say. I start work at 1600, which is what it was 9 a.m. in the past. But whatever, man.
Is that the one that they always put when they release
UTC.
On Siege?
Yeah, that's
UTC, because I always have to Google it because I never know what time it is.
14 UTC, and that translates into 15
UTC
CET to
is
start
just
the
a
meet.
standard
Universal- yeah, I know,
worldwide
Yeah,
I'm just
but
wondering
it's
what
different
the-
depending
what
on
the-
what time of the year it is for everybody else. That's what.
UTC.
Yeah, which is why we should
Coordinated
completely
universal
remove
time.
all of that coordinate.
I always
all
have to
of
just
those times.
Google it. I see, the season's released at 2 p.m. UTC. I'm like, I don't know what time it is.
Usually I bing it.
It's basically GMT.
Yeah,
It's just a
it is right now. Yeah.
What is MT?
Yes, Emmy?
No,
Nothing.
GMT. It's just sometimes you have GMT +1. What are you doing?
Carry on your nerd talk. None of this matters. You're just all talking about the relevance of time versus itself.
Which is slowly slipping away from us.
I don't know. I had my
What is
therapy
this
session
play
now. I'm
day?
not gonna lie.
First of all, you two are here. What is this play day?
Yeah, it's the second week.
Yes.
Third play day.
Our first week.
Nice
Our
recovery.
first week.
Yes.
Although, technically, this is week 3 in our schedules, and I've never understood
Is it?
why. if
Because
I'm at the right time.
America was,
Yeah.
Supposed to
week
start.
before us, and
They're always such divas. Parker. Ugh.
it was the Americans' fault.
With his fluffy head.
That's true.
Anyway, you were
I
talking
wonder
about time.
Yeah, see?
Where did the
we
timer
would
go?
be a really good cast for Inception 2, I think.
What?
You know the film Inception?
Yeah.
Yeah,
the sequel.
Oh no, that film screws with me.
we're here. Yeah, exactly. I think that's why we would
Look.
just get confused.
I'll just tell you right now, we showed this for just a moment in the beginning of the day, but we want to remind everybody that the major is set in Copenhagen.
Oh, yeah.
And it's all locked in. You can buy
Time
your
zone already
tickets.
in again.
I believe it's on Ticketmaster. It's 5th, 6th, and 7th of May at the Copenhagen Forum in the city center.
Ooh.
So make sure you're getting yourselves ready for the first ever Blast Rainbow Six event.
Hang on, is that
The
date
major.
in UTC?
That's not how we...
No, that's just European date formatting.
Shut up, Hap!
Cool.
Cool, thanks.
So
Thanks,
May...
Milosh.
Thanks.
Have you bought your tickets yet, Milos?
No, I don't have any money.
The tickets look really expensive because they're in what's the currency? Is it Danish krona?
I don't know how you say it.
So it's like 10 times the euro.
It's like 8 krona
Nine
for
times, sorry.
eight something krona for every euro.
So like
right?
the 3-day ticket is like 1,100 krona.
Isn't like the Swedish krona
Yeah.
awful right now in comparison?
That was the VIP.
I know, like, Parker was talking about it, how he needed to pay like 27 Canadian dollars for like 2 beers.
We're trying to encourage people to go. Shh.
Oh, wait, no, I'm not going to.
He was talking about Canada.
27 Canadian is
Canadian.
about
I'm
40
excited
cents.
because
I think.
Canada's like
27 Canadian is like 5 euros.
40 cents.
Yeah, it's
I
like 5
remember
euros.
what the EU audience was like in Berlin, and it was amazing.
That's true.
And
it was.
It's got to be even bigger in Copenhagen.
Exactly. It's bigger in Copenhagen.
Way more.
We're going to raid Pengu's house
Copenhagen.
altogether, I think.
I was going to say, how do you say it?
Copenhagen.
He just went Copenhagen, and he did the Milos thing, where he's like, this is how they pronounce it from Copenhagen. I go into Pengu, I go, where is it? Pengu would be like, haha, Copenhagen. Like, he would just say it normally. Be normal. Anyway.
If I were normal, I wouldn't be here.
That's true. Berlin
We wouldn't be friends either.
Berlin was amazing, true. We're friends. And
Wow.
we're friends in UTC time. I want us to impress our new Overlord's boss.
With what?
They bowed down.
With the chance that I know will come from the wonderful European-based audience.
Is it when the Brazilians start singing again? And
That was still one of the best moments ever.
That's actually incredible.
100% it was the best moments. You had,
So loud.
if you weren't in Berlin, most of the seating in the final was European fans with chants, some of them written by Fresh himself.
That's true.
He would try. And then up on the rafters on the top was all the Latin America fans, and they were just shouting at each other. Stuff that we couldn't say on broadcast. It was very, very funny. And
started
very,
ole, ole, ole.
the audience was amazing, and it was a proper back and forth. And I would love for that to happen again.
I love
It was
starting the
in
NA
the show.
airport chant.
You
as well.
were up in the Latin America.
I was up in the Latin American side, yeah. I was waiting until I got called a traitor, yeah.
Wow.
Me and Fancy from Furia was chanting. I don't know what I was chanting. It was in Portuguese. I was just like making noise. But, yeah. It was good.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
August in
Genuinely,
Berlin.
I think Europe deserves a big event. We haven't had a big event since the Paris Major. If you ask me, like,
What is the definition of big meal?
I was going to say,
Did you discredit the
just
Berlin
Berlin's
Major?
just
Yeah.
gone.
it was under
like Emmy's
2,000 people. No, big event. We have a big audience. How many
What is the
fans do you
definition of
think
big?
MU
It
has?
sounded like it was
What's
a big
the
event, but
definition
the
of
sound
big?
coming from the audience.
Yeah, how big is
like,
Yeah, Milan
big
had
is big?
800
Milos,
people.
how big is big?
How big is big?
How big is big?
I've been to
Again,
big
with more
events.
Questions, damn.
Yeah, but what is big?
SI,
I've been to big events. I
SI,
did not say how big event is.
between 3,000 and 4,000 is what I consider
But
a
what is
pretty
it above
big event.
4,000 then? What do you
Really
call that?
big.
Like,
It's a really big event. Technically,
Group
we've
C.
only had it. We've only had it once at that level, and that was in Brazil. That was like 9,500 Brazilians.
Brazil.
Wow. Well,
Next February.
SI is in Brazil.
close up on the pen.
Penn is having his main character moment.
yeah.
There you go.
That's
That's,
the one that
Slay.
Milos threw as well.
yes.
I throw
How
so
did
many
that?
pens, they just don't cut to them. You do it once, and you get all the attention.
Well, it's right there in front of the desk. Oh, yes, it is.
Favoritism.
Never mind. I thought, no, never mind. Don't mind me.
Is that a pen with diamonds in it?
Yes.
Diamonds.
That's really, yeah, like it looks really
This
shiny
pen.
from this side.
Really
Yeah.
overstating. the
Emmy's
budgets
paid
that we're
really
working.
well that there's full diamonds in her pens.
Yeah, I bought it from an airport. So I don't think they're real, Anne. I'm really
Oh,
sorry.
that's a shame.
Yeah. Are they?
I don't know.
Looks pretty.
I'm not going to go over there and look at it.
Why?
Why
I want
not?
to see you walk on camera.
No.
Can you moonwalk?
There's
yeah,
only-
moonwalk over there.
Can
Go
you
on.
do a
Like-
forward
Go on, you
roll?
could do that.
You can crawl. You,
Oh,
can,
I bet
Somersaults.
you could do a really good moonwalk.
you can
Go on.
crawl.
Just
I
through
can
the studio.
definitely not moonwalk.
Can you do
Frog
a cartwheel?
jumps.
I used to.
Could
My-
you
in
do
my
the
heyday.
worm
What
over there?
happened?
perhaps?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Do the
Hello.
worm, yeah.
Milos could do
Or
the
like
worm.
get on like the handstand and just walk
This is
up there.
too nice to.
You can take it off. It's
That
fine.
is true. It's a very nice one.
Take it off.
Take it off. Go on.
Cut the cameras. This is for us.
Milos, close up. Let's go. Yes.
Yeah.
I am not taking my jacket off.
Okay. Well,
Oh.
consent is key, and we respect that.
Thank you very much.
Moonwalk.
He would
I,
do it.
I
Definitely.
don't know how to, otherwise I would.
Really?
You can give it a. You can.
Can
No,
you
no, no,
form
I-
over there?
It's not happening.
But
I
you're,
don't
the,
think. I don't think
Move
we
the
can
camera,
play
it's not
Billie
happening.
Jean.
but you're the professor.
What?
No, it's all
Professor.
Oh, can we not?
Professor.
Professor.
Anyways, on that
was it
note,
today, by the way?
thank you
Haven't
very
seen-
much for watching today.
Professor.
I'm wrapping it up.
Yeah, we don't care, Milos.
That's punching it, not wrapping it up.
I'm punching it in.
This is wrapping.
Bye.
Anyways, thank you very much for watching, everybody. Fresh and, again, another week. Thank you very much. Happen M.
What? Oh, sassy. Another week.
Yeah,
surely it's not another good week.
Do you know, you've been listening.
Another amazing week.
Thank you.
You've been listening to too much Ariana Grande since Anne introduced you to her 3 hours ago.
That was 3 hours ago.
What was the lyrics again?
A little less conversation.
Take us away.
And I won't
with
say
some
the next
Ariana
sentence.
Grande.
Anyways, I'm more of a Dua Lipa kind of person, but yes. Anyways,
Favorite song?
What?
Really putting him on the spot, but that's okay.
So what's your favorite song?
This is never ending.
What's your favorite song, Milosh?
This is your favorite band. Okay, well, tell me what they did like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And no, I don't want to say it.
Okay, well that's fine.
Thank you very much.
Have to share.
Anyways,
Just asking out of interest as your friend.
I'm very happy,
Anyways.
friends.
Do you want me to just turn his mic off?
Thank you very much for both of you for being here. I hope you would turn both of your mics off today. Thank you very much for that. Thank you to our observers. Pietro and Medics will be back tomorrow for some more EUL action. I'm very excited for it. New games and still no teams realistically locked in besides Wild. But that's a conversation for us to continue with tomorrow. Till then, we love you so much. Good night.
Au revoir.
Shinka left. I was gonna say secret though. End the sentence.